Good afternoon. We are live here in Charleston, South Carolina for a very special Valentine's Day rally here in the Palmetto State. Good afternoon, everybody. Brian Glenn live here. Let me just step aside and show you kind of what's formed behind me really in the last couple of hours as this state gets ready for their primary coming up on the 24th. And of course, it's been going to be a busy next week or so as we move closer and closer to primary day here in South Carolina. But the president having on short notice a very special Valentine's Day rally here. And we've seen a lot of the normal people, some of the common frequent Trump support rally goers here already have walked by, and we'll talk to them here in just a second to unpack a little bit of what's going to happen over the next several hours. The doors here open shortly. We'll do some coverage outside with everyone here in line, get an idea why they're here. Then we'll go inside to kick off our coverage at around 4 o'clock, and then at 5:30, a special program inside will take place. Therefore, you'll have the national anthem and some speakers like Tim Scott, the governor here of South Carolina, as well as Nancy Mace and others. So we've got a great program set up inside. Then, of course, President Trump is scheduled to speak at 7 p.m. here local time. Before we kick off all of that, first, I want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day on this special Wednesday. Hope whatever you're doing today or plan on doing later today makes you happy. There you go. Hanging with us for a little bit. It'll probably make you happy as well. Talk about our donations real quickly. We're able to do things like this because we have great partners, and we'll get to those in just a few minutes. But our biggest partner, really, in this journey that has gone from late 2015, early 2016 to now is you guys, our viewers. So I just encourage you to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com, and click on the donation page. And if you feel led to give, you can give one time. You can do a reoccurring donation as well. But really, your donations has helped us do everything that we've done from the very beginning. And I'm not just talking Trump rallies. We're talking other significant events as well. So thanks to you, we've grown as a network, and we've gone probably outside of the mainstream, the biggest, the largest, the most obviously the biggest viewership-wise of any other network. And it's really due to the fact that we have great viewers like you. So thank you so much. So if you would, on this Valentine's Day, I don't know, maybe is it too cheesy to say show us some love and go to the donation page there? And your donation is safe and secure. Go to rsbnetwork.com. Donation. Let's get into some of the poll numbers here real quickly. The very latest poll I got today, and it was from a public poll. I got it from a news, kind of an insider person. We've got 67% polling for President Trump here in this state, 22% for Nikki Haley. That's giving him, President Trump, a 45-point lead in this state. Now, mind you, it really has come down to not if, but when Nikki Haley will pull out of this race. And I would imagine if you're going into the primary down 45 points, I can only expect that perhaps after a showing here on the 24th that maybe she will step aside and really allow President Trump and the Republican Party to take on the task in hand, and that is defeating Joe Biden if, in fact, he does make it to the starting line for this election year. But lots going on the presidential race. We're also going to turn attention to what just took place in the House yesterday. We had House Republicans. We have the slight majority. But we tried last week on the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas. We failed due to the fact we had some members that were out, and then some members from the Democratic side had showed up in attendance that were not expected to show up and vote. Therefore, it pushed the vote to yesterday. And, of course, with full attendance on the Republican Party, in the conference, rather, we were able to get that impeachment done by a slim margin, but nevertheless, it's done. We'll talk about the impacts of that and how that moves forward here a little bit later in the show. Plus, there was an election last night in New York, and that was to replace the former Congressman, George Santos from New York, that was expelled from Congress on several issues, and so that made our majority even less. So there was a special election, and we had two candidates. We had a Republican and a Democrat, or I should say we had a Democrat and a Democrat running for that seat. Officially, the Republicans have lost that seat in New York. It did go to the Democrat candidate there. They will be sworn in here shortly, I believe, at the end of this week, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even sooner. And then they will serve out the rest of the year and go into an additional election in November. So that's just a short-term fill in there. They got to run for re-election. But nevertheless, we lost a Republican seat in the House last night as well. Also going on this Valentine's Day, there is an Uber strike. Why are they striking? And what does that mean to you? And what is it saying about the economy right now? We'll talk about that a little later. Plus, Bobblehead testified behind closed doors yesterday against President Biden and basically gave some great testimony and some insight on exactly what President Biden knew and what his role with Hunter Biden and his foreign businesses. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. Plus, did you watch the Super Bowl? Well, like 123 million other people did as well. We'll talk about the social impacts of the Super Bowl and what that might mean this next election. We'll do that a little bit later in the show. Until then, I'm going to have my camera guy. We're going to walk this way and do what we always do, and that is to talk with the supporters right here. Now, this is inside. This is underneath a parking garage, so which is actually great if we would have some inclement weather, because it would obviously be a great shield for that. We've got a beautiful day here in South Carolina. Highs around 62 degrees, total sunshine, no winds at all. It is just fantastic to be here in South Carolina, and we've got a lot of events planned over the next couple of days in South Carolina as they get ready for the primary. Okay. Hey, Mike, get you over here real quick. I talked to one of the front row Joes. How you doing? Good. How you doing? Live on there. Mike, one of the proud members of the front row Joes. Hey, we're in South Carolina. What's your take on the turnout so far?
So far, it's pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty good crowd for being so early.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about this race right now. Nikki Haley, obviously, still officially in the race. But you and I both know by the latest polling and the numbers and the support that we see for President Trump, we are so confused of why she's still in the race. But what's your take on the race so far?
She needs to drop out. She's wasting money. We could use this money against the Democrats in November. She needs to drop out. She has no chance.
Now, around your circle of friends, family, business, church, things like community, what are they thinking? I mean, a lot of people for the first time are starting to get into this presidential race. They've been agnostic for the longest time. But what's happening to our country right now, people want change. What are you seeing from people that not normally vote?
They're getting involved now. They see how good it was with Donald Trump in office, and now they're seeing with Joe Biden how terrible it is. They're starting to cross back over to Trump.
Okay, let's talk about front row Joes real quickly. Turn around. Let's get the back of his jersey. Trump 47, front row Joes. He often talks about you guys. He often calls you out in the crowd, and really he appreciates the dedication that you guys have to come to these rallies. What does that mean to you to hear the president give you a shout out?
It's awesome. We love Trump. Trump loves our country, and for him to call us out, it means a lot. I mean, we're loyal to Donald Trump. And it's just great for him to do that.
What is the community like with the front row Joes? I know you often travel somewhat together, so you guys kind of stay. There's a camaraderie with you guys, and for security purposes as well, especially when you get to a venue a few days in advance. But what is it like to be a front row Joe and have the support of a dozen or so people that really follow everyone around?
Yeah, sometimes we'll travel together. And it saves on expenses. It gets pretty expensive going to rally. So it's great to have a few of us together, a couple of days before. and save money too.
What rally is this number? This number what?
79.
Rally number 79. Do you remember your first rally?
I do. It's in my hometown, Evansville, Indiana.
Yeah. What was that like?
It was before he won the nomination in April 2016.
Did you know at that point that you would do 78 more rallies?
I did not. My second rally, I waited until he came back to Evansville in 2018, and then I want to keep going.
There you go, Mike, Front Row Joe's. Thanks for your time. I'm sure you got a seat up front, right? There you go. I hope. Got a big. We were able to look at the inside of the rally tonight, and it is massive. There's a lot of seats in there, so I'm thinking this might be a good Valentine's Day gift for someone in your life. Which, by the way, today we're going to start giving special Valentine's Day messages to President Trump. So as we talk to people out here in the crowd, we'll have them give their special message to President Trump. I tell you what, we're going to see if we can't step over this. I want to make sure that my cameraman doesn't fall. Let's see. There you go. And we'll get over here. How you doing? We're live on the air. Just to let you guys know, we're live on the air. All right, first of all, happy Valentine's Day to you. You know, I don't know what says I love you more than going to a Trump rally. You agree?
Yes, sir.
There you go. All right, first rally? No. Second rally. What is it about President Trump that you love so much?
I just love him as a man. Honest, trustworthy, and does what he say he's going to do.
I like that. When he gets in office, what would the first thing you'd want him to do?
Close the border.
That's it.
Make America great again.
I love it. Hey, we're doing special Valentine's Day messages for the president. He knows he's watching today. He's going to be watching. I'll give you an opportunity to give you a 20-second Valentine's Day message to the president.
Hello, President Trump. You'll be the next president of the United States come in November. Have a happy Valentine's Day, you and your wife and your family.
Very, very sweet. Great message there. Appreciate it. All right, we're live on the air. Anybody want to give a special Valentine's Day message to President Trump right now? Everyone's...
Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, President Trump.
See, nothing says I love you more than coming to a Trump rally. Let's walk down here a little bit. How we doing? How you doing? Where you from?
From here.
From here. Okay, so how many rallies have you been to? Is this the first?
My first one.
Very first one.
Yes.
Wonderful. What was it about President Trump that led you to support him like you are right now?
Well, I'm originally from New York, so I know him from back when he was in real estate and everything, and I just love him. I love his personality. I just love his love for this country. That's the most important thing.
What would you want him to do on his first day in office when he gets in?
Close the border. And then do everything that the executive order that Biden did, reverse it back.
Reverse it back. What did you think last night whenever the House finally approved the impeachment on Alejandro Mayorkas? That was a great victory. But it now needs to go to the Senate, 2/3 of the Senate to go there. Doubtful that will happen. But I do think it's at least symbolic that we send a message that we're over it.
Oh, yeah. He failed miserably. So, and I hope there's more to come with that.
Special Valentine's Day message for the president? What would it be?
Happy Valentine's Day. After this, go spend some time with your wife and enjoy your family. And I hope you make it into the office for 2024.
Perhaps we see her today. Who knows? Who knows? Thank you so much. That would be good. Thank you so much. How you doing? Good. How we doing, guys?
Good.
Fired up about the rally?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Excited to be here.
What rally is this for you?
This is a rally to make America great again.
This is the first one?
First one.
Oh, nice. Always like when people go to a rally for the first time. What is it about President Trump that you love so much? Everything.
Everything. Yeah. His looks. Everything.
He wants the economy to go up. He wants to secure the border. That's all I love about him.
I just like his presence. I think he's very resilient. Whenever it comes to anybody telling him he can't do something, he does it.
What was the biggest issue for you guys right now as far as supporting the president? Is there any one single issue, or is it economy? Is it the border, national security? Like, what would it be?
I think our border is very important. I think that people who come through that come here illegally should definitely be taken out and brought back to where they come from, especially if they're not contributing to our society.
Inflation is on the rise. We don't want it. I want to be able to afford a home like 10 years ago when I was able to. And nowadays, I can't afford food, can't afford shelter. Gotta try for everything.
It's expensive. How about you?
Yeah, I wanna be able to buy some cheap gas. Yeah.
We missed that $1.87 gas, don't we? That was pretty good there. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Thank you so much. There we go. Cool. How you guys doing? We're live on the air right now. Okay. I just want to talk to people out here on Valentine's Day, going to see the president.
We are? Yeah. Absolutely.
I was asking this question earlier. If there's the first thing that he could do once he gets in office is what?
Close the border.
Okay, hang on a second. Every person we've spoken to today has said close the border. That's it. I know that the House just impeached Mayorkas over not closing the border. I think it's the top priority. So I want everyone at home to understand that is what the American people want right now is close the border. Okay, what was it about President Trump in the very beginning that got you to support him?
I like that he's an outsider. He was not from the establishment, and he's a successful business person. And, you know, I think he brings things business-wise that he can apply to our political system. And he's shown that he's been successful when he did that. So I'd like to see 4 more years.
Yeah, we would all like to see 4, maybe 8 more years. We'll keep going as far as we can. Yeah. All right, and special Valentine's Day, anybody at home or President Trump, anybody want to give a special Valentine's Day message to?
My wife.
Let's do that.
Yes.
Where's your wife? Come on over here.
Valentine's Day.
Nothing says, hang on a second, I'm going to bring the two lovebirds together. Nothing says I love you more than going to a Trump rally, right?
That's right.
That's awesome. I was just talking to him about what he likes the most about President Trump. He says he would like him to close the border. Your thoughts on what you like to see him do on day one?
Definitely close the border and turn the economy around, for sure.
It's very basic. It's about the economy. People want to feel safe, and they want to have money in their pockets. If we don't have that, then we don't have a nation.
Correct.
There we go.
Correct. Absolutely.
I'll get out between you guys. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you very much as we walk down here. I think it's great. When we saw that this rally was scheduled on Valentine's Day, I thought, how many people are going to take advantage of the fact that they can go to a Trump rally and get everybody excited, feeling good about the country? What a great day to do that. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. How are we doing? We're live on the air right now. Right Side Broadcasting Network. I love it. Who are you?
I'm a very special person, but what can I do for you? Who are you?
We're Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live right now on the air.
Right side?
I'm on the right side.
All right.
I like this man. He's checking. The man. I'm asking everybody, what is your favorite thing about President Trump, and what would you like to see him do on day one when he gets back in the White House?
Take all the media, arrest them immediately, execute the ones that are mouthpieces. No,
not literally execute them. Let's make sure, because they're
it could be literally, but no.
We have to grab up all the FBI first, because we got to get them before to arrest.
You want something to put on? Is when you get people spouting mantras and saying things on the media and repeating it over and over again that aren't true, and saying to you, you got to repeat it. You got to say it. That's not real. That's a terrible thing. It's awful. You want to know the fact? You want to know the fact? When people say diversity is our strength, they're lying to you. They don't know. What binds us and unites us is our strength, despite our diversity. That's what makes America great. That you can print.
There you go. Print that. Also, special Valentine's Day message for the president, because he's probably going to watch us a little bit later.
I got mine. You get yours.
Oh, I like that. Hey, I like that. You can't. I don't know how anybody could top that, by the way. Good stuff. Get there. Thank you so much. What is it about President Trump that you love the most, and what would you like to see him do when he gets in office?
Well, first time I want him to get the bad guys. We can't fix America until we get the bad guys. That's number one.
The deep state.
The deep state. You know, once we get them, hey, our country's going to go soaring to the sky. But until then, going down.
Border, a big issue with you?
Big issue. Huge. But it happens every time the Democrats are around town.
They're going to open up the border, flood it with illegals.
Every time.
That's what they do.
Every chance they get.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for taking time with us today. How you guys doing? Good, good. Hey, President Trump's in town. Pretty exciting, right?
Amazing.
Yeah. Why are you here?
We are just so sick of the totalitarian government that the Democratic Party wants to portray, and we are ready to put Trump back in office and say we are here, we are a people, we are standing for kindness, tolerance, love, and freedom.
What would you like to see him do on the first day in office?
First, secure our border. That's got to be one of the very first things, because contrary to what some of the media wants to say and what the White House currently wants to say, it was fixed. And the very first day Biden was in office, he got rid of all of it. And then now they wonder why there's such an influx of people coming across the border.
We've had enough wolves in sheep's clothing. We need a real man.
Yeah, we need a real man to solve the real problems. So this is y'all's special Valentine's Day?
Absolutely. No other place I'd rather be.
There you go. A special Valentine's Day message for the president right now?
President Trump, we support you. We love you. You have all of our prayers, thoughts going forward, and you're the man.
How about the First Lady Melania? Any message for her?
We love you, Melania. We're so sorry for the recent loss of your mom, and we send you all of our love and support and thoughts right now during this time, and you have our family support.
There we go. God bless you guys. Yeah, good place in line, too. You're going to get in there good. Let's reverse it back, go back the other way if we could. I'll just follow you. Or actually, let's go through this way. Excuse me, we'll make our way. Let's go under. Thank you very much. How we doing? Hey, we're live on the air right now, just talking to people out here for the Trump rally today. And first of all, where are you guys from?
Well, we're from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but we transplanted down here 3 years ago.
So, what? First Trump rally, second Trump rally?
First.
A lot of first-timers always like that because they have no idea what they're about to experience, and I love it that you have the young ones here to witness that. It's witness history, is what it is. Let's talk about this. Once Trump gets in office, what's the first thing that he should do?
I don't know. What should he do?
Fix the border. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
How about the economy? How's it affected you guys?
It's bad. It's bad. Especially as a business owner, you can definitely see. You can see the decline. Yeah, for sure.
It's interesting how the inflationary numbers were worse than what they thought was going to be released, and people don't understand the wholesale inflationary numbers. That is what manufacturing faces to get the goods to make the product, which ultimately gets to the consumer. Those inflationary numbers are much higher than they were even a year ago, and they were a double-digit high a year ago. So I don't know what type of line of work you're in, but yeah, consumers have less money to spend on goods and services.
For sure, yeah.
He's a carpenter and owns his own business, and it really has affected us. People can't spend money on getting their houses fixed up whenever they can't afford groceries. So.
Are you excited?
Yes.
That's awesome. Are you excited?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome. I bet you can take lots of pictures so you go back and show your friends where you were.
Yeah.
Glad to meet you guys there. Happy Valentine's Day to you guys. I think this is the first time I've covered a Trump rally on Valentine's Day, and it's pretty cool. Thank you very much. How we doing? Good? Good. Happy Valentine's Day to you.
Happy Valentine's.
Think of a better place I'd want to be than South Carolina here?
Me neither. I want to be here.
What has been some of the most destructive policies from Joe Biden that you've experienced right now?
Well, everything about the economy. Everything is so much more expensive. Gas prices. Every time you go to the store, everything's higher priced. And the big one is the border. The border is terrible. The influx is more than this country can handle, and it's treasonous a little bit. Yeah.
So the Republicans that voted against the border or to impeach Mayorkas, one of them is quitting. The other two are going to seek re-election. One of them, Ken Buck, a lot of people don't know this. He got over 10,000 voicemails and emails from people that were angry. So the American people want the border closed for sure. And I'm glad that we're at least taking a first step in doing that.
Yes.
All right. Special Valentine's Day message for President Trump.
Win big.
I like that. Yes, sir. How you guys doing? Yeah. Welcome.
Love you guys.
Oh, appreciate it.
How you doing? Good.
Good. What brings you out here today?
We're here to support Trump. Yep. No more Biden.
Big numbers here in South Carolina, huh?
Yes.
Do you see any Biden signs in South Carolina? I mean, do you see yard signs or bumper stickers that say Biden?
Nope.
We've
not seen any Nikki Haley signs either.
That was my next question. No Nikki Haley signs.
No.
Now, he's up by 45 points. 45 points. In sports analogy, and I like to bring everything back to sports, if you're up, if you're down in your division 45 games and the end of the season's coming near, just fold it up. Just go. We just walk off the field. Why hasn't she walked off the field?
I think she's bought and paid for by the establishment.
That's about right. Yeah. So the plans that you guys together, obviously. Okay, great. Any special Valentine's Day message for the president and the first lady?
We wish you a happy Valentine's to both of you, and we're celebrating Valentine's with you.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. All right, we'll walk away down here. All right. How are we doing? We're live on the air right now. How are you?
Hey, good. Good to talk to you.
Good. What brings you out here today?
To see Donald Trump.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can't wait to see him.
What is your favorite thing about President Trump? Like what, as far as his policies, what has been the greatest impact in your life?
Economic policy, I would say. Yeah, just seeing like the last 3 years also how things have gone down. Definitely economic and immigration too as well. Yeah.
Look at these polling numbers. He's leading pretty big, 45 points over Haley.
Oh, yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's probably even bigger than that, honestly. Yeah.
That's a good point, that a lot of that 45%, or actually the 22% that she has right now, is probably baked in a lot of anti-Trump.
Yeah, same thing with that happened in New Hampshire too, where they've been able to have independents and Democrats be able to go ahead and probably, fix the numbers a little bit there as well. So,
what's the message you hope everyone takes home today as we go into the 24th for that primary?
We need to get out and vote. We need to actually be active and go ahead and get this election done. Yeah.
Well, thanks for your time, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are live here in Charleston, South Carolina, for game day here. President Trump has a speech scheduled at 7 p.m. Now the doors open here shortly. We're going to transition our coverage inside. But first, I want to talk about the Birch Gold Group. Now in a few minutes, I'm going to toss to an interview that I did with Philip with the Birch Gold Group. But first of all, if you're looking to diversify your savings, you want to transition from a regular IRA, a traditional IRA, I should say, into a gold-backed IRA, they can help you do that. They are the experts in gold, silver, and precious metals. They want to protect your savings. Just text the word Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit. They'll kind of walk you through what the difference between a traditional IRA and a gold-backed IRA. So simply text the word Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Now, earlier, I had a chance to sit down with Philip to talk about the inflation rates and what the dollar is doing on the global market and how that can affect your retirement. Take a listen. Okay, we thought over talk about this ever-changing economy and what's going on in the world right now. And just recently, President Biden has issued his 2024 budget. Now, there's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of stuff to unpack. Walk me through all of what these numbers indicate.
Look, at a glance, the 2024 budget would make you laugh if the topic wasn't so serious. I mean, really, it is full of marketing taglines like growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, or trying to ensure an equitable and effective and accountable government that delivers results for all. In fact, in the introductory message, Biden rammed home this idea that he's had a commitment to fiscal responsibility and how he'd cut the deficit. Look, fiscal responsibility sounds great, but a quick look at the numbers, I think, dispels that notion. Over the next 10 years, from this year until 2033, the total deficit is projected at $17.16 trillion. And in no single year will the deficit be less than $1.5 trillion. And that's assuming there's no wars or intervening recessions or spending sprees. To think about that for a moment, responsibility is now defined as spending at least $1.5 trillion more than the government brings in revenue every single year for the foreseeable future. It is absurd and unsustainable.
That's actually what Jerome Powell was referring to when he said the government was going down this unstable financial path. I mean, he's dead on with that.
He's absolutely spot on. And I think he's pointing to the fact GDP has grown $5.5 trillion in 3 years, when federal debt's grown $1 trillion in 3 months. And we have a Congress now that is determined to just kick the can further down the road instead of addressing the problems. As we said, it's unsustainable. Even Powell can't deny it now.
Do we have any idea how much money right now Joe Biden has actually borrowed from the future of Americans here?
It's a very good way to put it, actually. The answer is a lot. When Biden got into office, national debt was $28 trillion. Today, over $34 trillion. That's a 21% increase in a matter of years. And for a little bit of context on that, $6 trillion is an almost unimaginable amount of money. For some context again, that's 20% more than we spent, adjusted for inflation, fighting World War II. That is, by itself, 2 Germany's worth of debt in 3 years. $6 trillion would be the 3rd highest national debt for any nation in the world today. That is what this guy has done in just 3 years. It's incredible.
And you look at, is he adjusting the budget to allow for this, for the shortfall? I mean, what is he doing, and what does Congress need to do?
Listen, the answer is he is doing very little. Nearly all politicians and Americans believe that the nation's fiscal problems stem from a lack of revenue. In other words, not taking enough from other people. The Biden budget claims that wealthy corporations and individuals are not paying enough taxes. So the solution, of course, let's just tax everyone more. But the problem is this. By Biden's own numbers, that only brings out about $120 billion in revenue. Furthermore, the 10-year deficit projections include these tax increases. And that accounts for about $6.6 trillion deficit reduction over the next decade. In other words, the other 93% of the money presumably will be borrowed. In other words, he doesn't address the shortfall at all. Let's just let the next guys deal with my problem. That's the mindset.
Yeah, that's a horrible mindset. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down to the average American, Philip, and how they can really survive the financial crisis that is inevitable that we have in this country. And we've talked about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group for months now. We've got thousands of our viewers have taken advantage of a lot of the specials you guys have. But let's get serious for a moment. I mean, what can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future and what they built already?
Look, first and foremost, we've got to stop Bidenomics, right? So everyone needs to go out there. They need to vote. We need a change in 2024. Otherwise, we may be at the point of no return. But until then, and I think 2024 is going to be a very tough job for whoever takes it. But before then, we need to look at how we can protect our futures for ourselves, our families, and those around us. And that's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this, they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. Things like inflation, corrections in the economy, dollar devaluation. We have a world now running away from the dollar. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Philip Patrick joining us as we take a break from our program and talk about this serious issue here. A lot of stuff going on in Congress, a lot of stuff going on in this country right now. But I've always said this, Philip, there's nothing funny about your money, and you've got to make sure it's secure. We've all worked way too hard to let these rascals in D.C. just swindle your money away. So I do encourage our viewers to reach out while you have a chance. All you do is text Trump to 989898. Super easy. they'll get the information over to you so someone can make their best judgment there. But Philip Patrick, always a pleasure joining us here. You're a gift to this country. You're a gift to this programming to bring these types of straight facts to our viewers, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Thank you. Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group. All right, here's a live look here in Charleston, South Carolina. The crowd has gathered. They just started letting people through the magnetometers over there. I just saw Representative Nancy Mace walk her way through here. We'll get to all of that, and we're going to start with, there's a pre-show starting at 5:30 here local time. President Trump talks at 7. Joining now is Lauren. You're from South Carolina. What city?
I'm actually from Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, Boston. All right.
I've been living here for 6 years, and I was part of the first Make America Great rally in Boston when I had Antifa yelling at us.
So that was one of the original T-shirts?
The original, yes.
That's awesome. So what is it about President Trump that you've gone to love and support over these years?
I just love him. I mean, he's for real. He's not a politician. He truly cares about us. And I'm a woman for Trump. I love President Trump, and I wish him a happy Valentine's Day from this woman that loves him.
There you go. What would you like to see him do on the first day back in office?
First of all, deport all the illegals. My daughter-in-law comes from the Philippines. She came here legally. We paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars for her to come, and it took us 4 years to bring her daughter over here. And we paid a lot of money. I don't think it's right that these people come in illegally when people come in the right way. Number one. And number two, the crime. Number three, build the wall. Number four, the economy. I'm a retiree. I had to go back to work because I can't afford to buy food.
The rent and food, gas, utilities are so high.
Exactly. So I know he's going to do a good job, just like he did when he was 45. And this is Denise. She's been...
I'm definitely all for Trump. Definitely, absolutely. I think that we need a really good leader who's going to improve the standard of living is terrible. The violence, crime. I'm married to a Paraguayan. Close that border and deport people who are illegal. This is not okay. It really is scary. My husband and I had to go through the immigration process, and we did it the right way, and to get his citizenship. And this is just not fair. There's so many issues right now.
I was in Las Vegas last week, and there was a gentleman that represents a Latino community. Even Latinos that came to this country illegally are angry at what's happening.
Absolutely. He came here for a better standard of living. He came here for opportunities, and he works hard, very, very hard. And we had to spend a lot of time and money to get his, legal citizenship.
We love you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's come through here. See if we can get to the front row over here. We'll talk to these gentlemen right here. Hey, I'm going to another front row Joe's here. Real quickly, what number rally is this for you?
40.
4.
And I
remember your first rally.
My first one would be oh my goodness, Minden, Tahoe.
That was great. What number is this for you guys? You look very beautiful, by the way. You guys are
about 73.
73, yeah.
What is it about President Trump that you absolutely love so much, and what would you want him to do on the first day in office?
He have to, protect the border and stop the fight, in the Ukraine.
We understand about the border because we come in here for legal. Please, that's why border first.
Shut the border down. Shut the border down.
Low gas prices, America first. Shut down the borders.
Reform our health care. No more health care, exactly. You have to do what? Only two genders. Trump.
Here we go.
We love right-side broadcasting. You guys are number one.
It's safe to assume, President Trump, that they are wanting you here in South Carolina without a doubt. Well, I appreciate it.
The best network.
Mike, get up here. We talked to Mike a little bit earlier. So anyway, I want you guys to give a special Valentine's Day message to President Trump and the First Lady. I'll start with you.
Trump, you're everybody's Valentine today.
Mr. Trump and Melania, I want you to know that I pray for you every day. I raise my hands up and glorify the Lord for you. We want to wish you a happy Valentine's Day, and we love you.
I just want to say, President Trump and Melania, we love you.
My Valentine's Day for Trump and my white hair. So Trump.
We love Trump. We for Trump, Valentine, and Melania. We love you.
It's great. Special Valentine's Day message for the president. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good, good. What brings you here today?
I've come here to support Trump all the way.
All the way.
Yes.
Listen, Well, by the way that sounds, I think South Carolina, well, they want President Trump. There you go. You know, the latest polls had it at a 45-point lead for President Trump. I think, listen to that. Makes you pretty fired up, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's exciting.
45-point lead President Trump has over Nikki Haley. It could be a lot more than that.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's a big show of support here.
Why are you here today?
Well, I'm volunteering actually to try to help our president get reelected and take back what was stolen from him.
What is it like in this state? Do you see any support for Haley? I was asking some people earlier if they see yard signs, stickers. They can't seem to find anything.
They seem to fill up my mailbox, but other than that, nope, I don't see a whole lot.
A lot of mailers, right? It's falling on deaf ears.
Spend a lot of money somewhere.
That's great. Well, we're glad. What would you want to see President Trump do on the first day in office?
I'd like to see him seal up the border and reverse all the bad stuff that Biden's doing.
Let's get rid of it all. Reverse it. Good. Thank you, guys. Happy Valentine's Day to you guys.
Valentine's Day.
What brings you here today?
We're here from Bluffton, South Carolina. My daughter, she gets to vote this year. She's super excited. Come on in.
First-time voters, pretty exciting, right?
No, I'm so excited.
I remember my first time I voted. It was not for anyone remotely charismatic and great as President Trump.
Absolutely. 100%. He's the guy. We need him back. We're so excited.
What would you want him to do on his first day in office?
Immigration. Shut the border down.
It's the number one issue with the,
Number one. Absolutely. We have to.
What do you think about the impeachment on Mayorkas by the House yesterday? Good gesture.
Awesome. Yes, absolutely.
We can just get the Senate now to follow through on that.
Exactly. We need more Trump in office. We need fighters.
Do you know anyone that's voting for Nikki Haley? Anyone?
No.
I think it's amazing how, they say that she's polling at 22%. I think that's probably high.
She continues to make goofs on the campaign trail. Last night she said, "I'm not loyal to anybody." It says it all.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, we appreciate it. One more final thing. Special Valentine's Day message to President and the First Lady Melania. You want to give a message to him?
You do it. Thank you for being here. I mean, Melania, thank you for having him come out today. This is awesome. It's going to be a great evening.
Hopefully we see her. It would be great to see her.
I love that.
I'm hoping that's a surprise we have for her. All right. We either skip a school or you're homeschool or you're so smart you don't need school.
We're skipping school.
We're skipping school. I would skip school too. How about the same thing?
I'm skipping school.
Skipping school. Why not skip school? I would do that if Trump came to my hometown. Okay, why are you here?
We're supporting Trump. We love him. We want him to win in November.
What is it about him and his policies that makes him so strong?
Gosh, we didn't have any war. The economy was great. Our border was secure. We felt safe. He was just willing to go the extra mile.
These your kids? Yes. And also his willingness to protect our kids.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes. All around. Good guy. We're ready for him to be president again.
First rally?
First rally.
You guys are going to have one heck of a absentee excuse notice when you turn in tomorrow. Are you excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Excited?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's awesome. For Valentine's Day, this is what you get. You get a Trump rally. How can you top that? I'm having a dinner at Applebee's probably later. I don't know how I can benefit that. Thank you so much. I like your jacket. You guys look exciting. Thank you so much. I forgot to ask you guys, what is the policies for you? What's the number one thing you want him to do on day one?
Close the border. Close the border.
Everyone says close the border. Who wants President Trump to close the border? Makes a noise. Who wants Alejandro Mayorkas out at Homeland Secretary? Yep. So, out. We don't need to go to the Senate. We just made a decision right here. That's what needs to happen. I'm glad that last night Congress got together and they voted to impeach Mayorkas, but we got to get the Senate now to do it, and that might be a little harder to do.
I hope they do it, man. I'll tell you, this has been the biggest epic disaster the last couple years.
We appreciate you coming out. I love your sweater, by the way. I do. Make America hot again. It's Valentine's Day. Look out. Look out. One more question. Who wants to impeach Joe Biden? Okay. That is the next thing on the agenda, is to impeach Joe Biden. Okay, I'm back to your wonderful jacket all of a sudden. Why are you here?
I'm here to support President Trump. I'm a big fan, have been since 2015. And yes.
Yeah. What's been one of the greatest things he's done for your life as far as policy-wise? What affected you the most?
Honestly, it's his love for our country and being proud to be an American. When he was our leader, he made sure that we got to feel that pride and embrace it instead of being ashamed of it, that so many people are telling us that we can't love our country. And so for me, it's loving our country.
Isn't it amazing that it seems like the Democrats can't find it in them to like wear an American flag or put one up on the front of their home or anywhere? It's like they're the anti-American party in a way. And I don't want to broadly paint everyone like that, because I know that's not true, but it seems like it.
It is true. I've been in politics a long, long time. I'm 75. And I can tell you, I started out more liberal, like a lot of young people, and I can tell you this has been going on for decades. This is not new. For many years, they would not do the national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance or pray at their meetings, because I went to them. And I'm telling you, this is not new. This has been building, and they're coming out and they're showing who they are, and good for them. Let them do it. Because
let them do it. I think it works in our advantage to be this anti-American party that they have. And that goes with everything. Fiscal policy, the border policy, getting us involved in every foreign war around the world. I know there's 3 aid packages: Israel, Ukraine, and there's another one down in the Far East, Taiwan. I'm a little extreme on that. I don't like the foreign aid that we give around the world. I don't think we have the money, quite honestly. I think we need to back out of it. I like President Trump said, let's make it a loan where you actually pay it back, not just keep a conveyor belt of money going out the back door.
Well, there's no accountability to it when we're just giving it away, and I think we're all starting to wondering what happens to it.
I want to say one thing. We love RSBN. Yes.
It is Valentine's Day. I can give you a hug on that. There we go. She loves Right Side. I would appreciate that very much. Any special message for President Trump for Valentine's Day?
Thank you. Thank you for putting up with everything that you do for us. Your love for the people shows. We appreciate it, and just can't thank you enough for what you go through for this country.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I feel like I have a good pulse on what the American people want, and they want the border closed. They want to impeach Joe Biden, and they also want to impeach Mayorkas for the failures at the border. Hey, we're going to talk to a lot more people. Before we do that, I want to talk about this special Trump bobblehead. Now, this is probably one of the funnest things that we sell on this network and bring to you. This bobblehead makes a great gift for anyone in your family. You can put it in your home, your office. I've even seen it on Trump Force One up in the cockpit there on the plane. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen. It is durable, it is made to last, and it's a great way of expressing your love for the president through this Trump bobblehead. Go check it out. Buy one, buy two, buy three. Don't forget to put RSBN at checkout for a special offer on that. The Trump bobblehead. Now, typically when we do this, especially on a rally day like today, it's probably going to sell out. So I would jump on this right now and take advantage of the special. The information for that is on your screen, the Trump bobblehead. All right, so come on down. We're having a good time today, aren't we? Yeah, we are. All right, here we go. All right, what brings you out here?
So my wife and I have been dedicated to this forever. We've been doing this in South Carolina since 2010. So we understand the politics here really well. And President Trump is one of the few leaders, I've been in the military for a long time, and he's one of those leaders that are very inspiring. So one of the beauties of what he's done is he's reinvigorated here in South Carolina that belief and tradition of our state, of how much we love our country and our state. And people, if you can see, he's re-engendered civic duty. People are starting to get involved. I ran for office many times, and I would be basic questions that people didn't understand. But because of the efforts of President Trump, they understand more now about things like closed primaries, about the process of how these things can be contained, how the actual whole process is captured by people other than the people. So the beauty of what's happened is he's re-engaged the American people in their own governance. And what's important for people to remember is, yes, it's an amazing man, and we all love him. But the reason that he's standing there is because of us, right? And I never want what you're going to see, the establishment politicians who said in this state that they hated him for years and years, they're going to start coming back, right? And the first thing they'll do after the primary is they'll muscle out the people because they got it now.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. We saw exactly what that looks like when Ken Buck and Mike Gallagher and they went against voting for Mayorkas, and they had their constituents in their district reach out to them by the tens of thousands. Mike Gallagher's no longer going to run for re-election. Ken Buck have already said he's not going to run. So to your point, you're right. But we need to put pressure on our elected officials to do what the base wants. Or guess what we do? We vote their butt out of office.
Remember, though, in this state, we have an open primary. Remember that it is not unheard of for them to cross the line to get DNC to vote in our primary.
Do you think the 22% support that Haley has, and that's the latest one this morning, is that a real support, or is that a little bit of some Democrats, just some anti-Trumper votes?
If you live here in South Carolina, you absolutely understand that many of the politicians that we have in place are because of the open primary system. There were precincts in the last Democratic their primary, some precincts that had as little as 2 votes. Why would that be?
Yeah, why would that be?
Because they're going to vote for Haley.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We all know.
And they're saying they're going to vote for Haley. They're open.
What would you like for President Trump to do on day one of his next administration?
I want election. Paper ballots, one-day vote, paper, the registration book, and hand count. That's what I want, and that's why I'm here.
I was going to say, how confident are you in that election process here in South Carolina?
Not confident at all, and we have all the facts that it's not good, but everybody's closing their eyes on it. So it's on us people, and thank you, President Trump, by being here and represent us, because nobody else represents people like President Trump.
You got a heck of a governor here, though, right?
We do.
Yeah, right? I think he's speaking here a little bit later before President Trump. You've got, Lindsey Graham, but they usually get, when we were picking South Carolina, he got literally booed off the stage. And then Trump kind of says, he fights for me on certain levels. So you've got,
from a military background, I know how to follow orders, right? So there is I understand the Graham thing may have more information than we understand for now. But South Carolina has to take care of South Carolina. So we may have to make some different moves. I mean, just to be fair, I'm primarying Lindsey Graham. So I have to be fair and tell you that.
There's probably a lot of people at home that support that. I can tell you that right now, because a lot of people don't like it.
It's not about, anybody being anything. It's just about a different point of view. And what you're seeing is that neoconservative view where we dominated the world. That's kind of...
But don't you think competition is healthy?
It does.
He shouldn't have to face a primary.
The problem is that when they tell regular people, we have to have $10 million, $20 million, or don't even try, they're basically telling all these people, don't run for office.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not, the consultants come in and you have to have this, and this.
Do you think that's the reason why Haley's still in this? The consultants, they see an opportunity. They're still making money. I mean, she's a business at this point.
Right, it is.
I mean, she's been in business for a long time.
Well, I mean, also what they're trying to do is their concentration is for SC01, right? They want this district. So they're all out for U.S. District 1 so they can get the 3 delegates. If they get the 3 delegates, they can justify continuing on the campaign, hoping that he gets convicted. That is their strategy.
That's their strategy. It's the only thing I can realize that she's still staying in this race. There you go. Well, happy Valentine's Day to you guys. Can't think of what's a great place to have Valentine's Day. I tell you what, you can also show your love. Who likes Mike Lindell? Come on, Mike Lindell's a great patriot. Love Mike Lindell. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN and take advantage right now of some great Valentine's Day specials. I spoke with Mike Lindell just a few nights ago at an event, and he said, look, Brian, we've got a ton of stuff on sale. We're trying to push out a lot of our inventory. He is faced with some vendor processing problems. He is being canceled, or at least attempt to be canceled. So go support Mike Lindell over at mypillow.com/RSBN. Do not forget to put in that very special promo code RSBN at checkout to get your discount. Go get the Giza sheets. Go get the dog bed. Go get the famous pillows. Go get the 2.0s as well. Go get the slippers. The slippers are great. Go check it out. mypillow.com/RSBN. mypillow.com. All right, let's see if we can't maybe make our way back. We'll go back to the very end of the line. We're going to see who's in the very far back as we are live here in Charleston, South Carolina. Doors open up here shortly. Let me get a quick check of the time. We're 4 minutes before the top of the hour. There you go. 4 minutes before the top of the hour, and then we'll toss the commercial break here at around 4 o'clock. And then we'll make our way inside. There we go. Women for Trump. High five on that. There you go. Thank you. Okay, if you remember when we first went on the air, I love it. When we were first on the air, this crowd wasn't here. So just in the last 45 minutes or so, this line has formed, and now we have a sizable line coming out here. How we doing? Good. Happy Valentine's Day to you guys. Hey, we're here at a Trump rally. What can get better than that, right?
Exactly. Can't get better than that.
First time you've seen a rally?
Yes, it's actually my first time seeing Trump, yeah. And I'm so excited.
I know. What a great time to come out here. What is the thing you love about President Trump the most?
Many things. Everything is the fact that he put the American people first, and I can speak for the legal immigrant people, and I'm so appreciative of how he support,
So you immigrated here legally?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
What's your thoughts on everyone coming over here illegally and even getting cell phones, credit cards, hotel benefits, you name it, they get it all, and they did it the wrong way, you did it the right way?
Exactly. I did the right way, and let me tell you, it took me 2 or 3 years to prepare all those documentation in order for me to be in here, right? And now Biden hand them out with all this money, cell phone, everything. I mean, man, I work hard to be in here, and I also work hard till this day, paying my tax, doing everything right to live here, and that's why I support President Trump so much, and so appreciative of what he do for us as a legal immigrant.
Such a powerful message here. For someone who did it the right way. And there are millions of people just like you that are fed up with what's going on at the border. And we support the immigration, legal immigration. We certainly. So how did it feel to do it the right way? And you're here, you can vote, obviously, in this election.
Exactly. Yes, sir. It feels great. I mean, I'm excited for this election coming. But I just hope that is. I just hope that everything is coming out right for the election because I lost faith. Yeah.
A lot of times we do lose faith.
Yeah, we did it. We did it the right way, and then this COVID coming in, and I totally lost faith. Yeah.
God bless you guys. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Thank you for what you've done. It's very inspirational to our country. All right, so we're going to get ready to toss to a commercial. We'll give you one last look at what it looks like out here. The line, not only does it kind of cattle back and forth, but then it goes out outside of the parking area. And I would imagine, given another hour or so, that will be definitely looped out in the parking lot. We're going to toss to a quick commercial timeout. When we come back, we are live inside the arena here in Charleston, South Carolina. President Trump scheduled to speak at 7 p.m. tonight. Program starts at 5:30. Give us a few. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com. Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, we are back out here, still live outside here of the arena. There's a little bit of a delay getting our camera equipment inside to bring you coverage from inside. So we're going to stay out here and talk to some of these great people. Before we do that, I want to talk about the wellness company, this Contagion Kit. Now, 2020 was crazy. When we had the whole COVID, the whole worldwide pandemic, this global pandemic that had so much uncertainty, and we had health professionals telling us what to do, and we had certain health professors telling us what not to do. Well, this is not going to be the case going forward. So you have the power in your hand to take care of any emergency that comes up. This Contagion emergency kit from the wellness company can do just that. Now I'm going to go off some of the things that it contains in here. It has a ivermectin. It's got 19 other respiratory, it can treat 19 other respiratory issues as well in this ivermectin. It's got a Z-Pack. It's got some other things in here that can help you battle anything that comes your way. So you don't have to worry about waiting for what the experts want you to do. You can do what Dr. Peter McAuliffe and his team of doctors have put together to help you fight any potential pandemic, any outbreak that happens. The way you get this, this website's great. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com, promo code RSBN at checkout to get 15% off your order. I'm telling you right now, this is one of those things that you need to take seriously. And like I said, don't work for the experts to tell you what to do. They have told you what you need to fight whatever you get. Go check it out, this emergency contagion kit. All right, we are going to walk down here a little bit. We got a long line here as people get ready to come in here. Now, when we did a preset earlier today, we walked in this arena, and it's a sizable convention center inside. I thought to myself, wow, what a great day to be here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we love you watching.
Thank you. Where are you guys from?
Philly.
Philly originally, yeah, but we live in Somerville now.
Down here now. What is it about President Trump that you guys just love so much?
The fact that he's an American, he actually cares about American citizens.
Yeah, puts America first, right?
Absolutely, and he, the fact that he's not senile and an old man that can't do.
Would be another good thing. Not senile.
He knows what day of the week it is, right?
He does.
Yes, no dementia. The guy knows what to do, how to do it, and he gets it done.
Yeah. What would you want to see him do on the first day?
First day, border.
You know, just a side note, every single person we've talked to today, I mean, every person, that's what they say, the border.
It needs to be number one priority. The border needs to stop. I mean, we're talking about, millions of illegals. And that's not saying migrants. This is illegal immigration.
Aside from the borders, also, the other thing is that we have not only, millions of regular citizens that are homeless, but our vets are still sleeping on the ground while you're putting these people up in hotels and stuff. And I have nothing against people coming here legally, but when you're coming here and you're paying $500 a night in the Manhattan Hotel and stuff like that, it's like you got friends that I've served with in the Marine Corps are sleeping in the streets. So
$65,000 a day. We're still worried about Ukraine, which is what? How many dollars a second?
We spend $223 million a day is what we spend.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't.
That's a little bit insane.
Yeah.
Why?
No, it is. And we need to cut that funding off immediately.
Absolutely. 100% cut off.
Funding, and we got to protect our own borders first. Take care of our problems here, and then we can take care of everyone else.
We can be generous with our funds as long as we take care of us first.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then we can take care of other people. I mean, I don't have any problems with taking care of other countries. I don't. But if it takes us losing everything, then it's not worth it. Because even the greatest countries fall. The greatest people have Rome, for example.
They're calling us.
When you get too big for your britches, you stretch yourself too thin, you lose.
Let me ask you a question. The latest poll has President Trump over Haley plus 45 points. Plus 45. I mean, and I think it's probably much higher than that. What are you seeing out there in this area? Do you see is 22% for Haley realistic, or is that inflated?
I would think it's inflated. Yeah, I don't think she has any vote.
Talk to any actual person that lives in Somerville or North Charleston or anywhere else. They say, "Who are you voting for?" Trump. It's an easy. It's an easy question. Like, how did you live when Trump was in compared to how you're living now? Prices were down. The borders were up. We weren't losing soldiers and Marines like we are now. We weren't, and not to mention the people that were injured.
We did lose.
Hang on. This is like a great podcast here. I got two good friends. No, I love it. I actually love it. This is great television right here. Yeah, the Bob and Sean Show live right here. Yeah, starting on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Check your local.
We did lose soldiers. What would Trump do? We would do. I mean, we would bomb.
You say, "Look,
living.
I got my finger on the button. I'm gonna push my button, and look, they're gonna die."
Died like a dog.
That's what Americans want to hear.
That's what happened.
When he hears that 3 soldiers were killed, what did he do? We're gonna hit them when we want with our time. Well, sorry, that was Trump, but
that's not.
President Trump likes to say that we never lost a soldier on his watch for an entire year.
He showed actually a picture of his house.
Yeah, he said, "This is your house.
This is what happened."
And he said, "Why do you send me a picture of my house?" He's like, "Well, you'll find out.
I'll let you figure that out." I love it.
All right. When can we expect the show to launch? This is great.
Next Wednesday. We're going to start the next Wednesday.
Is that what we're doing? Do that.
You just did that right.
The Bobbins.
Wednesday on YouTube.
There you go. We're going to do that. Thank you so much for your time, man. Thank you. Yeah, nice. Oh, that's great. That was just fun. I appreciate it, guy. How you doing? You got to stand next to these great guys over here. How you doing? Good. What brings you here today?
Just ready to see Donald Trump. You know, this is my third time seeing him, and you know, I've just moved down from Baltimore, and you know, I figure see him in my hometown of Charleston.
Lord, Baltimore.
Yeah.
It's probably a nice little change to be here, though. Right?
It is. You know, a lot less.
No disrespect to anybody who lives in Baltimore.
A lot less crime down here. So, but I just look forward to seeing him, and you know, he needs to come back because you know we've lost a lot of respect in this world, and we need to have that respect back. You know, we can't be the world leader if we don't have that respect for our country.
He certainly demands that when he goes around. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, just to note the studio, we're going to hold out here for a little bit, do a little bit more interviews out here, then we'll toss you some packages and transition inside. So just to let you guys, we'll stay out here for a little bit. How we doing? Good. First time Trump rally?
Yeah, first time.
It's Valentine's Day. You're here. Are you just in love with the president? That's why you're here. You're in love with this country?
I left my husband for Donald Trump. Yeah. It's Valentine's Day.
Is he at work right now?
He is at home with our daughter.
Oh, that's nice. You have a good man right now. All right. So, what do you love about President Trump the most?
His dedication and his courage, and he doesn't give a crap. He says whatever is on his mind, and I love that.
In the best interest of America, of course.
Yes, of course.
How about you?
I like where he comes from. I like a businessman running the country who controls part of the economics of this country. And yeah, he doesn't really care about what everyone else says. He does what he wants. And he likes the military. He favors the military. My husband is a veteran, so yeah.
Tell your husband if he's watching us, thank you for your service. And we'll give you a chance to give him a special Valentine's Day message before we leave. But one last question. What would you want him to do on day one when he gets back in office?
Oh gosh, that's so hard to decide what he should do on day one. But I will say that especially for our generation, something needs to be fixed with the economy. We're struggling. This generation is definitely struggling. So I would hope that he would turn things around in that aspect.
And even when you look at interest rates, people cannot afford to buy a home now. It costs you almost double to finance it than it did back in the Trump administration. So the American dream, buying a home, is a lot tougher now. What would you like to see him do on day one?
Day one. Yeah.
A lot of people have said about the border. They want to see immigration, the border.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just in New York City. It is.
Oh, what is it like?
It was. I was shocked.
Everything we've seen, we've heard about.
Absolutely. You see lines in front of hotels and lines all over the streets. You see people with bags, kids, families. That would be something that needs to change, especially, that needs to change.
Yeah. All right, your husband's at home with the daughter. You have a chance to deliver a message.
I wish you were here, Gage. Happy Valentine's Day, Gage and Athena. I love you guys.
There you go. Special Valentine's Day message. Thank you so much. I like your hat. Drain the swamp. It's what we need to do. Yes, we do. I think a lot of people would agree with you. Take a look at this line right now. Just in the last 20 minutes, it is now dog leg to the right and has gone down. Amazing. Just what's happening right now. A lot of people, I would imagine, are cutting out of work. Maybe perhaps a little early on that and making their way down here. It is 4:13. We're going to keep walking down here and talking, and we'll eventually make it inside. Now, I will say this. The program inside starts at 5:30. You got speakers. You got the governor. You got Nancy Mace. You got Tim Scott. So they're going to be there speaking, and we'll have all that for you. But until then, we're just going to hang out with these great people down here. Welcome. Okay. Are you skipping school or are you homeschool? One or the other?
I'm skipping school.
Yes! I am all for kids skipping school. Love it. I would be skipping all kinds of school if I was you. First rally?
Yes.
Yeah. How's it feel to bring her out here and have her with you?
It was great. Yeah. She wanted to come. Yeah.
Of course she wanted to come. What has been one of the most disastrous things under the Biden administration that has affected you the most?
The border.
The border.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's like we're open territory for anybody and everybody. Like China sending us people, that's unusual.
Chinese immigrants coming across the border at the highest numbers we've seen ever should really alarm everyone. And today there was a national security alert that came out where they urged members of Congress to go to the security skiff to read the special details on this national security risk. I'll get into that a little bit later in the show, but we are more vulnerable right now for a terrorist attack than we have been in years, because we have no idea who is in our country.
Amen.
Nobody. We don't know.
They just let them in. They come across with fake IDs. The whole border on the other side is littered with fake IDs. Why do you drop your ID if you're coming across the border? Right. Why would you do that?
Why are single Chinese men coming in the thousands? China knows they're coming. They don't get out of there without their permission. Why are they sending them here?
And, of course, if you go through TSA pre-check at an airport, you and I have got to show our ID at TSA pre-check or we're not getting across. But if you come over to this country, you could just walk right on through TSA pre-check. They have no idea.
She skipped school because this is more of an education than she'll get there today.
No, don't say that.
Well, she'll get more wisdom in an hour than what she would get in maybe a year.
Educational.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the Wild West right now. And it's scary. I'm glad that we don't live in those cities, and I feel sorry for the people that are having to deal with it.
I agree. I split my time between D.C. and Texas. And Texas, I feel obviously a lot better there than I do in D.C. with the crime that's around the Capitol there. Well, thank you so much. And you're going to have one heck of a story to tell your friends when you go back to school tomorrow.
Yeah, right. I can't wait to tell them.
You have any special message, Valentine's Day message for President Trump and First Lady Melania? I'm sure they could be watching right now.
I love Donald Trump so much, and I want him to know that he is my favorite president.
A great Valentine's Day message. God bless you guys both. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. All right, we're out here. That's a great message, by the way. You know, we've been asking people to kind of give their Valentine's Day message to President Trump and First Lady Melania, and that's just a beautiful message. And really, their message is their love of country right now. I mean, that's why they're here, is they love this country, and they love President Trump. And, of course, President Trump scheduling a Valentine's Day rally is, well, it says a lot about his heart right now. It's definitely in the right place. How are we doing? Good. I'm all right. I'm out here today, South Carolina. Good to be here.
Yes, it is.
On Valentine's Day. Let's talk about South Carolina. Very much Trump country, right?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Yeah, they had the latest poll has Trump up 45 points in this state. That's a sizable lead. Should Haley just, after the primary on the 24th, just say, I'm done and I'm going to get, yep.
In my opinion, Trump was the nominee the day he decided to run, and no one else should have stepped up because they don't have a chance.
They don't have a chance. After the 2020 election, there were 39 rallies. Post-2020 election, I was there for every single one of them. People said, wait a minute, he is our presumptive nominee going forward in 24. No one else has a chance at all. And we saw exactly what happens if you try to step in front of the America First agenda, is political suicide. So he is your nominee going forward. Now, what is it about President Trump that his policies that you just thought were the best?
Well, he puts America first and the common man first. We're taxed to death in this country. We're supporting the borders of other countries and war efforts there, and we're not stopping the border closing here, and that's where our major issues are.
Do you think people that are being agnostic to politics for the first time ever, they're seeing what's going on in this world, and they're saying, wait a minute, maybe this President Trump guy that I didn't think much about, maybe life was better when he was in office?
Well, you can look at Chicago, for one. The people there, they're tired of Democrat policies. Their whole city is being overrun by immigrants that aren't supposed to be here, and that's changing their minds. So that's happening nationwide, in my opinion.
Well, happy Valentine's Day to you guys out here. Thank you very much. Yeah, dude. Now you said something like she should drop out, right?
Yes.
Like as of 2 days ago, probably, or maybe.
As of 2 months ago.
What does it mean to you to have President Trump here on Valentine's Day? I mean, he loves South Carolina, loves this country.
I love it. I said happy Valentine's Day to me.
Yeah, I say so. So I said this earlier. You're either skipping school or you're homeschool.
Well, I left school early.
Okay. Oh, even better. You got a little bit of half day in there. And your circle of friends at school, Trump supporters? Or maybe are they politically active at all?
Some of them.
Okay.
And,
Where do you win? Right?
8th.
Okay. Maybe that was a little bit too. I think I was still riding skateboards in 8th grade. I wasn't really involved in politics.
We've definitely had political conversations.
Really?
Sometimes, yeah.
That's kind of interesting. Do you remember having conversations in school in the 8th grade? No. We weren't talking about that at all. We were talking about history, not anything that's like a modern presidential history. I know obviously you're too young to vote, but what is it that you like about President Trump? I mean, his policies, the way his mannerisms, the way he conducts himself, his leadership skills. What is it?
I like that he's honest.
He's honest. Yeah. Straightforward. Says how it feels, right? Yeah. Obviously, as a parent, right, son? Okay. How important is it to you that when it comes to school choice and parental choice on schools and parental rights, that's huge as a parent?
Of course.
Yeah. The left is constantly trying to indoctrinate your child.
Yes, our country is in shambles right now. We got to get Trump back in office.
Got to get him back in office. So this 22 point. Nikki Haley having 22 points is kind of misleading because I think a lot of her support is really Democrats that just hate Trump or other Republicans that just hate Trump. They're not pure Nikki Haley supporters. Would you agree with that? I mean, you drive around, do you see Nikki Haley signs, yard signs? You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, hopefully that 45-point lead goes into the primary and he can go into which I'm presumptive win. He's going to win.
Let's go Trump.
Let's go Trump. I'll leave it at that. Let's go Trump. I love your hats. Looking good today. Looking good today. Now the line has, this is kind of interesting, Will. It's kind of curved. Now it's going straight down there. So it is amazing as we get kind of later in the afternoon, and we're sitting at 4:21 right now, that you're seeing people really show up. And that's a great example. The kid that we just spoke to got out of school early and to make his way down here, which is kind of cool. Anyway, how you doing? Oh, watching us live? Great. All right, let's talk about why you're here.
I'm here to support Donald Trump. Yeah.
What is it about the president you love so much?
Oh, my goodness. Where do I begin? I think anywhere from the security of our country to the economy, more money in our pockets, which is always really good. But also, he just keeps it real. He says it how it is.
Just the quality of life was better.
Way better.
What about that border?
Oh, we need to close the border.
Close it.
We need to close the
That
border.
has been the number one answer I've gotten today. When you ask the people, what's the policy? Or I should say, the question was, what would you want him to do on day one? And they all say, close the border.
Yeah, definitely close the border. And then all this other foreign stuff going on right now, we can worry about that after we worry about our country.
I had dinner with Holman a couple of nights ago, and I said, what are you going to do on day one of a Trump administration? He says, we're going to see the largest mass deportation we've ever seen in the history of this country. Now, it's going to cost a little bit of money, so all those fiscal conservative Republicans out there need to loosen up a little bit. It's going to take some money to get these people out of here, but we got to do it.
That's right. I 100% agree.
Yeah. Nice shirt, by the way. Hey, nice Trump, New York. Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
I've been watching you guys for a while here. Fantastic.
Hey, thanks. It gives us a chance to talk about our app real quick. He was watching us, I believe, on the app. So go to your Google, your Apple store, and download the Right Side app. It's absolutely free. You'll see some special offers in there as well. So download it. It's a great way to not only watch the rally, but you'll get some nice articles as well. Some past rallies are on there, past speeches are on there. So go check it out. That's what he was watching us on just now. All right, so let's do a little check here. It is 4:23. I'll tell you what we'll do. At the bottom of the hour, we will go ahead and toss to a couple an interview I had with Philip over at the Birch Gold Group. And we'll also we'll show President Trump made some remarks at Mar-a-Lago last week about the 14th Amendment, the case out of Colorado that went to the Supreme Court. We'll get his thoughts on that at the bottom of the hour as well. Okay, let's go ahead and walk this way. We'll see if we can split over here and see this picture. How we doing? Good. We're live on the air. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody, by the way. It's great. I couldn't think of a better place to be in South Carolina than with President Trump. First rally for you guys, or?
Yes.
A lot of first-time rally people here today, which is interesting because I know he's been to this part of the country several times. What is it about President Trump that just made you want to come out on the Valentine's Day and go see him?
The love that I have.
He speaks the truth. He speaks everything straightforward with everybody.
For our country.
Pure love he has for the country.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could tell he loves America, and he's going to do anything he can to help everybody who lives here. So you gotta pray that everything is taken care of, and he wins this election, and he takes care of everybody in the USA.
I was asking people what their number one priority for him. They said the border, secure the border. Would that resonate with you, or is there anything else?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Definitely out of control.
Yeah, a lot of immigrants have crossed already that we need to worry about.
It's easier to get into America right now than it is to fly to New York.
Yeah. It's amazing. I would love to see people right now go try to migrate to Australia, because I know exactly what that looks like. You'll go to the office. They'll say, okay, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm a carpenter. One, that's a bad example. I'm a marketing expert. They'll look at the computer and they'll go, you know what? We've got plenty of marketing people right now. Come back and see us. It's merit-based. So if you're a doctor, if you're in construction, if you got some type of craft, some kind of skill, you'll get in these countries. But if you just come for economic asylum just because you want a better life, won't work. It won't work. But we need to get our immigration under control big time. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I love your throw right here. It's nice, keep it nice and warm out here.
When it's over with.
Yeah, I was giving a weather update. We're probably clear skies, high in the upper 50s, low 60s, especially underneath this parking garage. It gets a little bit chilly out here. The coldest rally I've been to, actually, one of them was actually in Florence, South Carolina.
Really?
Yes, I would have never guessed it as well. Why are you here today?
I want to support Trump. I supported him 4 years ago, and I wanted to make sure that everyone would get out and vote for him. He's done a lot for our country before when he was grand, and I want to make sure he comes back and gets our borders straightened out and get back into the oil and fix the economy back up.
Yeah, we get gas prices where they need to be, because oddly enough, we are producing a lot of oil. And the amount of oil that we're still producing, these gas prices as high as they are, it doesn't add up. So it does kind of scare me about what would happen if our petroleum reserves dropped even more.
I don't think so. We have so much oil here. We got what we call liquid gold here. So that's right.
Any special Valentine's Day message for the president as he's watching us right now on his way to South Carolina?
Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you for coming to North Charleston.
There you go. Thank you for being there. Nice. Hope you stay nice and warm. We'll get to some more interviews, but first, there's a great book that you will not find anywhere, well, unless someone bought it and put it in your school. Your teachers aren't going to teach you, your kids rather, the accomplishments of President Trump, nor will they learn about the good things he has done for this country on the University of TikTok or the College of Instagram. They will not learn those accomplishments, but they'll learn them, and they'll read all about them in this great Trump book. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com. There is a small shipping and handling fee for that book, but what a great way to show all the illustrations of what he has done for this country, especially on Valentine's Day. What a great gift to give somebody. The information for that is currently on your screen. Go check it out. FreeTrumpBook.com. You'll pay a slight shipping and handling fee. It will lay out, what a great illustration. Give it to your school, your library, perhaps if you're a grandparent, keep it in the house when your kids come over. You guys can do that together. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com. Check it out today. Big flag. You obviously, I don't know if you can see a shot of that. It's kind of nice. You always see, actually, there's got quite a few of them over there. That's one of the ways, like when we walked out of the hotel that we're staying at, which is attached to this particular venue. At first, I said, I'm not sure where to go. I'm not sure where the entrance is. And then lo and behold, you see these massive flags that are always out at these rallies. You go, that's exactly where I need to go. Ultra MAGA. Remember when Joe Biden called us the Ultra MAGA and they made fun of us?
That's the day I bought my shirt.
That's the day you bought the shirt. That's great. Why are you here?
I'm here to show support for someone that I hope will save this country. I know he can do it.
You got the policies to do it, right?
He's got the policy, he's got the kahunas, he's got the will, he's got a love for this country. I know he does, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too. He's leading in the polls. No surprise to you, right, here in South Carolina?
That's right. That's correct. I'm from around Bamberg. That's where Nikki Haley's from.
Okay, well, let me ask you, if you're from that area, do you see any sizable support for her, even around that area?
You know, I really haven't talked to so many people about it. We all kind of just stay in our lane. You know, I have to get along with everybody, and everybody has a free choice to choose who they want. I think she's a great person. Personally, I have to go for Trump because he's going to get it done.
There you go. Special Valentine's Day message for President Trump if he's watching this right now, and for Melania Trump as well.
Well, we support you. We want you to stand firm in what you're doing. Go to God first. You'll make it all the way.
There you go. Thank you so much for your time. Have a safe trip driving back to South Carolina, or from where she's from. Well, so as you can see, how are we doing? Good, good. How are you doing? Good. Having fun? Having fun today? You're at Valentine's Day? Incognito.
Very romantic way to spend Valentine's Day. Very romantic.
I said that the first time I got here. Nothing says I love you more than going to a Trump rally.
That's right.
Nothing's great. It's wonderful.
It's a cheap night out. It's a cheap night out.
It is a very inexpensive night out. That's true.
Where are you guys from?
We're with the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live on the air right now, and we cover all the Trump rallies. We're pretty much the leading source and all that, and we like to get out and talk to people and ask them what they're... Okay, real quick before I let you go, because I don't want to bother you guys. What's the number one issue with you in terms of what Trump should do on day one when he gets in office?
Close the border.
I'm Latina, and I'm 100% for closing the border.
Close the border. 100%. We're immigrant families. I'm from Canada. My husband's from Hungary. We came here the right way, and that's the way you should come here. The right way.
In other words, it's very disturbing when people cross.
Everybody knows that. I mean, you don't have to say it too many times. I mean, how many times can you say it?
Yeah, it's disturbing.
It's just a slap in the face for my family that fought to be here legally, and then just other people get the same rights as we do.
I agree. No. Well, God bless you guys coming out here. Nice talking to you. Absolutely. All right, we're going to show this line here. We're going to toss, in a few minutes, we'll toss to a commercial break, and then we'll toss to an interview that President Trump did outside Mar-a-Lago right after the Supreme Court had their remarks to that, and then we'll go out to an interview with Birch Gold Group. So we're live here in Charleston. We're going to go ahead and go inside, get situated. We'll bring you the coverage from inside the building. Don't go anywhere. Here's the interview that we did a little bit earlier. Check it out.
The Supreme Court, it was a beautiful thing to watch in many respects. It's unfortunate that we have to go through a thing like that. I consider it to be more election interference by the Democrats. That's what they're doing. The good news is we're leading virtually every poll. We're leading I don't even know if we have anymore. I'm not sure that we even have a Republican candidate, somebody running, but not making any impact. So as you know, we won Iowa, we won New Hampshire in records, and each won a record. We think we're going to do very well. I'm heading out right now to Nevada for the caucus and the caucuses, and I think we're going to do very well there. All polls indicate we're in the 90s. Maybe more than the 90s. We certainly did well in a primary that didn't matter, where they voted very nicely. And we have tremendous support from the people of our country. They hate what's happening at the border. They hate what's happening just generally. We're not a respected country anymore. We're laughed at all over the world. They're laughing at us. And they hate what's happening. They hate seeing it. They love our country. They want it to come back. And we're going to do that. If you think about it, had the results of the election been different, that would be nice. You wouldn't have the Ukrainian situation with Russia. You would not have had an attack on Israel, which was so horrible. You would not have had inflation. You wouldn't have China talking about Taiwan. You wouldn't have any of the problems that we have today. And you certainly had a broke Iran, and now you have a very rich Iran. Iran was broke when I left. They had no money to give to Hamas. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. And now they have 200 billion. Plus, as you probably know, people don't like to admit it, they certainly control Iraq. And Iraq has another 300 billion. So you have a very rich group of countries. And as you know, Iraq should have never happened. That was a balance against Iran, and we blew out the balance, and now Iran has essentially Iraq. And Iraq doesn't like saying that, but that's the way it is, and it's a shame. The world is in tremendous danger. We're in danger of possibly a World War III, and we have a man who's absolutely the worst president in the history of our country. Can't put two sentences together. He's not going to be able to negotiate with Putin or Xi or Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Not going to be able to negotiate with anybody. All he knows how to do is drop bombs all over the place, meaningless bombs, except they kill a lot of people. It costs a lot of money. Every time you see a bomb, it's another $1 million, and it actually sets us back. We have peace through strength. This should not be happening. The Middle East is blowing up. It's blowing up, and a lot of people are being killed, and it's so unnecessary. So I just say that in watching the Supreme Court today, I thought it's a very beautiful process. I hope that democracy in this country will continue, because right now we have a very, very tough situation with all of the radical left ideas, with the weaponization of politics. They weaponize it like it's never been weaponized before. It's totally illegal, but they do it anyway, and it has to stop. Every one of the court cases that I'm involved, every single one, civil, whether it's the attorney generals or the district attorneys. You look at Fani in Georgia. They had many meetings with the White House and with the DOJ. They went there, 8-hour meetings. That was all staged. That was a phony hoax. And now you look at it, and it is a phony hoax. And hopefully that case will be dismissed in short order. It's a disgrace to this country. But they work together with the Justice Department and the White House, and not supposed to do that. Every one of these cases you see comes out of the White House. It comes out of Biden. It's election interference, and it's really very sad. I thought the presentation today was a very good one. I think it was well received. I hope it was well received. You have millions of people that are out there wanting to vote, and they happen to want to vote for me or the Republican Party or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it. But I'm the one running, and we are leading in every poll. We're leading in the local polls, in the state polls, and we're leading in the swing state polls, and we're leading very big in the national polls. So it's been a very great honor. We love the country. I think the reason we have such big leads, frankly, is that they loved 4 years of us compared to the 3 years plus, the 3 years that they've gone with Biden, where you have open borders, you have crime. Nobody's ever seen crime like this, what's happening. And now the crime is being committed, much of it by the migrants that have come in illegally to our country. I was wondering about that. I said, a lot of these people come out of jails, they come out of mental institutions, they come out of places that you don't want to know about. We don't even know where they come from. We don't know who they are, where they are. They're being dumped in from mental institutions, from prisons and jails, and many terrorists are coming into our country. We're going to be paying a big price. They have to stop it. They have to close the border. By the way, the president can do it just by saying, I want the border closed. I closed the border. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. There's never been a country with a border like this, not even a third world country. So we are, again, we're going out to Nevada right now. We'll be out there. Some of you are going to be out there with us. Otherwise, your colleagues will be. And hopefully we're going to have a big night, caucus tonight. We're going to have a very big night. We expect to have a very big night. The Virgin Islands, as you know, are also very much in play today, so we'll be hearing about them sometime during the day or later on in the evening. And it's an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago. I hope you like it. It's worth a little more than $18 million. There's another case. He says it's worth $18 million. I said, which cabin are we talking about? But that's the kind of justice we have. When they say that to try and build up a case, that was a shame. But that gave up so much. When they said that gave up so much. That Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million. They had it appraised for, as you know, 50 to 100 times that amount. But we have a judge, that's what he said. And he's supposed to be ruling on me. But who knows? Maybe he'll be fair. I doubt it, but maybe he'll be fair. So I want to thank everybody. And by the way, we proved that case 100%, 5 times over. That case is 100% proven, 5 times over. We've never seen anything like it. He just wouldn't dismiss it, no matter what. Shouldn't be there. It should have been in the commercial division. Anyway, it's an honor to have you. I look forward to having you again, and I'll probably see you out in Nevada. Thank you very much.
The U.S. Supreme Court is said to be broadly skeptical in early reporting about the effort to try and kick you off the ballot. Having said that, though, speak to the argument, legal and otherwise, that your detractors have made leading up to the day. And it's an argument that was given voice by Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, not long ago.
All right, I got the gist.
There's no question
Yeah, I got the
that
gist.
President Trump is practically
Yes.
and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day.
He doesn't say that anymore. So let me just tell you that I heard and I watched. And the one thing I'll say is they kept saying about what I said right after the insurrection. Because I think it was an insurrection caused by Nancy Pelosi. This was an insurrection, if it was an insurrection, which there were no guns, there were no anything except for the fact that they shot Ashley Babbitt. Somebody from the police force shot Ashley Babbitt. So unnecessary, so sad, so horrible. But there were no guns, there were no anything. But if you take a look at my words, right after, you take a look at my speech from the Rose Garden, which was very shortly after, or you take a look at I'm only on Truth now, but at that time, we were tweeting, and I was on Twitter. If you take a look at those 5 or 6 tweets, you will see very beautiful, very heartwarming statements. Go home, the police are doing their job, etc., etc. Beautiful statements. If you see my statement made in the Rose Garden, I think you have to watch that, because today they said the words of Trump. Now, if you take a look at the words of Democrats over the last period of time, look at Schumer's statement about the Supreme Court on the steps of the Supreme Court. He sounded like a mob boss. Take a look at any of them. Take a look at any. We put together a tape of vicious, violent statements made by Democrats. Nobody brings that up. Take a look at Maxine Waters and the vicious statements that she made. I didn't do that. I said peacefully and patriotically. The speech was called Peacefully and Patriotically. It's peacefully and patriotically. He said I said bad statement. It was the exact opposite. So I think you should take a look at the statements that I made before and after, and you'll see a whole different dialogue.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Chinese President Xi. You said that you were going to impose 60% tariffs should you get back in office. Can you explain your rationale there?
We want to bring business back to the U.S. They're stealing our business. They're taking our business at levels that nobody's ever seen before. By doing that, we bring business back, manufacturing back to the United States, which I was doing. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president had ever taken in 10 cents, not 10 cents. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and jobs were coming back. I was saving steel companies. Now they're blowing it. When I see U.S. steel being bought by Japan, what a sad thing that is to me. What a sad thing that is. So we want to bring jobs back. Very simple. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you still have confidence in Speaker Johnson after the failed Mayorkas impeachment effort?
I do have confidence in him. Yeah, I very much do. I think he's a very good man, and I have great confidence in him.
Why is Leo Khan, Nikki Haley still in the race when you're dominating in the polls?
Oh, I love that question. Thank you very much. You just said it. I don't know why she continues, but let her continue. We have a big one coming up, as you know, in South Carolina. And the polls are indicating that we're through the roof on that one. We're leading by, I guess, 35%, 35 points. So I don't know. I think she hurts herself, but I think she hurts the party and, in a way, hurts the country. But it seems to be dying. She did poorly in Iowa. She did very poorly in Iowa, actually. She came in 3rd place. Ron DeSantis beat her, although you wouldn't know that if you listened to her speech. She did poorly in New Hampshire. She did poorly no matter where she went. I don't know how the results aren't in yet from the Virgin Islands, but I know she's playing it very hard. And in Nevada, she lost to No Name. She had a no name, and she lost by, I guess, 40 points. So I don't know why she continues, but she's a, I don't really care if she continues. I think it's bad for the party. I think it's actually bad for her too.
Mr. President, thank you for having us on a busy day here. Given the battles over presidential immunity, I'm wondering should all presidents and vice presidents be immune from any legal consequences for any action they take during their term?
Well, I can say presidential immunity, which we'll be talking about because that will be upcoming, is very, very important for a president to have. If a president doesn't have immunity, he really doesn't have a presidency. He can be told to do things that he would never do. He can do really bad things for our country. Presidential immunity is imperative. It's going to be very, very important. And I'd rather talk about that next week. But there is nothing more important to a presidency than immunity, because they have to be free to make decisions without saying, oh, if I do this or if I do that, as soon as I get out of office, we're going to be indicted. We're going to have trouble. And the other party will do that. I think we've seen that. They've done that. There's some very bad people. And you have an opposition party, and they will do things that are very bad. If you don't have immunity, you can be blackmailed. You can be, as a president, they'll say, if you don't do this, this, and this, we're going to indict you as soon as you leave office. You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. If they don't have immunity, you don't have a presidency. You lose all, you lose all form of free thought and good thought. And you probably weaken the presidency to a point that it was never supposed to be weakened. It would be a very bad thing for our country. We'll be talking about immunity in the coming weeks.
Mr. President, how confident are you that you will be treated fairly by the Supreme Court justices? And what sort of time frame do you need a decision in order for it not to derail the campaign?
Well, I'm a believer in our country, and I'm a believer in the Supreme Court. I listened today, and I thought our arguments were very, very strong. An argument that is very important is the fact that you're leading in every race, you're leading in every state, you're leading in the country against both Republican and Democrat. And Biden, you're leading in the country by a lot. And can you take the person that's leading everywhere and say, hey, we're not going to let you run? I think that's pretty tough to do, but I'm leaving it up to the Supreme Court. Thank you all very much. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Do you believe President Biden violence? On the topic of Iran, sir, is the U.S. doing enough militarily? Okay, we thought we'd pause just for a few moments and talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Philip Patrick joining me now to talk about this ever-changing economy and what's going on in the world right now. And just recently, President Biden has issued his 2024 budget. Now, there's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of stuff to unpack. Walk me through all of what these numbers indicate.
Look, at a glance, the 2024 budget would make you laugh if the topic wasn't so serious. I mean, really, it is full of marketing taglines like growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, or trying to ensure an equitable and effective and accountable government that delivers results for all. In fact, in the introductory message, Biden rammed home this idea that he's had a commitment to fiscal responsibility and how he'd cut the deficit. Look, fiscal responsibility sounds great, but a quick look at the numbers, I think, dispels that notion. Over the next 10 years, from this year until 2033, the total deficit is projected at $17.16 trillion. And in no single year will the deficit be less than $1.5 trillion. And that's assuming there's no wars or intervening recessions or spending sprees. To think about that for a moment, responsibility is now defined as spending at least $1.5 trillion more than the government brings in revenue every single year for the foreseeable future. It is absurd and unsustainable.
That's actually what Jerome Powell was referring to when he said the government was going down this unstable financial path. I mean, he's dead on with that.
He's absolutely spot on. And I think he's pointing to the fact GDP has grown $5.5 trillion in 3 years, when federal debt's grown $1 trillion in 3 months. And we have a Congress now that is determined to just kick the can further down the road instead of addressing the problems. As we said, it's unsustainable unsustainable. Even Powell can't deny it now.
Do we have any idea how much money right now Joe Biden has actually borrowed from the future of Americans here?
It's a very good way to put it, actually. The answer is a lot. When Biden got into office, national debt was $28 trillion. Today, over $34 trillion. That's a 21% increase in a matter of years. And for a little bit of context on that, $6 trillion is an almost unimaginable amount of money. For some context again, that's 20% more than we spent, adjusted for inflation, fighting World War II. That is, by itself, 2 Germany's worth of debt in 3 years. $6 trillion would be the 3rd highest national debt for any nation in the world today. That is what this guy has done in just 3 years. It's incredible.
And you look at, is he adjusting the budget to allow for this, for the shortfall? I mean, what is he doing, and what does Congress need to do?
Listen, the answer is he is doing very little. Nearly all politicians and Americans believe that the nation's fiscal problems stem from a lack of revenue. In other words, not taking enough from other people. The Biden budget claims that wealthy corporations and individuals are not paying enough taxes. So the solution, of course, let's just tax everyone more. But the problem is this. By Biden's own numbers, that only brings out about $120 billion in revenue. Furthermore, the 10-year deficit projections include these tax increases. And that accounts for about $6.6 trillion deficit reduction over the next decade. In other words, the other 93% of the money presumably will be borrowed. In other words, he doesn't address the shortfall at all. Let's just let the next guys deal with my problem. That's the mindset.
Yeah, that's a horrible mindset. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down to the average American, Philip, and how they can really survive the financial crisis that is inevitable that we have in this country. And we've talked about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group for months now. We've got thousands of our viewers have taken advantage of a lot of the specials you guys have. But let's get serious for a moment. I mean, what can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future and what they've built already?
Look, first and foremost, we've got to stop Bidenomics, right? So everyone needs to go out there. They need to vote. We need a change in 2024. Otherwise, we may be at the point of no return. But until then, and I think 2024 is going to be a very tough job for whoever takes it. But before then, we need to look at how we can protect our futures for ourselves, our families, and those around us. And that's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this, they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. Things like inflation, corrections in the economy, dollar devaluation. We have a world now running away from the dollar. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Philip Patrick joining us as we take a break from our programming to talk about this serious issue here. A lot of stuff going on in Congress, a lot of stuff going on in this country right now. But I've always said this, Phil, there's nothing funny about your money, and you've got to make sure it's secure. We've all worked way too hard to let these rascals in D.C. just swindle your money away. So I do encourage our viewers to reach out while you have a chance. All you do is text Trump to 989898. Super easy. They'll get the information over to you free, so someone can make their best judgment there. But Philip Patrick, always a pleasure joining us here. You're a gift to this country. You're a gift to this programming to bring these types of straight facts to our viewers, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group. All right, welcome. We're back inside here in the Convention Center here in Charleston, South Carolina. awaiting President Trump, scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock here local time. Now, there is a program, a pre-speaking program, that's slated to kick off at 5:30. Of course, we'll have that for you as well. We kicked off this show at 3 o'clock here local. We walked around outside talking to many of the supporters that have lined up. Now, we said this earlier. It never surprises me. It doesn't matter if it's on a weekend, what time on the weekend, doesn't matter if it's a weekday. President Trump will bring the crowd, and that's exactly what we're seeing here today. I encourage everyone, if you missed a little bit of earlier broadcast, you can scroll back after the show and see some of the interviews we did with people. Let me step aside and I'll get into what we just wrapped up in Congress last night, but I'll give you an idea of what this room looks like. Now, this is a part of the Convention Center Hall. This is a room. If I were to guess, I would probably think there's 800 or so seats in this room. Now, by the look of what's already here, and by the look of how many people are still outside, it's my guesstimation that this room will be filled up. No doubt. No doubt. So it'll have a packed house here tonight when he takes the stage at around 7 o'clock. I do want to say happy Valentine's Day to everyone who is watching us right now. We appreciate you spending your Valentine's Day with us. Now, it was interesting. Earlier, we had some special Valentine's Day messages that people gave out to President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, and hopefully we'll put a kind of a mix together so you can hear some of those, or just go back and watch the previous messages. Okay. One of the things that people talked about the most of what they wanted to see in a Trump... Go ahead, if you can get... Sure, absolutely. We're going to bring... Can we get one more microphone? We have one more microphone. Looks like we have Congresswoman Nancy Mace will be joining us here in just a moment. But one of the things... we just got one. One of the things that people said they wanted President Trump to take care of day one was the border, secure the border, close the border. And last night, House Republicans had the opportunity to, for a second time, impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, and they did just that with the help of Congressman Steve Scalise, who was absent on that first vote as he was seeking cancer treatment, which we highly encourage, and we're glad and very thankful that he's doing, and he's certainly making some progress in that. But he made it back to the floor last night to cast his vote for the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas. Now, with that vote now becomes the next stage of sending it over to the Senate, and they do have a couple options in the Senate. One of them obviously would be to pass it with two-thirds majority voting for the impeachment. At this point, it looks like that would be doubtful that would happen, but there are some other avenues that can be brought in on this. But I think at the end of the day, and I was reading a lot of comments about why are we doing this? Nothing's going to, at the end of the day, he's still going to remain Homeland Security. He's not going to lose his job. But I think it's the principle. I think it's sending a message to the Biden administration, and really sending a message to everyone, that if you break federal law, if you do not do what you have been sworn into office to do, to protect and serve in your particular position, then you do, face the consequences of those actions. So as little as may happen to Mayorkas after this impeachment, I think it's the bigger message. I think it does send a message to the Biden administration and to others that this America First agenda, this idea of that we want to stand up for our borders, and this is a very important topic with voters, is still there. And so hopefully that will send a message to other representatives that might not have been on the same fence. Now, you had Ken Buck, who was a straight up no from very early on to this, did not see that Mayorkas did anything. And I'm going to go over some of the charges here in a few minutes. So he was a hard no from the very beginning. We later had Mike Gallagher out of Wisconsin, was a late no vote on this. Now, since he voted, and about 24 hours after that vote took place, he was bombarded with so many phone calls and emails and letters to his office saying that he had 100% made the wrong decision on that. So since then, he has announced that he will not seek re-election this coming year. So the simple fact that you're putting their voice, they put their vote to the floor, I should say, where their name on something so people can see exactly where they stand on issues. I think that's very important. It might be one of the reasons why other Republicans did not opt to choose no to impeach. They know exactly what they'll face if they don't do what the base wants in regards to impeaching Mayorkas. Now we shift our attention to Joe Biden. And I said this before, if we could not impeach Mayorkas over the border, and I think that's some of the lowest hanging fruit that you can simply find, then how in the world were we ever going to support or impeach, I should say, Joe Biden? Now, there's a couple paths to that, because right now all of that information is in Judiciary Committee, where you have basically, you've got two of the members that were a no vote on Mayorkas sit on that Judiciary Committee, so I'm only assuming that those two individuals will be a no vote to move those articles of impeachment on Joe Biden out of Judiciary and onto the House floor for a vote. Now, you've got people, obviously the great Jim Jordan is on that committee. I am being told that that is a possibility that we could get those articles of impeachment out of Judiciary and onto the floor vote. I really want to see the House do a vote on this. I want people to put their names on a vote. So if we have Republicans out there that are still not on board on impeaching Joe Biden after all of the evidence, and we'll go over that here shortly, and then I want to know who they are, because I think those are the individuals that when we go to the polls in November, we need to maybe think twice whether or not we need to re-elect those individuals to serve their constituents. Because I could guarantee you, if I was to ask every single person in this room if Joe Biden should be impeached, 99 out of 99 would say yes, he should be impeached and he needs to go. So for a constituent, for someone or an elected member of Congress to think different, that perhaps Joe Biden doesn't deserve to be impeached, is beyond me. But there are those out there who feel that way. So the only way you're going to get something to happen here and really find out is to simply put it to a floor vote. I've got the great Nancy Bates coming up here. This is her district. This is her state. Welcome to the show. We're live on the air. We're here to save America. Come in a little close. Make sure I see you. You look beautiful tonight.
Thank you.
Great state of South Carolina. It's good to be back here. Good. This is your people.
South Carolina is Trump country.
It is Trump country. Let's talk about South Carolina and some of the issues that you guys face here, and then we'll kind of look at it more of a national picture. Nancy, I have talked to so many people outside. The number one issue for them is the border. Okay, is that
100% is the border. Every state has become a border state. Every town has become a border town. We have fentanyl overdoses here. We have MS-13 gang members that are being arrested here. We have human trafficking, sex trafficking right here in small towns in South Carolina.
Yeah. We just, last night, you and your colleagues impeached Mayorkas. Great victory there. And I was just telling our viewers that we had to have some type of accountability in all of this. The likelihood that it goes to the Senate, obviously, that's to be decided. But you guys made the right decision last night.
It was past time to make that decision, and I thought it was shameful that 3 Republicans voted against us. If Joe Biden won't take responsibility for the border, somebody has to, and that's Secretary Mayorkas.
Now, what do you think happens to those 3 Republicans? We know that one's Ken Buck's obviously not seeking.
2 are retiring. 2 are retiring, right?
And I think Gallagher announced his retirement after he got flooded with calls and emails.
Right. Politics is a blood sport. This is what the American people wanted, and if you don't listen to the American people, they're gonna let you know.
Let's talk about the economy here.
Well, inflation is still sky high. You go to the grocery store here in South Carolina, a dozen eggs will cost you $6. And milk and gas, everything is still very pricey here. It's very expensive to live here. But Donald Trump, if he were president, this wouldn't be happening.
They all say that. They say we didn't have those problems.
We had none of these problems. Hamas was not invading Israel. We didn't have Russia invading Ukraine. And we certainly weren't giving Iran billions of dollars to fund terrorism around the world.
It's interesting that you bring that up because that was one of something that someone else said. A lot of people were saying, stop funding all of these wars when we don't have the money here.
We didn't have endless wars under Donald Trump. Donald Trump understood Reagan, peace through strength. And he was one of the toughest presidents we ever had. And our enemies feared him. Xi Jinping, Rocket Man, Putin, they were all afraid of him. And we need that safety and security in our country again.
I have not heard Rocket Man in a long time. You're right. What happened to Rocket Man?
Who knows? But it's absolutely true. I mean, everyone was afraid of him. They didn't mess with him. They didn't mess with America because he was in charge.
They didn't mess with America. I like that. That should be a slogan. They didn't mess with America. Okay, the border, the economy, and the foreign policy, I think are three big things that people are looking to get. Now, when you look at the latest polls, has Trump up 45 points. It's a sizable.
He's running away with it. It's going to be a massacre. I mean, he's running away with it right now in South Carolina. He's over 35 points ahead of his opponent here in the statewide.
So a lot of our message to Nikki Haley was like, just step aside and just kind of let Trump, this is his election, let him go through the process and then, and not try to get hung up on any more debates or post the 24th.
Donald Trump will win every state. He's going to win everything. I don't know why we're still having this fight right now, but we're going to go through this fight. And if you win South Carolina, historically, obviously, you go on to win the presidency. But we should be spending all of our time, money, and resources going after Joe Biden and his White House and what they've done to destroy our country in the last 3 years. We shouldn't be having this primary fight. We need to take the fight to the White House because we have a country to save.
Okay, let's shift over to Joe Biden. I said earlier I would love to see an impeachment on Joe Biden. Before Mayorkas, I wasn't sure, Nancy, if that would actually ever happen. But now we got Mayorkas forward. What's your thoughts on moving forward with impeachment?
You see all this evidence that is coming out of the Oversight Committee, especially Bob Alinsky's most recent interview. It's damning evidence. And this is leading. We're on the road to impeachment right now. We want to make sure we have all the evidence buttoned up. It's documented for the American people so that they understand what's at stake here. And Joe Biden will go down as the most corrupt president in our nation's history. And he talks about MAGA and Republicans being a threat to democracy. Well, when you take off your opponent off the ballot, that's a threat to democracy. When you try to literally try to imprison your political opponent, that's a threat to democracy. We saw today the news coming out about the spy agencies spying on Donald Trump's campaign and his supporters and his administration. That is a threat to democracy. I don't understand.
Do you remember the interview he did with Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes? And he said, they spied on my campaign. And she said, no, Donald, how can you say that? There's no proof. He said, there is proof. And, fast forward 2 years when all the evidence came out.
Every time Republicans have been called conspiracy theorists, we've been right. Yeah. Every time.
We have a good track record right now.
Yeah, of facts. Yeah. Facts and truth and science. We follow the science.
Follow the science.
Follow the data. Yeah.
Follow the data. Yeah. Okay, so we're optimistic on potential impeachment on Joe Biden. At least I am. If it was up to me, if I was in Congress, I'd throw that thing to the floor for a vote, and I'd see who was for it and who was against it, and let the ones that vote against it, let them deal with their constituents in the district. Because I know your beautiful district here, and you got a beautiful part of the state. They are all for an impeachment on Joe Biden.
Right, we've got time to do it. I just want to follow the facts and make sure we present all the evidence to the American people before we do that, because I don't want to politicize impeachment like Nancy Pelosi did.
That's true.
We're better and we're smarter and we tell the truth, and that's what we want to do to the American people.
Okay, let's talk about how special your district is here. You got a beautiful district. People love you here. What do they want to see as they move forward to this next election?
They want to see us address the border and border security. And Donald Trump's the only one that's doing that right now and has a plan. He did it as president. He'll do it again when he's reelected as president. But that's the number one issue people are talking about. And Republicans in the House, we put forth multiple pieces of legislation to address it. It's been the left, it's been Democrats, it's been progressives who don't want to touch real border security.
Yeah, they played nice little games. They put in Ukraine money and all of that. And I don't.
They give you amnesty as border security. No, thank you. Yeah. No, thank you. We want to take care of our border before we take care of other nations' borders.
You know what's interesting is we talked to some people outside that immigrated immigrated here legally, and they're very upset about the ones that came over illegal. I mean, they're up to the point where they're angry.
Yeah. They should be, because they followed the rules, they followed the law, they got in line and they waited. Most of them waited for years before they could get their legal citizenship. And Biden wants to give it away for free and let them vote in our elections? I don't think so.
Yeah. You got election coming up. How can people get more information on your election, donate to your campaign, and get behind you?
Well, we have Kevin McCarthy coming after us. I'm his #1 target this year. He's going to spend millions of dollars. He's handpicked a puppet, a part of the D.C. establishment, to run against me. We need all the help we can get. We need people to go to nancymace.org and donate. Chip in $1, chip in $10. We need all the help we can get to go against D.C. and the establishment.
And then social media handles.
We're at Nancy Mace.
There you go. Simple as that. At Nancy Mace. This is your state. You got a great red dress on this. So hopefully you got to keep the state red.
It's Valentine's Day.
I forgot all about that. It's Valentine's Day.
Don't forget. Don't forget.
Yeah, don't forget. All right. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. Nancy Mace joining us here on the pre-show there. Okay, we're going to toss to a commercial break. We come back. I'm going to talk about the reasons why we impeach Alejandro Mayorkas and what the Biden crime family has done and what the chances are on that. We come back. You're live here in Charleston, South Carolina.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com. Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, we're back out here live inside the convention center, getting ready to bring you all of the earlier speeches that are scheduled. 5:30 speeches scheduled. We just had Nancy Mace on. She'll be speaking, as well as Tim Scott, the governor of South Carolina. And of course, 7 o'clock, maybe tracking a few minutes outside of 7 o'clock, President Trump will speak here in South Carolina. We talked about the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas, and I want to go over some of the facts about why they led the articles of impeachment. Marjorie Taylor Greene leading that. She submitted the articles of impeachment on Alejandro Mayorkas. We'll go over that. Mayorkas is guilty of aiding and abetting the complete invasion of our country by escorting criminals, gang members, terrorists, murderers, and rapists from over 160 countries into these communities. And of course, we've seen reports of Chinese nationalists coming through. I just saw a report this morning in just in the eastern parts of California. There's an opening along the San Diego County line there where Chinese nationalists, that is the number one entry point for these Chinese nationalists coming through there. And it's been young males, single males coming in, no women, no children at all. So we've seen that over the last several months there. So also his willful refusal to secure the border has bankrupt communities, overrun schools, drowned hospitals, and incapacitated law enforcement and cartels and illegal aliens. Let's talk about that for a second. Some of these border communities have seen such an influx of illegals in their community that they simply do not have the resources, like schools, and some of these schools that are smaller along the border cannot handle the influx of kids coming in. Of course, the teacher-parent rate, the teacher-student ratio in some of these school districts are extremely high. So these kids are not getting the education that they would normally get through these schools due to the impact of these illegals. Now, we've heard about what's happened in New York City and Chicago and around this country, the amount of illegals that have made their way into the city streets and even into high-end hotels, where you've got the American taxpayer, you and me, paying for the housing on these illegal immigrants. Also, Secretary Mayorkas has violated multiple provisions in the Immigration and Nationality Act, including unlawfully directing DHS to mass parole illegal aliens into the U.S. when federal law enforcement specifically prohibits this. So this remain in Mexico that President Trump had, when President Biden reversed that, that's when Mayorkas directed the DHS to mass parole illegal aliens into the U.S. So basically he's saying, come on, the doors are open, the gates are open, come on into this country, we welcome you. He has violated his oath of office and breached the public trust by willfully refusing to ensure the laws passed by Congress, signed into law by the President, are faithfully executed and required by Article 2 of the Constitution. So he has basically violated his duties in his position to stand up for the Constitution, to defend the Constitution. He has violated that as well. We'll go into some more reasons. Let me step aside, take a look at it. You'll see in some videos play, and obviously get a good crowd response as it seems like the people. And I was talking to a Trump advance team member just now about the amount of people inside here, and I said, hey, there's a lot of people inside here, but you know what? There's a lot of people outside. I'm afraid that not everybody will make it in here, but since this is a big space, I would imagine they'll utilize a lot of standing room as well. We'll get into more of the reasons why we impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. Let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. They are the experts in gold, silver, and precious metals, and they want to make sure you secure your financial freedom, secure your investment, secure what you've saved your entire life. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit. They'll tell you how to convert the traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Let's drop in on the monitor, take a look at some of these videos, and we'll get back to the reasons why we should impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. Let's listen in.
We say the rules rules have changed. What we do know is 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that. 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that.
Let's take a look at another angle.
We changed retirement age to reflect life expectancy.
I think the call's pretty clear, but let's go down to the field and see what official Gene Tooney has to say.
After review, Nikki Haley clearly said she plans to change the rules and raise the age of Social Security. This results in cutting benefits for 82% of Americans.
Bob, that was a rookie mistake by Haley.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
You got bad information. I fought the gas tax in South Carolina.
Nikki Haley is proposing a hike on the state's gasoline tax.
Nikki offered a 10-cent gas tax increase in South Carolina.
Let's increase the gas tax by 10 cents over the next 3 years. If you have to lie to win, you don't deserve to win.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Where the hell are we?
Oh, here's another one.
What are we doing?
This world is not meant for you. Run, boy, run. They're trying to catch you. Run, boy, run. Running is a victory. Run, boy, run. Beauty lies behind the hills. Run, boy, run. The sun will be guiding you. Run, boy, run. They're trying to stop you. Run, boy, run. This race is a prophecy. Run, boy, run. Break out from society.
Charleston, South Carolina. You're taking a look at some of the hype promo videos they're airing to the crowd here at the convention center. We'll listen a little bit longer, and then we'll come back in and continue our conversation on Mayorkas. Listen in. South Carolina, waiting for the program to begin. I'm told it's going to begin at 5:30 here local time, so we're getting closer and closer to that. I want to recap real quickly one of the reasons why we impeached Mayorkas yesterday on the House floor. That's after the second attempt on that. to put that across the finish line in terms of votes. He's had allowed over 10 million illegal border crossers to invade our country. From approximately 2 million of those are known gotaways. Now, these are the people that we have no idea who they are. They've simply, quote, got away. Therefore, that is why, in my opinion, we are at a high risk right now of terrorist risk, because we have people in our country that we simply do not know who they are. They have completely evaded U.S. Authorities, and they're roaming in the interior of our country, basically in some of these communities committing crimes, assaulting, raping, and even murdering Americans. That is probably one of the most disturbing things about this. And I know we talk to a lot of immigrants outside that have done this the legal way, and they say, hey, we're all for pursuing the American dream, but quite honestly, some of these people coming across have no interest in pursuing the American dream. They're more interested in basically taking us down. If you want to look at the drug implications of fentanyl coming across, about 300 Americans a day die of an overdose of fentanyl. So perhaps you even know someone in your immediate circle that might have been affected by some of the drugs pouring in this country. And of course, that was not the case under President Trump, as we had somewhat of a controlled border and the drugs not as rampant as they are now. He also willfully refused to enforce the laws, which has resulted in the national security crisis in the history of this country. So by him disregarding the laws, he's put us in a place. So that's just some of the reasons why Alejandro Mayorkas was impeached yesterday. Now, there are a couple of options on that. Obviously, it goes to the Senate. In order to impeach the Senate, it's got to have a 2/3 vote. Right now, as it sits, that's not going to happen. There are a couple other avenues to impeach Mayorkas in the Senate. I doubt, because we don't have a majority in the Senate. I don't see that going anywhere. So at the end of the day, yes, he's probably going to still be Homeland Secretary, but at least it goes down on a record for the first time in 148 years that we have impeached a cabinet member on that. So there you go for that. And of course, the ones that did not vote for this impeachment really at this point seek a lot of, well, let's step aside. Hey, this is what it's all about. It's all about protecting this country. Let's listen in.
You at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel.
All right. As they speak Trump, here is a very interesting card that you can pick up that celebrates and honors the mugshot, this famous mugshot that came out of that arrest back in August. And ever since that arrest, it has really elevated his popularity, not only in the polling numbers, but basically the amount of fundraising that he's getting based off that sham of an investigation. Oh, let's go right to the pre-program. Go check it out, the Trump card, the Trump trading card. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen.
Well, hello, South Carolina! Listen, let me ask you this question. Is there anybody here in South Carolina ready to re-elect the greatest president in our lifetime, Donald J. Trump? I can't hear nobody. South Carolina, I can't hear nobody. And listen, I don't know about you, but we got to get rid of Joe Biden, and we got to get rid of him right now. Now. Somebody shout now. Shout now. And I don't know about you, but is there anybody happy? Because we're about to pray. We're going to pray because we're going to re-elect Donald J. Trump, who believes in the name of Jesus Christ. I can't hear nobody. Because we need a man. You know, Donald J. Trump is one of the greatest things that has happened to Christians here in America when he recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Is there anybody happy about that? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout yeah. And I don't know about you, but I'm so happy that Donald Trump believes that no grown man dressed up like a woman should ever compete in women's sports here in America. I can't hear nobody. Are there any real ladies in the building today who believes that no grown man should ever go inside of a woman's bathroom here in America? Shout never! Shout never! This is why we got to do whatever it takes, South Carolina. And why in the world is Nikki Haley even still in the race? We're about to seal a loud cry that no matter, even if she was the governor of the state, is there anybody from South Carolina know that South Carolina is Donald J. Trump country? Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald! Let us pray, because we're fighting a demonic force. We're fighting the real enemy that comes from the gates of hell, led by one of his leaders called Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We plead the blood of Jesus even right now over the life of Donald J. Trump. And we declare it right now that we're declaring that any transgender policies be removed from our public school systems in America, led by Donald J. Trump. And I believe that even now, power is going back to the hands of the parents. And we need a leader who is fearless, anointed by God. Donald Trump is anointed by God. Is anybody here believe that Donald Trump is anointed by God to lead this nation and to take this country back? In the name of our Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. If you believe with me, say yeah, amen, amen, amen. God bless you, South Carolina. Help me re-elect the greatest president, Donald J.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Citadel Cadet Savannah Eichner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone stand and please remove your covers. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage country singer Ryan Trotty to sing our national anthem.
Charleston, how are we doing tonight? Everybody doing good? All right. Thank you guys for being here. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red cloud, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. God bless America. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Representative Stuart Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is great to be here with you today. It's an incredible honor. I'm State Representative Stuart Jones, and before I served in the State House, I actually served on County Council. In fact, I was serving on County Council almost 10 years ago when we had to tell Nikki Haley by resolution to stop supporting Obama's refugee resettlement program. We remember that. The facts are, Nikki Haley has always been weak on the border. The open border policies of the Biden administration and the enabling of the left that Haley has encouraged has perpetuated and allowed the invasion that we are seeing today. It's got to stop. How many more American lives are going to be destroyed and cut short because of the actions of the Biden administration? Why I am fighting for this publicly by running for Congress, this is a very personal issue to me. Our lives were forever changed last year when my 3-year-old goddaughter, Maddie, died due to the reckless driving of an illegal alien. This illegal almost hit multiple vehicles before T-boning the vehicle that Maddie and her family were traveling in. Maddie went to be with the Lord that day, while the rest of her family were airlifted to the hospital. We buried Maddie on her 4th birthday. And she was a beautiful child who loved God. She loved music. She loved her family. Maddie loved people. And Maddie's life mattered. Every American life matters. You know, and despite being deported under President Trump, this illegal who did this was allowed to re-enter our country under the Biden administration. We're sending Joe back to the basement. We cannot and will not stand idly by in these dark days while Biden and the Democrats refuse to close our southern border. Biden has destroyed our economy. He's destroyed our peace through his weakness, and he has destroyed our border. He is incompetent, incoherent, and incapable of leading. So I ask today, how many more innocent American lives are going to be destroyed by his open border policy? The economy, peace, and border security were all great things that President Donald J. Trump worked tirelessly to achieve. This is why it's critical that we elect President Trump once again to lead our country. He's the greatest president of my lifetime. And I'll tell you, our country cannot survive another 4 years of Joe Biden or Nikki Haley. Because I'll tell you, they're more concerned with borders in other countries than they are the border right here in the United States of America. Now, folks, in June of 1776, the biggest naval force in the history of the world laid siege to Charleston. But patriots of South Carolina stood strong and defended our great land. These words, this events would travel back to Thomas Jefferson and helped to inspire the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Let us, the South Carolina Patriots, once again inspire this nation to boldly put America first, defend our borders, and put Donald J. Trump back in the White House. May God bless this state, our country, and may God bless President Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage AGY Corporation CEO, Al Radilla.
Good evening and happy Valentine's Day. I'm the first one to say it. My name is Al Radilla. I'm the president of AGY Corporation in Aiken, South Carolina. I'm not a politician, but actually this is my 5th Trump rally. I've been to them in 5 states. Is there anything better than a Trump rally, right? So I'm here to share the AGY story with you. It's a story of technology and persistence, but it's really a story of global competition and survival as we compete against the Chinese Communist Party-sponsored competitors. And so by background, AGY has been around since 1963. We've been one of the largest employers in the state. We make glass fiber that goes in aircraft, cell phones, and every portion of the U.S. military. So we are critical to the national defense. The reason I am here today is to speak on behalf of President Trump, because as we look at the horizon and the upcoming primaries, President Trump and Nikki Haley present a very, very stark contrast. President Trump has the back of America and the back of American workers. And I will tell you that Nikki Haley came to our plant, talked to our people, and then walked away and turned away from those people. And so from 2014 to today, if you think about the AGY story, I can tell you why you must vote for President Trump in this primary. In 2014, Nikki Haley came to our business, told our employees that South Carolina supported us. She told them that we were rock stars. In 2016, she went on record as saying she celebrates AGY. But all the while in the background, she was working a side deal with the Chinese Communist Party competitor. All the while, she was giving us credit and plaudits. She provided them financial incentives, 200 acres of free land, everything but the kitchen sink, and you know where it went. The Chinese Communist Party took the deal. They built a business in Richland County, and what did it get you, right? So what did it get you? The business that they built over the past few years has come nowhere near the tax incentives and job creations that she indicated. But more importantly, in 2023, they were hit by the largest environmental fine in South Carolina history after they were given those tremendous deals. So Nikki Haley turned her back on everyone. She prioritized a deal with China. She walked away from America. She walked away from South Carolina. She walked away from all of our workers. And so my closing point to you is, do you want a president that acts that way? We deserve a president who understands China and how the China threat can hit us as companies and as consumers. We need a president who's thinking about our children and grandchildren, who puts America first. And I tell everybody, it's 5 years ago, but remember what it was like in 2019. If you sat in a couch in 2019, you said, America can't be stopped. There's nothing better. There's nothing but greatness ahead of us. We need to get back to that confidence. We need to get that swagger about everybody in this room and everybody in this country. We need a president who fights for you, fights for me, 24/7, 365, every day for the American worker. That is what we need, someone who makes commitments and backs up their commitments. And so with that, I hope that you will join me in putting Donald J. Trump back in the White House in 2025. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, South Carolina. South Carolina loves Donald Trump so much that he's spending Valentine's Day with us. Give it up for Donald Trump. It's Nancy Mace, spelled like the pepper spray. But if you're one of my political foes, I want to remind you that mace is also a medieval weapon. A weapon that I use on the Oversight Committee to go after the Biden crime family day in and day out in Congress. Some of you know that I dropped out of high school at the age of 17, and my father, a retired general, my mother, a retired school teacher, told me when I dropped out of school, if you're going to stop going to school, you got to start going to work. And I got a job at the Waffle House on College Park Road. Who's been to Waffle House? There we go. More importantly, who's been to Waffle House after midnight? My mom did not raise her hand. We're going to have to fix that, Mom. I would go on to the Citadel, to the Military College of South Carolina, become the first woman to graduate from there. And seeing what's happened to the country today, all the pronoun stuff, if I had come to the Citadel with my preferred pronouns, they would have sent me home packing instead of walking across the stage as the first woman to graduate from there. The Waffle House and the Citadel taught me two things about life. It taught me about the value of hard work, and it taught me about having courage. There's another man who's going to be in the room tonight who can teach us about the value of hard work, and that man is Donald J. Trump. There is a man who's going to be in the room with us tonight who can teach us about courage, courage to stand up to the D.C. establishment, and that man is who they fear, Donald J. Trump. I'm here tonight, you are here tonight, because there is only one man who can save America, and that man is Donald J. Trump. Everyone wanted this to be a two-person race. On one side, we have Donald Trump, the picture of strength, the picture of security, the picture of patriotism. On the other side, we have Joe Biden, who fumbles and mumbles, and his own Department of Justice said he was too pathetic to prosecute. Joe Biden tells us those classified documents were secure, but that garage was just as secure as his southern border. Joe Biden's entire campaign is about you and I and accusing all of us in this room that we are a threat to democracy. But I want to ask you this, South Carolina. Is there any bigger threat to democracy than refusing to defend our soldiers abroad? No. Is there any bigger threat to this country than leaving our border wide open for terrorists who want to kill us as they walk right in? No. Is there any bigger threat to democracy than the invasion of over 8 million people coming into this country since Joe Biden was president? No. Is there any bigger threat to democracy than allowing the illegals who are here to vote in our elections? No. Is there any bigger threat to democracy than using our very own spy agencies to spy on the President of the United States of America? Is there any greater threat to democracy than having activist judges literally take the man off the ballot? No. And lastly, is there any bigger threat to democracy than literally trying to imprison your greatest political opponent? Hell no. The last thing I want to say is that this is the most consequential election of our lifetime. I want you to get out there and vote like our lives depend on it. And tonight, we're going to celebrate and nominate on the 24th of February, the man, the only man who can save our country, and that man is Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Senator of South Carolina, Tim Scott.
Hello, South Carolina! I am happy to be home in my hometown of North Charleston. Let me say this. How many of y'all are ready to fire Joe Biden? And if you fire Joe Biden, you fire Kamala Harris. The only thing worse than Joe Biden might be Kamala Harris. The border czar. Wow. 4 more years of Donald Trump means 4 years of low interest rates. 4 more years of Donald Trump means law and order in the streets of America. How many of y'all remember when President Trump was our president? Before President Trump, Obama had incursions in Ukraine. After President Trump, Joe Biden has incursions in a war in Ukraine. The one president that keeps world peace a reality is our president, Donald Trump. America needs a president who loves America enough to stand up and be counted every single day of every week. That president is Donald Trump. We need a president who stands for American values, not a president who sits down and can't remember exactly where he is. We need a president who not only loves our country, but loves every single American and goes to work every single day for our country. It is time for 4 more years. 4 more years. I said 4 more years. And he'll be here in just a little while. And when you see him, let's make sure on Valentine's Day we share our love for Donald J. Trump. What's up, John?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster.
Hey. How y'all doing? We're getting close to the man walking out here right now. I'm so happy to be in Charleston. My wife, my favorite wife, Peggy, is here. There she is. Peggy, stand up, wave your hand. Stand up, girl. Peggy Jean Spartanburg. Happy to be in Charleston, where we know the Ashley and Cooper rivers flow together to form the Atlantic Ocean. This is the place to be. Let me tell you just a few things. Campaigning with Donald Trump is like traveling with the Spice Girls. Y'all heard of them? Everywhere we go, it sounds like I'm hearing something like, yo, I tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I want. What I really, really want is Donald J. Trump. That's what we hear everywhere we go. But I'll tell you what the man's going to do when we get him back in. There's going to be a big change. There are 4 reasons we tell everybody. There are 4 great reasons and many more, but 4 of them are these. Number 1. He will, when he's back in office, he will protect our borders, return the illegals, and build the wall. Number 2, he will get the woke out of the military and put the fight back in the military. Number 3, he will put judges in the courts to do what? To protect the Constitution of the United States and enforce the law. And by the way, all those cases, don't worry about those cases. The same thing will happen to all of them. It's happening to the one out west that tried to take him off the ballot. The U.S. Supreme Court will throw that thing out so fast and hard it's going to bounce all the way back to Colorado, and the rest of them will too. Also, thing number 4, he's going to show our enemies abroad that America is standing back up, and it's time for them to sit back down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now entering our 4th year of failure with the Biden administration. That's enough. Compare, in the 4 years of President Trump, we went from strength to strength. Like that great philosopher said, Tim McGraw, also known as a country western singer, we like it, we love it, we want some more of it, we want 4 more years of Donald J. Trump. So it's now for us to re-elect Donald Trump, to make America again, because there ain't no doubt about it, we love this land. God bless the USA and Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless you.
American girls.
Yes, it does. It does wrap up some of the pre-speeches here on the pre-show here as we make our way to the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast when President Trump is scheduled to speak. I will say this, coming out with a Toby Keith song right now. Toby Keith not only was a fantastic country musician, but he was a great American. He was a great father. He was a great husband. He was a great leader in his community. And I think that we saw after the passing of Toby Keith, so many people coming out online, sharing photos with them and showing moments that they had that really helped inspire a nation of patriotism. So I just think right now, I say we step aside and listen in to the great Toby Keith playing the song that unified this country, the post 9/11 era. Let's listen in. So it's great. You know, the message that he had that resonated with so many people of uniting this country after a terrorist attack and really getting into what it means to be an American and be unified. And I think we saw the post 9/11 time that everyone seemed to kind of get along. Everyone seemed to come together collectively as a country. We didn't see the division as we see today. And I think that has a lot to do with not only music of people coming together, but their love of country. And it seems like we have, you fast forward, 23 years later, 24 years later, it's much different country as we have now. I wouldn't think that, I would imagine that we would live in a time where I felt like one political party was almost unpatriotic. It's almost one political party wasn't all about protecting our Constitution, wasn't about supporting and protecting our borders. They weren't about protecting our rights, our God-given rights, and that's not what it was about post 9/11. We all came together to really embrace what it means to an American and be so blessed to be an American and the rights that are given to us from God. And we fast forward now, and I don't know where that went, but the great Toby Keith, as we play tribute to him tonight in South Carolina. Okay, so we've got some, let's talk about Joe Biden real quick. I'm going to get some notes on Joe Biden as we move. Here's Bidenomics by the number. A lot of people have talked about the economy and how it is one of the top 3 factors right now in this political race, and why people love Trump's policy so much better than what's happening with Joe Biden. But let's go over some of the numbers right here on Bidenomics. Inflation is a tax on all Americans. Now think about this. As consumers, when things cost us more, it doesn't matter what your skin color, doesn't matter what socioeconomic situation you grew up in, doesn't matter where you live. Inflation is inflation, and we have been hit with that. And we just saw a report come out, I believe, yesterday that inflation numbers were higher than expected. If you look at what that is over the past year and over the past 3 years in certain categories, and we'll go into that in just a second, it's up well into double digits. So inflation is a tax on all Americans. And then when Joe Biden took office, inflationary rate was just 1.4%. Now you think about that for a second. When he took office, inflation was at 1.4%, almost to a point where it's not necessarily noticeable across the board, depending on what your good and service is. But since he's taken office, inflation has risen by 17.2%. So when he started, 1.4. Since he's taken office, we have an average of 17.2. Now, electricity is up 26.6% since he's taken office. Motor vehicle insurance is up 20.3%. Now, depending on what state you live in, obviously, I think it's much higher than that, depending on what state you're in, because I know the insurance rates are higher in certain states like California, New York, and Texas, hence the majority of the population. But this hits everyone. So imagine having a family of 4, mom, dad, 2 kids. You've got 4 cars underneath that one policy. We already know how expensive it is to insure kids. We know how expensive it is to insure anybody under 25 years old. Now you throw a 20% inflation rate on your car insurance. Now you've got a situation where there's a lot of people who simply, it's not like you can afford to drive without it. You got to have it. It's a state law. But it forces you to cut back on other things in your household. So right now, auto insurance is up 20.3%. Now, let's get down to the lowest hanging fruit, no pun intended. Food prices are up 20.2%. Now, once again, depending on exactly what category you're looking at, that could be quite higher. President Trump does often talk about the cost of bacon being up, 25, 26%. And there's certain things that have gone up maybe even more than that. I know the price of beef has gone up because it does cost farmers more to not only take care of the crops, but take care of the cows, but then processing the cows. Fuel cost has gone up for transportation. So all of this is connected to that. Let's talk about rental prices. We looked at interest rates as far as buying a home, but to rent a home, rental prices are up 18.6%. So once again, depending on what market you live in, you could see that quite higher than that. And so if Americans, if your income's not necessarily going up to match the inflationary rate, one or two things happen. Either you don't pay those bills and you end up getting removed from your rental property, or you cut back on other things that will also hurt that sector of the economy, restaurants, purchasing things like cars. But this is interest rates are quite higher now than they were in the Trump administration. You see that auto sales have pulled back, and of course home sales have pulled back sharply as well. Uncooked beef. Now here's what's interesting. Beef steaks are up 11.2% across the board on meat. Crackers, bread, cracker products are up 7%. Baby food and formula is up 7.3%. Now, if you remember, during the post-COVID era, under President Biden, you saw a shortage of baby formula, and that was a big issue. And it seemed like nothing was. It was just so be it. Nothing was done to correct that. And if you were able to find baby formula, that was going to cost you 7.3% as well. Sugar and sugar substitutes are up 6.9%. Rent of primary residence is up 6.5%. Frozen vegetables are up 6.1%. Pet food is up 5.1%. So under Joe Biden's failed economic agenda, Americans are now spending, you ready for this, $11,400 more a year to buy things they normally bought last year. And that is just year over year. Now, if you look back the last 3 years, you can imagine that is sharply higher as well. More Americans are living paycheck after paycheck, paycheck to paycheck. That is happening at a sharp rate, and also credit card debt as well is up. More Americans are using their credit cards to survive under Bidenomics, and it's just a plain and simple. You know, it's interesting how they said there's a lot to be said about the economy and about how it affects the average American, and a lot of people will say, no, there's certain things that these social issues are more important, but it all comes down to your money. How much money do you keep at the end of the day, and what does it cost you to live? We'll talk a little bit more about that. Let's step aside, show this massive crowd here in South Carolina. Now, I've been told by officials that there is no longer a line formed outside. So if you do have plans of coming to this event tonight, please know that you can simply walk in, go through the security, and get inside relatively quick. So I just encourage you to make your way out and take advantage of the fact that, hey, you're going to get in this beautiful facility and see the President Trump speaking a little bit later today. We haven't talked too much also about the energy crisis that we've had under the Biden administration. If you remember, on day one, President Biden killed off a lot of the policies that made us strong in the energy sector. Completely eliminated those policies and made us more dependent on foreign oil, pushing the prices at the pump up. It basically, if you think about this, you know, it killed off the Keystone Pipeline, which I think was supplying about 830,000 barrels of oil from Canada to U.S. refineries. So that was almost one of the biggest things that he did from day one, is to eliminate that Keystone Pipeline. Back in March of 2020, President Trump directed the Department of Energy to purchase 30 million barrels of oil to start the SPR, and that is the reserves that we have. So if you understand this for a second, the petroleum oil reserves are meant for use during times of war, times of natural disaster, times of crisis. Joe Biden used the oil and our petroleum oil reserves to offset the price of oil. So basically, he diluted the market with oil to bring down the price of oil and gas at the pump. Now, did it bring it down? Yeah, it brought it down some. But at the end of the day, he used something that was not intended for that. And in result, we now have to refill those petroleum reserves at a much higher cost point than what President Trump did back in under his administration. He's, by the way, going over some of the numbers, 40% depletion in those oil reserves. That's the lowest levels since the 1980s. Now, we talked about American workers living paycheck to paycheck, going much into credit card debt. That is, once again, something that we did not see those staggering numbers under the Trump administration. You got a shot of, I believe you got a shot of Nancy Mace taking some photos with some supporters out here. And her, this is actually her district that we're standing in right now. Also, if you want to look at interest rates and how they have affected home buying, it's been one of the leading indicators of why people have not purchased a home and why they're waiting. They're simply waiting for the feds to cut rates to make it where, well, back during the Trump administration, average mortgages were, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to go off from what I remember, around $1,600 a month was the average mortgage, with the rate being well under 6%. Now, fast forward into the Biden administration, we have mortgages well over $2,100 to $2,700 a month. Plus, those interest rates are above and beyond 8-9% interest on a home loan, depending on obviously credit score and company finance. But it costs you more to buy a home. It costs you more to rent a home. It costs you more to buy a car. I know that the pre-owned market has really been a market that has gotten hit hard with these higher interest rates due to the fact that people can't afford to really replace the cars. So now they're driving their cars longer, which does tend to drive sectors like the auto parts reseller. I mean, the O'Reilly Auto Parts, the Advanced Auto Parts, places, people like that. It's tend to be advantageous for those guys because people are spending money on parts to keep their car on the road rather than going and buying a new car. So really, the Biden economy from top to bottom has not been in favor of the American consumer at all. And I think that even when you get people that are agnostic about politics in general, they simply understand what the implications are to electing someone that does not have the best policies in place to help the American people. And we've seen that under Bidenomics. And Bidenomics is going to try to basically, Bidenomics is going to try to convince that it's not that bad, that the economy, quote, is not that bad. The cost of living right now is, quote, not that bad. That's what they want you to believe. But I really feel like the American people, and I know this, they're smarter than that. They know they're spending more at the pump. They know they're spending more at the grocery store. They know they're spending it in places, and it's more on items that they never spent it before under the Trump administration. So if there is any reason, if you're watching this right now and you've never quite been on Team Trump, and you've always maybe been agnostic through the political cycle, simply look at your paycheck and say, does it go as far as it did under President Trump than it does right now under President Biden? And your answer would be no, it does not. Okay, let's look at some of the talking points on why Joe Biden needs to be impeached. Now, it is intricate. We won't go too deep in the weeds on it. But basically, Joe Biden has repeatedly lied to the American people about his family, corrupt influence, and peddling schemes. They have been talking about this in the Oversight Committee. They've been talking about whether or not Joe Biden knew and interacted with Hunter Biden's foreign business interest. Now, he has denied ever talking to Joe Biden about his business, and of course, that has been disproved many times through the evidence coming out. And of course, Bobblehead spoke yesterday behind closed doors and talked about the relationship between Bobblehead, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and foreign interest group are being on phone calls and hearing meetings and sitting in on meetings allegedly. So that is something to point out, that he has lied to the American people about that. He never told them. Then Vice President, now here's some of the facts here. Then Vice President Biden dined Russian oligarchs and Burisma executives at Cafe Milano as these foreign nationals were collectively paying his son, Hunter Biden, millions of dollars. So he denied having any connection to any of Hunter Biden's colleagues, but yet he could go out to dinner with them, wine and dine them. So therefore, that right there is a lie. Then Vice President Biden had coffee with Jonathan Lee, Hunter's Chinese associate, and wrote a college letter of recommendation for his daughter. So once again, Joe Biden having coffee with an associate of Hunter Biden, and as far as his business ties, once again, another lie. Joe Biden met with 10 CEFC officials, including Chairman Yi, who has ties to the CCP intelligence, in early 2017. Around that time, Hunter Biden and his associates received, get this, $3 million as, quote, a thank you for the work they did, the CEFC, when Joe Biden was vice president. Once again, Hunter Biden receiving compensation while Joe Biden was at that time, serving as vice president. And this example gets more and more in depth as we go. He also said he never made money from China, but the bank records reveal that his family made millions from China and 40,000 in Chinese money laundered in Joe's bank account. And we have the SARS reports, we have the bank statements reports that proves that Joe Biden received compensation into these shell LLC companies that were basically opened up to funnel money into it, and that money then went down to several Biden family members, and after that happened, the LLCs would be dissolved. That's called money laundering. I want to know what business Joe Biden has. If you ask me what business President Trump has, I'll tell you. He's got resorts, he's got hotels, he's got golf courses, he's got products like wine, he's got numerous things that you can touch, buy, service, and observe. Joe Biden has nothing but his peddling foreign interests of his association in the White House. He has cashed in on his influence, and they all know it. Hunter knows it, Joe knows it, everyone knows it, the Chinese know it, Ukraine knows it, they all know it, that Joe Biden has sold his influence. Since last year, they have obtained thousands of pages of these financial records. So this is something that Jamie Comer and many in the Oversight Committee has taken the time to go and get this research and bring it to the American people and bring it within these committees that we've shown here on Right Side and let everybody know exactly what has happened. We talk about shell companies. Joe Biden created 20 shell companies. Most were created when Joe Biden was vice president. So if people say, no, this is way before he was in office, or some would say, no, this is after he left office when he was, just basically at that point, just a citizen Joe. No, these are things that he did on the vice president watch while he was in office. He monetized and took advantage. I'll step aside, show the scene. Just some transparency back in the studio. Looks like my IFB has gone out, just to let you know. So for any kind of communication with that, I'll try to reconnect here. But it's 6:16 here in Charleston, South Carolina. So glad that you're joining us here today. Packed house, as you can see. We've got a crowd cam, I believe, that gets you some of the best shots of just how many people are in here. And by the way, happy Valentine's Day to everyone watching us at home. Great that you're able to spend some time with us. Earlier today, we had a chance to talk to people about Valentine's Day. They gave their special message to President Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump gave their special Valentine's message to you. I encourage you on social media right now. Let's do this. Post up in the chats your special Valentine's Day message for President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. Do that. We'll put it in the comments section, and then I'll try to send as many as I can, screenshot those, and I'll send them over to the Trump team. Hopefully President Trump can take a look at some of those comments. So please put your Valentine's Day comment in there, and we'll hopefully get that through. Okay. I want to, last week, President Trump addressed the media at Mar-a-Lago in response to the Supreme Court talking about the case coming out of Colorado and the attempt to remove him from the ballot via the 14th Amendment. And I'm going to give people back in the studio time to cue that video up. Vanessa Broussard and myself, we were live outside Trump Hotel in Las Vegas prior to caucus night there in Las Vegas. So Vanessa Broussard, we did kind of a pre-show in front of Trump Hotel, and President Trump stepped out of his home there at Mar-a-Lago to talk to his reporters about the Supreme Court. This is what he had to say.
Nice to see you all. Nice place. I just finished watching the Supreme Court. It was a beautiful thing to watch in many respects. It's unfortunate that we have to go through a thing like that. I consider it to be more election interference by the Democrats. That's what they're doing. The good news is we're leading virtually every poll. We're leading I don't even know if we have anymore. I'm not sure that we even have a Republican candidate, somebody running, but not making any impact. So as you know, we won Iowa, we won New Hampshire in records, and each one a record. We think we're going to do very well. I'm heading out right now to Nevada for the caucus and the caucuses, and I think we're going to do very well there. All polls indicate we're in the 90s, maybe more than the 90s. We certainly did well in a primary that didn't matter, where they voted very nicely. And we have tremendous support from the people of our country. They hate what's happening at the border. They hate what's happening just generally. We're not a respected country anymore. We're laughed at all over the world. They're laughing at us. And they hate what's happening. They hate seeing it. They love our country. They want it to come back. And we're going to do that. If you think about it, had the results of the election been different, that would be nice. You wouldn't have the Ukrainian situation with Russia. You would not have had an attack on Israel, which was so horrible. You would not have had inflation. You wouldn't have China talking about Taiwan. You wouldn't have any of the problems that we have today. And you certainly had a broke Iran, and now you have a very rich Iran. Iran was broke when I left. They had no money to give to Hamas. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. And now they have 200 billion. Plus, as you probably know, people don't like to admit it, they certainly control Iraq. And Iraq has another 300 billion. So you have a very rich group of countries. And as you know, Iraq should have never happened. That was a balance against Iran, and we blew out the balance, and now Iran has essentially Iraq. And Iraq doesn't like saying that, but that's the way it is, and it's a shame. The world is in tremendous danger. We're in danger of possibly a World War III, and we have a man who's absolutely the worst president in the history of our country. He can't put two sentences together. He's not going to be able to negotiate with Putin or Xi or Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Not going to be able to negotiate with anybody. All he knows how to do is drop bombs all over the place, meaningless bombs, except they kill a lot of people. It costs a lot of money. Every time you see a bomb, it's another $1 million, and it actually sets us back. We have peace through strength. This should not be happening. The Middle East is blowing up. It's blowing up, and a lot of people are being killed, and it's so unnecessary. So I just say that in watching the Supreme Court today, I thought it's a very beautiful process. I hope that democracy in this country will continue, because right now we have a very, very tough situation with all of the radical left ideas, with the weaponization of politics. They weaponize it like it's never been weaponized before. It's totally illegal, but they do it anyway, and it has to stop. Every one of the court cases that I'm involved, every single one, civil, whether it's the attorney generals or the district attorneys. You look at Fani in Georgia. They had many meetings with the White House and with the DOJ. They went there, 8-hour meetings. That was all staged. That was a phony hoax. And now you look at it, and it is a phony hoax. And hopefully that case will be dismissed in short order. It's a disgrace to this country. But they work together with the Justice Department and the White House, and not supposed to do that. Every one of these cases you see comes out of the White House. It comes out of Biden. It's election interference, and it's really very sad. I thought the presentation today was a very good one. I think it was well received. I hope it was well received. You have millions of people that are out there wanting to vote, and they happen to want to vote for me or the Republican Party or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it. But I'm the one running, and we are leading in every poll. We're leading in the local polls, in the state polls, and we're leading in the swing state polls, and we're leading very big in the national polls. So it's been a very great honor. We love the country. I think the reason we have such big leads, frankly, is that they loved 4 years of us compared to the 3 years plus the 3 years that they've gone with Biden, where you have open borders, you have crime. Nobody's ever seen crime like this, what's happening. And now the crime is being committed, much of it by the migrants that have come in illegally to our country. I was wondering about that. I said, you know, a lot of these people come out of jails, they come out of mental institutions, they come out of places that you don't want to know about. We don't even know where they come from. We don't know who they are, where they are. They're being dumped in from mental institutions, from prisons and jails. And many terrorists are coming into our country. We're going to be paying a big price. They have to stop it. They have to close the border. By the way, the president can do it just by saying, I want the border closed. I closed the border. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. There's never been a country with a border like this, not even a third world country. So we are, again, we're going out to Nevada right now. We'll be out there. Some of you are going to be out there with us. Otherwise, your colleagues will be. And hopefully we're going to have a big night, caucus tonight. We're going to have a very big night. We expect to have a very big night. The Virgin Islands, as you know, are also very much in play today, so we'll be hearing about them sometime during the day or later on in the evening. And it's an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago. I hope you like it. It's worth a little more than $18 million. There's another case. It says it's worth $18 million. I said, which cabin are we talking about? But that's the kind of justice we have. When they say that to try and build up a case, that was a shame. But that gave up so much. When they said that gave up so much that Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million. They had it appraised for, as you know, 50 to 100 times that amount. But we have a judge that's what he said. And he's supposed to be ruling on me. But who knows? Maybe he'll be fair. I doubt it, but maybe he'll be fair. So I want to thank everybody. And by the way, we proved that case 100%, 5 times over. That case is 100% proven, 5 times over. We've never seen anything like it. He just wouldn't dismiss it, no matter what. Shouldn't be there. It should have been in the commercial division. Anyway, it's an honor to have you. I look forward to having you again, and I'll probably see you out in Nevada. Thank you very much.
The U.S. Supreme Court is said to be broadly skeptical in early reporting about the effort to try and kick you off the ballot. Having said that, though, speak to the argument, legal and otherwise, that your detractors have made leading up to the day. And it's an argument that was given voice by Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, not long ago.
All right, I got the gist.
There's no question.
Yeah, I got the gist.
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day.
He doesn't say that anymore. So let me just tell you that I heard and I watched. And the one thing I'll say is they kept saying about what I said right after the insurrection. Because I think it was an insurrection caused by Nancy Pelosi. This was an insurrection, if it was an insurrection, which there were no guns, there were no anything except for the fact that they shot Ashley Babbitt. Somebody from the police force shot Ashley Babbitt. So unnecessary, so sad, so horrible. But there were no guns, there were no anything. But if you take a look at my words, right after, you take a look at my speech from the Rose Garden, which was very shortly after, or you take a look at I'm only on Truth now, but at that time, we were tweeting, and I was on Twitter. If you take a look at those 5 or 6 tweets, you will see very beautiful, very heartwarming statements. Go home, the police are doing their job, etc., etc. Beautiful statements. If you see my statement made in the Rose Garden, I think you have to watch that, because today they said the words of Trump. Now, if you take a look at the words of Democrats over the last period of time, look at Schumer's statement about the Supreme Court on the steps of the Supreme Court. He sounded like a mob boss. Take a look at any of them. Take a look at any. We put together a tape of vicious, violent statements made by Democrats. Nobody brings that up. Take a look at Maxine Waters and the vicious statements that she made. I didn't do that. I said peacefully and patriotically. The speech was called Peacefully and Patriotically. It's peacefully and patriotically. He said I said bad statement. It was the exact opposite. So I think you should take a look at the statements that I made before and after, and you'll see a whole different dialogue.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Chinese President Xi. You said that you were going to impose 60% tariffs should you get back in office. Can you explain your rationale there?
We want to bring business back to the U.S. They're stealing our business. They're taking our business at levels that nobody's ever seen before. By doing that, we bring business back, manufacturing back to the United States, which I was doing. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president had ever taken in 10 cents, not 10 cents. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and jobs were coming back. I was saving steel companies. Now they're blowing it. When I see U.S. steel being bought by Japan, what a sad thing that is. To me, what a sad thing that is. So we want to bring jobs back. Very simple. Thank you.
Mr.
President, do you still have confidence in Speaker Johnson after the failed Mayorkas impeachment effort?
I do have confidence in him, yeah. I very much do. I think he's a very good man, and I have great confidence in him.
Why is Nikki Haley still in the race when you're dominating in the polls?
Oh, I love that question. Thank you very much. You just said it. I don't know why she continues, but let her continue. We have a big one coming up, as you know, in South Carolina. And the polls are indicating that we're through the roof on that one. We're leading by, I guess, 35%, 35 points. So I don't know. I think she hurts herself, but I think she hurts the party and in a way hurts the country. But it seems to be dying. She did poorly in Iowa. She did very poorly in Iowa, actually. She came in third place. Ron DeSantis beat her, although you wouldn't know that if you listened to her speech. She did poorly in New Hampshire. She did poorly no matter where she went. I don't know how the results aren't in yet from the Virgin Islands, but I know she's playing it very hard. And in Nevada, she lost to No Name. She had a No Name, and she lost by, I guess, 40 points. So I don't know why she continues, but she's a, I don't really care if she continues. I think it's bad for the party. I think it's actually bad for her, too.
Mr. President, thank you for having us on a busy day here. Given the battles over presidential immunity, I'm wondering should all presidents and vice presidents be immune from any legal consequences for any action they take during their term?
Well, I can say presidential immunity, which we'll be talking about because that will be upcoming, is very, very important for a president to have. If a president doesn't have immunity, he really doesn't have a presidency. He can be told to do things that he would never do. He can do really bad things for our country. Presidential immunity is imperative. It's going to be very, very important. And I'd rather talk about that next week, but there is nothing more important to a presidency than immunity, because they have to be free to make decisions without saying, oh, if I do this or if I do that, as soon as I get out of office, we're going to be indicted, we're going to have trouble. And the other party will do that. I think we've seen that. They've done that. There's some very bad people. And you have an opposition party, and they will do things that are very bad. If you don't have immunity, you can be blackmailed. You can be, as a president, they'll say, if you don't do this, this, and this, we're going to indict you as soon as you leave office. You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. If they don't have immunity, you don't have a presidency. You lose all, you lose all form of free thought and good thought. And you probably weaken the presidency to a point that it was never supposed to be weakened. It would be a very bad thing for our country. We'll be talking about immunity in the coming weeks.
Mr. President, how confident are you that you'll be treated fairly by the Supreme Court justices? And what sort of time frame do you need a decision in order for it not to be relevant?
Well, I'm a believer in our country, and I'm a believer in the Supreme Court. I listened today, and I thought our arguments were very, very strong. An argument that is very important is the fact that you're leading in every race, you're leading in every state, you're leading in the country against both Republican and Democrat. And Biden, you're leading in the country by a lot. And can you take the person that's leading everywhere and say, hey, we're not going to let you run? I think that's pretty tough to do, but I'm leaving it up to the Supreme Court. Thank you all very much. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are live Charleston, South Carolina, waiting for President Trump, scheduled to take the stage just slightly at the top of the hour. We're glad you're joining us. We're here on this Valentine's Day. I hope you and your Valentine are having a fantastic day. We'll get into something else that a lot of people, as we walked outside talking to all of the supporters here, there was obviously the number one thing they would love to fix during a Trump administration was the border. They were all about closing the border and the border crisis that we have right now. And of course, with Mayorkas being impeached last night, now goes to the Senate. We'll see what happens there. The next thing was to stop sending money to these foreign wars. And President Trump likes to talk about how under his administration, during his time on his watch, we no longer had any additional foreign wars. Matter of fact, we got out of these foreign wars. We're in the process of bringing our troops and our equipment home. Then when President Biden took over, we saw the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan. But when you look at the numbers of how much we spend to Ukraine, go over some numbers for you right now. We spent about $223 million a day on aid to Ukraine. So when they go to push these additional funding packages for Ukraine and they wrap them up into a border bill to try to, I don't know why securing our border has anything to do with Ukraine, but that's what the Democrats try and do. And that's what some, in all fairness, that some Republicans try to do that as well. So this foreign aid package that they're putting together, let me go over some of the numbers here. 95 billion, that's with the B, billion for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Now, that will not be brought to the floor anytime soon. Matter of fact, Speaker Johnson says he's going to talk it over to Republicans and get their thoughts on it a little bit more. But I think what you're probably going to see is a separate aid package for Ukraine, separate from what you would find in a package to Israel and Taiwan. Now, let's look at Ukraine for a second. We have seen this war now going on for well over 2 years. The exact month date, I don't know, but we have been sending hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars to fight this, in my opinion, a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. And what that has done is not only has added to our debt as far as the money that we don't have. We can't simply outprint money to pay for a war that 90% of the base, the Republican America First agenda, their base is not in support of this war in Ukraine. So I say put a separate bill to the floor for Ukraine, and let's have Republicans vote on that. Very much like we did with Mayorkas. That is the secret to getting things done these days. It seems like what we have to do is force a floor vote, force people to vote on topics, not some bill that has watered down money to Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan and border security package, but separate it. Make people vote on it. That's the only way you're going to get it to really get people, put pressure on them to vote against it, is to make them put their name on it directly. So I do anticipate a separate bill being brought to the floor, not anytime soon, but that is something that I think Speaker Johnson will put together, a separate aid for Ukraine. Now, obviously, the base is very much against a conveyor belt, if you will, of money going to this war. President Trump does talk about it often at these rallies, that this is not what needs to happen, that this conflict with Russia would have never happened on a Trump administration. And of course, he says he could solve it through peace. And I don't know why that has not been discussed. And if you look at some of the details in these packages, that goes well through what would be a Trump administration. And if President Trump at that time would ever try to withdraw this aid to Ukraine, it could trigger a reason for House Republicans and I mean, it would trigger House Democrats to launch articles of impeachment on President Trump if he stopped this continual aid to Ukraine. Now think about that for a second. Why in the world would we legislate foreign aid to a country to fight a war and make it almost like the law that if you stopped it at any point, it could trigger some type of violation on that? I think that it definitely doesn't fit the common sense mold, and it doesn't fit the mold of what this administration, the Trump administration, would be all about. The American people are of funding American wars. We'll get to more of that in just a second, but first, of funding American wars. We'll get to more of that in just a second, but first, let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we talked about the economy, we talked about protecting what is ours. That's your investments. It's things that you've worked really hard on, and you don't want to give it up. Our friends at the Birch Gold Group can show you how to transition from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. And it's as easy as simply texting the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. They're trusted. They're Better Business Bureau certified, A+. Thousands of our viewers have reached out to do just that. So no matter what your financial situation is, it's always great to diversify your savings. And you can do that at the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the word Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. All right, so you had two things happen last night in the House. You got the impeachment of Mayorkas, a second attempt to do that. That passed with the help of Steve Scalise coming back on the floor for a vote. But something else happened in the great state of New York. We gave up a Republican seat due to the fact that we ousted George Santos for various reasons. Now, I'm not saying that George Santos in any regard is not perhaps guilty of some of the things that they've alleged that he has done. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not giving him a hall pass. But I was very forward and very vocal about Republicans, House Republicans, siding with Democrats to throw out their own member of a already very slim margin of majority in the House. And so you had New York Republicans like Lawler and others that rallied behind to get George Santos out of office in hopes of getting someone much more conservative, much more ethical, much more law-abiding, I guess you could say. And in the process, they gave us a horrible candidate. Someone that absolutely is, in all fairness, not a Republican, was a Democrat running under the Republican ticket. So this weak candidate to run in Santos's place got destroyed last night in New York. So now we have a Democrat, which, by the way, to his credit, was a prior congressman in New York. So not only did he have name recognition, obviously, but he had a little bit more of a savvy political team putting that run together. So now we have a seat that flipped to Democrat. That person, I'm not sure when they're going to get sworn in. It could be as soon as this week, probably early next week. And that's why this rush to impeach Mayorkas was so important, because if they, for whatever reason, they didn't get it done last night due to several reasons. I think Brian Mast of Florida had weather delays, so he didn't get back into town to vote. And I think some other people had some potential problems as well. So that's something to think about. So if that would not have gotten done last night, and you've got this new House member from New York coming in and getting sworn in, I think that this Mayorkas thing might not have taken place. At least the vote being approved wouldn't have taken place. So that's how slim the margin is right now. And I think that's how dumb Republicans are at this point to launch war against our own people in Congress. I don't see any reason to do it at all. Why they would certainly launch a campaign to oust any Republican right now, and is to claim some kind of moral high ground that they're doing it. The Democrats would not do that, and you and I both know that. The Democrats would not launch to expel one of their own. that's one thing Democrats do, and that's one thing Nancy Pelosi was great at. Nancy Pelosi kept the House in order. She kept her party in order, kept them lockstep into beating Republicans, into passing as much effective bills as she could. She would turbo those bills in. That's what she did. And love her or hate her, that's the effectiveness of a Nancy Pelosi speakership. She got things done on behalf of Democrats. On the other hand, we spent our time ousting a speaker, and we had people in the House Freedom Caucus kind of spearhead that change. But what has happened since then is a failure to get appropriation bills passed, kind of a failure other than last night to get any type of direct policy or decision that the base can get behind, and what I say, put points on the board. Because at this point, it is about putting points on the board going into this 24 election and getting things accomplished that need to be done. All right, so let's talk about how I think there's a major disconnect between Main Street and Wall Street. And when you look at inflation, it hits probably one of the most volatile segments in our population. That is the lower income and lower middle class families. They're the ones that are hit the hardest in relation to affording the rent, utilities. We talked about auto insurance going up 20.9%. Now, that is something you have to buy. You can't necessarily say, well, I'm just not going to buy auto insurance this month. It is a state law, if I'm not mistaken, in most of the states, if not all states. So this inflationary number has really hit hard. And when you look at Wall Street and you see what we had yesterday, one of the biggest tumbles in the Dow that we've seen in years, but the last couple of years, the stock market has been going up. The Dow has been topping, all-time highs. But it gets to a point, is that reflective of Main Street America, the average working class American? And I'm here to tell you it doesn't. I from what we see, and we travel with all these Trump rallies, you talk to average people on the street, and they say they're having a hard time paying their bills. They're having a hard time making ends meet. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They're putting more stuff on credit cards. And so you might have a level of prosperity in the market, but that doesn't necessarily translate to prosperity on Main Street America. Small businesses that are hit with tax and regulation and inflation. Now, there's two types of inflation. There's inflation that is used to a core inflation, which is used to basically measure what a manufacturer cost him to buy those goods to make that product. He's got that wholesale inflationary numbers in there. Then you have retail inflationary numbers, like what it costs the consumer. So it's costing companies more to make a product, which they're going to turn around and they're going to have to raise the prices. Now, if you look at, I think it's Congresswoman Lee, if I'm not mistaken, in California, is requesting or trying to get some support behind a $50 an hour minimum wage. Now, you think about that for a second. $50 an hour. Who does that hit the most? What segment of our population does that hit the hardest? And I would argue it's the lower to lower middle class families. You can't simply. How much will a Big Mac cost if your hourly minimum wage is $50? That's going to get translated into the product. Now, I personally think that if companies are forced to have a $50 an hour type, wage, that you're going to see automation. You're going to see computers. You're going to see the actual human employee, the actual human being that is running these companies and operating these products and serving them, be replaced by computers and automation, because I don't think they're going to move forward to that $50 an hour. We're going to talk about a strike that's going on right now. You may not know about it, but first, let's talk about the Free Trump book. That's right. We can talk about President Trump's accomplishments all night long, but your kids aren't going to learn about it in school. Matter of fact, they're not going to get it from the University of TikTok. They're not going to learn about it, about the college on Instagram. they're not going to tell you about it. Their friends at school aren't going to talk about it. But this free Trump book talks exactly what you're going to know about the accomplishments, the verified accomplishments of President Trump. And it's an easy-to-read book, great illustrations there. And guess what? It's free. That's right. Just got to pay a small shipping and handling. FreeTrumpBook.com. Free. TrumpBook.com. Former governor of Arkansas put that book out. It is fantastic. Great illustrations, an easy read. And it really makes a great gift for your kid, your grandchild. You can donate to a public library, maybe donate even to your school. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com. Let me step aside, let you see what's going on behind me. Then we'll get into this strike that's going across the country right now. You may not know about it, but check this crowd out. If President Trump is watching this right now, and I know often he does, look at it. It is standing room only in here on this Valentine's Day. These people very much showing their love and support for President Trump here tonight. About 11 minutes before the top of the hour. I think I've been told this might happen a little bit between 7 and 7:30, but we'll keep an eye on the time, the walkout time on this. But just what a fantastic crowd. I want to remind everybody also, you can follow me on social media at Brian Glenn TV, at Brian Glenn TV on X, on Instagram, on Facebook. More importantly, follow me on True Social at Brian, B-R-I-A-N, at Brian, B-R-I-A-N. We've got a little bit of activity going on in this corner. We've got some people coming in, which might make me think that the people that traveled either with the president, that either spoke before the president, might have made their way into the building here. So that is a good indication that we could have the president actually in the building, on the ground here in South Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on that behind us. I do want to take a moment. We lost one of the best country music legends of our time. Not only did we lose a country music legend, we lost a patriot. Toby Keith passing away last week, the great Toby Keith. We saw so many tributes on social media about him. His music is played at these rallies. I'd like to take a few minutes in silence to honor the great Toby Keith. So many hits, so many patriotic songs, and I remember after 9/11, wrote that great song that they play here at the rallies that talked about getting together as Americans and fighting for what's right and liberty and freedom, and gathering around the Statue of Liberty and really facing the evil that is in our world. And despite our differences politically, despite any type of differences that we had, racial or religious differences, it was all about being American. And we all felt what it was like on September 11th, 2001, to get sucker punched by evil in this world. And of course, Toby Keith, the song really wraps up, I think, the feeling that it was like to be an American during those dark days in our history. And so tonight we play tribute to the great Toby Keith. And of course, I think his downloads on Spotify and Apple Music since his death have gone up tremendously, because people are rediscovering his music and just how great it was. And I think that I don't think any of us can pick up a red solo cup and not think about the great Toby Keith. So tonight, if I had a solo cup with me, I'd say cheers to the great Toby Keith. We love you, we miss you, and there'll never, ever will be another Toby Keith like him again. Let's talk about a strike that's going on right now that you may not know about. Uber, the ride-sharing app Uber, went on strike today. Now, they chose Valentine's Day to do it because historically this day is a day where most people will use the ride-sharing app to go out, not only so perhaps they can make it easier to go out to dinner and not have to worry about parking at the restaurants and parking, especially if you live in a city. But also, you don't have to worry about, obviously, drinking and driving. It's one of those, to be on the safe side, you take an Uber. Where Uber across the country are urging their drivers to go on strike today because of pay discrepancies with the company. And I spoke to a couple of Uber drivers over the last couple of days to kind of get their thoughts on why they are going to participate in that. And they're telling me that year after year, Uber corporate is taking more and more of their money. In certain instances, Uber would make more on a ride than the actual driver does, and the driver has to assume the responsibility of the car, the upkeep, the gas, and all of that. So it's all overpay. It's 100% overpay, and so they are urging all of their drivers. Now, that's not to say that you can come on through here. It means you can't, won't be able to find an Uber. Chances are you'll be able to find one in certain markets, but some of these bigger markets, they're simply holding out for that. Also, if you're buying your Valentine's Day some chocolate, you might be paying a little bit more for that chocolate. Cocoa prices have gone up tremendously. Now, I did not know that the majority of cocoa processed in this country, in this world rather, comes from Ghana. And Ghana has experienced an extreme climate crisis, which has cut down on the processing of the cocoa plants. So you have to pay more, obviously, for chocolate now. So Ghana and cocoa making its way into the Valentine's Day special broadcast. So we'll talk about our friends at the Wellness Company at all. Now, these pandemics that we've experienced, that was something that you and I never planned for. And whenever the pandemic came out and all the information came out of what to take, what not to take, and you couldn't take this, oh, please don't take that. All the confusion about how you treat an illness, a virus from that pandemic. Well, Dr. Peter McAuliffe and his team of doctors has this contagion emergency kit. Now, a lot of times I'll joke around on our broadcast about things that would be fun to buy, like the Trump bobblehead dolls, the free Trump book. All that stuff's great. They make great gifts. But this emergency kit that can potentially save your life could be the most important thing that you buy. The information for that is on your screen. It has ivermectin. It has hydroxychloroquine. It has all of the things. The Z-Pack. It's got things that you need to fight potential virus and illnesses. There's a lot of stuff that we have already on the market that can treat these things. And that's what's important to point out, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel with this stuff. So it's nice to have one kit that can treat a potential illness. So I just encourage you to follow the directions on your screen, go pick it up, put one at your office, put one at your home, and be prepared in case something happens. The Wellness Company Contagion Emergency Kit. Go check it out. We are moments away from President Trump taking the stage, 6:56 here local time. Kind of fast forward, we've got a very busy program schedule coming up in the next week or so. We are live several times in South Carolina. We're actually going to go up to Michigan on Saturday and do a rally there in Michigan. Join us for that. Now, that will be the first cold rally we have had in quite some time. I've been told that it's in kind of an open-air hangar, so you're going to go back in that 2020 election days of October, November, when we were traveling up north to cover these rallies and really experiencing the brutal temperatures of winter. But that's what it's going to take on Saturday, so join us for that. Then after we come out of Michigan, we come back here, and we go to D.C., rather, and get ready for CPAC on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. But during those CPAC days, Trump is having rallies around the country, really, well, mainly here in South Carolina. So we're going to have teams down here bringing you that coverage, and we'll do the pre-shows mainly from the CPAC booth, where we anticipate a very busy booth for that. So make sure you join us, and the way you stay up with everything is you got to go to our website. You got to sign up for our newsletter. That is one of the best ways that you can do that, is sign up for our newsletter, as we are able to bring information to you as we get it. Some of the best ways we do that is through this newsletter. Go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up, simple and easy. It takes a few minutes to do that. And of course, Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, will send out all of this information, all these newsletters as soon as they can, and you'll have it straight to your inbox. So go check it out. Newsletter, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. I got a few excerpts from the speech that you might hear tonight, or you're going to hear from tonight. He is going to talk about making America stronger and richer and safer. And of course, we've talked to, hundreds of Trump supporters, and they say that's one of the things that they look forward the most is making this country safer. And this attack that we've had on law enforcement agencies, the attack we've seen on our military, as far as the DEI being into our military, which is, I think, made us less effective, rather than putting people in the right position that are the strongest. It's just simply putting people in for other reasons. Inflation, going to talk about inflation, hit about 60% of Americans. Going to talk about building the greatest economy. If you remember, the stock market was, under the Trump administration, hitting all-time record highs. Unemployment was at all-time lows on several segments in our society. He's going to talk about that. And thanks to Bidenomics, a 3-year mortgage rate hit a 22-year high. I did not know that. The average mortgage payment now is a brutal $3,300. Now, that's a lot more than I said earlier. It was $2,700. I was wrong on that. I'll stand corrected. The average mortgage right now is $3,200 a month. That is substantially up from a $1,746, which that was the amount I thought of earlier. So basically, you're paying, the difference on that on a mortgage is about $19,000 a year that you're paying more for. So the affordability is a big thing right now with the president. He's going to talk about making things more affordable, not only for upper income, but all across America, all segments of America. Simply live get the most out of your money. He's going to talk about the economy. He's going to talk about the border and crooked Joe Biden, his way that he's weaponized the border, not only to bring in illegal immigrants, to potentially be, in a way, used to in the voting process and the election, to get them kind of a fast track into voting in our elections. And also he's going to talk about buy American, hire American. We often hear that about buying American products and hiring Americans for jobs. I think it's important that we, there's segments in our country right now that used to be really big production area for industry that are no longer. These factories have packed up and they've moved overseas for various reasons. Well, bringing production back to America brings jobs back, which brings those communities back, which they can deal with a lot of issues that they might have. Talk about taxes for a second. Joe Biden's plan for the next term raises taxes over $6 trillion. This is something that a lot of people do not know, that whoever is in Congress in January of 25 will write the next tax laws. Trump's tax laws are set to expire at the end of this year. So whoever's in charge of Congress will be in charge of doing that. And of course, Democrats have pledged that if they have any control over your taxes, you can guarantee they're going to go up. So under President Trump, he was able to cut the corporate tax rate down to where companies can make more money, and that trickles down to the employees. It trickles down to more jobs. It trickles down to expanding their business. Under the Joe Biden's plan, those corporate tax rates would go up. And then he's going to talk a little bit about Nikki Haley tonight. Obviously, he has a sizable lead on Nikki Haley, about a 45-plus point lead in this race. So I think Nikki Haley is kind of a non-topic to talk about at this point. He's not running against her. He's running against the crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration. So that's what his focus is likely to be heavily on tonight. He also talks about the peace through strength, and that we weren't into these foreign wars like we are right now. We're not into those wars at all. We're simply into negotiating peace with these countries, and why that has not been an option. It's really interesting how that, you look at the Democratic Party, and for so long, they were the party of peace. They were the party that was anti-war. They were the party that didn't get involved and didn't want to get involved in these foreign wars. And all of a sudden, it seems like the Democratic Party, we've got wars going on in Ukraine that they want to fund endlessly. We've got wars over in Israel and the Gaza, and we've got that, and that's debatable of we can talk about what type of aid should be given. But we've got wars around this world that they're wanting to get involved with, and I just don't know when did the Democratic Party become the party of funding wars? I don't really know that. And of course, we all know that the establishment, I call it the Country Club Republican, is into this. They're into this industrial military complex. They want to fund more foreign wars. Lindsey Graham here, and I can promise you, if he was a step stage and here, he would probably get a sea of booze here because he's very much into supporting the continuation of funding a war. Many Republicans are very open about sending more money to Ukraine, funding Ukraine endlessly. We know Democrats are just absolutely insane. Let me step aside, let you see what's going on behind me. More and more people in the last 20 minutes or so have come in this building, and at this point, I don't know where else they could possibly stand. At this moment, there's a lot of people in this building, but you're glad you're joining us on this very beautiful night here in South Carolina. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. We certainly appreciate. Let's listen in. You kind of got a felt for a second that something was about to happen in terms of a walkout, but that didn't take place. We do feel like the energy in this race, now it's always been high, obviously, post 2020 election, we saw 38, 39 rallies take place during that time. And it seemed like the campaign season really never stopped. To a certain degree, they were campaigns not only talking about what happened in the election, but they were also rallies at that time that talked about the failures of the Biden administration and just how we have taken multiple steps back in just about everything we do. The economy, the border, national security, foreign policy, energy independence. We've taken a step back. So 38, 39 rallies after the 2020 election. Now, you want to go, since he announced that he was running for president, these rallies have gotten bigger. They've gotten more energetic. They've gotten more passionate. And people are absolutely, and I don't care if you have these rallies on a Monday morning at 10 a.m. or a Saturday night at 7 p.m. It does not matter. The American people are coming out in mass to vote in support for this president. So it doesn't matter how many court cases come up. Doesn't matter how many attempts to imprison this president, to arrest him for various charges that have all been proven to be a bunch of crap. It doesn't matter if their cases fall apart. What matters is the American people want President Trump back in office. And this is just one example of many of why he is the nominee for the Republican Party. And tonight, we'll see it. And on election night, on the 24th, we'll see it again. The people want President Trump back in office. Glad you're joining us. Brian Glenn live here. Charleston, South Carolina. Beautiful night here. We've been to this state several times. Obviously, I would have gone on record saying that one of the hottest rallies I've had in doing this was in Pickens, South Carolina. Beautiful, small downtown, great, picturesque. The plane did a flyover President Trump, just beautiful, but it was hot. And then one of the coldest rallies I've ever done was in Florence, South Carolina, kind of late spring, kind of that March, April time. Had a rare cold front come down. Combine that with some humidity, cold temperatures, some wind. All right, we're getting some of the Trump surrogates coming behind the curtain. That would only lead me to believe that we are getting somewhat close to him taking the stage if you've got some of these people that are making their way back to their seats. But going back to what I was saying, the momentum is tremendous for President Trump right now, despite whatever is in the news cycle. If they're trying to remove him from the ballot, if they're trying to the Mar-a-Lago case, and I was just down there this past weekend for an event, and I literally said to myself as I was walking around Mar-a-Lago, for them to think that this was an $18 million property is a joke. I think the front yard at Mar-a-Lago was $18 million. But despite whatever these bogus lawsuits and claims have gone, the support for President Trump is like nothing we've ever seen in political history, to be honest with you. It's something that I've never seen in my almost 30 years of being in broadcast. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. The movement, the people, the passion. Now, you could say to a certain degree, you might have seen some enthusiasm during the Obama run there in 2008. Had tremendous momentum coming out of there. Of course, that was coming off of a Bush administration, and there was a lot of, if you remember, it was all about hope and change, and it was all about a new America. And at the time, you think about those words, hope and change, and that we're going to transform America. You look at those words now, years later, and it should scare you because they told us exactly what they're trying to do. They fundamentally want to change this country. And Biden's policies, his leftist policies, and there's a sign that says America first. It's interesting. Back there, it would have said American last in 2008, and it's only gotten worse as we have gotten forward to 2024. So I've never seen the enthusiasm for a political campaign as we see right now. And I said this a year ago. I don't need polls. Polls are great. They kind of give you something to look at. But during the 2020 election, I saw crowds like this and even bigger outside versus Joe Biden in a hula hoop in a middle-class gymnasium 6 feet apart. That was my poll. That was my indication of the support that Joe Biden had and that President Trump had. Now, I often say this, and this is my call to Joe Biden. This is my call to Democrats. This is my call to the DNC. If your candidate is that hugely accepted and popular, then why don't you go out and throw a rally for Joe Biden? Do just what President Trump is doing. Go rent yourself a convention center hall. Go rent yourself a college basketball arena. Go find an airplane hangar somewhere and rent that space and throw an American First Vote for Joe Biden rally, and let's see who shows up. Okay, let's see what happens. Does he have the stamina to stand on a stage for an hour and a half, maybe sometimes 2 hours, and do multiple stops in one day, back to back? Does he have the stamina to fly across the country and do all of these? And so I really want to see it. If the popularity is there, I just want to see it. And I don't think we will. I think he'll run this campaign very much like he ran 2020. He'll be down in his basement, and he'll run it from the shadows. And they'll control the amount of time you see him. Now, they like to put Joe Biden in restaurant situations with the public. They want a little bit of interaction, about 5 to 10 minutes of interaction with someone, and then they'll swift them away, and they'll cut them, and the media will stop their coverage. Because if they can get just a soundbite with him with a milkshake saying something clever to someone, or maybe going over to a child, a parent, a kid, saying something sweet, that's what they clip, and that becomes a campaign highlight reel for him. But little do people know that there's no way in hell that Joe Biden can do anything what President Trump does on the campaign trail. They all know it. The media knows it. Everyone here on this stage knows it. I want to see exactly what Joe Biden is like when you get him out of the press room, get him on a media, get him on a stage like this, get him talking to crowds, get him interacting. Let him convince the American people that he is the one to vote for. And I don't think you're going to see it. Matter of fact, I don't think he makes it to the starting line. And I said this 2 years ago. I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. I think someone else, my guess is Gavin Newsom. You might have somebody else. Drop that in the chats if you disagree with me. A lot of people say Michelle Obama. I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Maybe it does. But it definitely, you cannot compare Joe Biden's mental capacity to process decision-making, improv speaking, long-term speaking, long-formatted speaking, I should say. You can't compare Joe Biden and President Trump. It's impossible. It's two different individuals. It's way two different individuals. And, you know, it's interesting because whenever President Trump misspeaks one time, the media jumps all over that. It becomes a lead story. I want our guys in the studio to rack that clip of. Let me step aside. I want them to re-rack that clip of President Biden misnaming the president of Mexico. When you got that racked up, let me know. We'll play that. But it's interesting how if President Trump stumbles over one-liner, just mistakenly says something, the media loves to jump all over that. Yet Joe Biden does it on a daily basis, and we never see that. Here's what he said at a press conference that, well, I just can't believe he said. Take a listen.
As you know, that the conduct of the response in the Gaza Strip has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop.
Now, can you imagine if President Trump on a daily basis had the same, mental miscues that Joe Biden has? It would be all over the news. Now, if we could have Master Control cue up the next video of the way Joe Biden handles the media in a very defensive manner. Now, it's interesting because, President Trump is kind of notorious for calling out the fake news. And one thing I loved about President Trump was that he never backed down from the media. He'd always address them head on. Whether or not it was scheduled or not, President Trump always faced the media. Well, take a listen at what and how Joe Biden faced the media at this press conference. Take a listen.
President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They express concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer to that question?
Because I'm the most qualified person in this country to be President of the United States and finish the job I started.
incredible, right? I think that Joe Biden often loses his temper, and I think it's through frustration. I think sometimes he knows he can't remember something. He knows he's, cloudy in a certain area. And you do see that from individuals suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's. They seem to get angry and aggressive at times. And I think that is what we're seeing now. Now, the sad part of it all, and let's just take the politics out of it for a second. The sad part about all of this is that is a man who is tired, and he's being used. He's being used by the Democrats. He's being used by the deep state to basically be the front man to shelter all the corruption they've been able to get away with on his watch, because he is directly tied to that corruption. Is it in his best interest as a human, as someone in his condition of health, to step away from this stressful job, this continual pressure chamber that is politics? Yes, it is. And I do think that is exactly what needs to happen, but that's not what's going to happen. And the fact that they're even considering Joe Biden to serve another 4 years is really ridiculous. And if I was on the DNC, I would certainly be looking down the bench to a much younger, a more vibrant person to roll out to be the future of the party. I think if you're trying to engage younger voters, which it seems like every party, that's what you do. You always try to bring in younger voters to the party. That is what you need to do, and I don't see the Democrats doing that. And the reason for that is they're so deeply involved in the corruption with Joe Biden that they have to have him in office. And it's sad. It really is sad. But what you saw was just an example, I think, of a very frustrated man. And when you look at what's next, and you can look at the impeachment of Joe. Oh, here we go. Let's listen in.
Stage United States Senator of South Carolina, Tim Scott.
Hello, South Carolina! How many of y'all are ready for 4 more years? I tell you what, as y'all probably remember, I have recently got engaged. And today is Valentine's Day. But I told my fiance I have a chance to introduce the next president of the United States. And if you are like me and you want our borders secured, how many of y'all want Donald Trump? If you want to restore law and order in our country, how many of you want Donald Trump? If you want a stronger economy, how many do you want? Who do you want? We want Trump. Our help me welcome the next president of the United States, Donald Trump.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much, South Carolina, and happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Your great state is getting a lot of news lately. We're doing very well. We're up about 65 points. Is that enough? 65. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of hardworking, God-fearing American patriots. And thanks to proud citizens like you, last month we won Iowa by the largest margin in GOP history. That's a long time. And then we won New Hampshire with more votes, listen to this one, than any candidate has ever gotten in either party. Other than that, we didn't do very well there, right? We got more votes than any candidate. Think of that. What an honor. So many years it's been going on. What an honor. Last week we won the Virgin Islands in a landslide, and then we won over 99% in the Nevada caucuses with more votes than anyone has ever gotten in the Nevada caucus. So there's something going on, and now we're going to win a gigantic victory in just a few days, if you think about it. Next week, sort of. I guess you could say sort of next week. In South Carolina. Thank you. The primary is Saturday, February 24th, but in person. Early voting is underway right now, so go and vote. I think we're going to have a big victory. It's looking very good, looking very strong. In fact, a lot of people are saying, what the hell is she wasting her time for? And I agree with that. It ends on February 22nd, and it's closed this Sunday, the 18th, and Monday, the 19th, for President's Day. But you just go vote early or get there. It doesn't, frankly, from my standpoint, just vote. Whether you do it then or whether you do it early, just go and vote. Nikki Haley is pushing Democrats to vote, so if you don't want liberals and Marxists to meddle in your primary, which they shouldn't be able to do, then you have to get out and get every patriot you know, come out this week and vote for our campaign. It's going to be over very quickly, very, very quickly. With your help, we're going to win this state, and this November we're going to win the White House, and we're going to take back our country. Right, Henry? One of the most important issues in this race is which candidate can rescue the American economy and save the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream for quite a while. It's the American nightmare right now. Under the Trump administration, you were far better off. Your family was better off. Your neighbors were better off. Your communities were better off. And our country was a lot better off than it is today. Today, our country is going to hell. It's going to hell. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Millions and millions of people pouring in from places unknown. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident than ever when I was sitting behind that beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office. Together we built the greatest economy in the history of the world with record tax cuts, record regulation cuts, record energy production. We were doing a lot of records, and rising wages for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. That's why Hispanic Americans, African Americans, Asian Americans, women, men, young students with a brilliant education, young students with no diploma, no education to speak of. Every single group was doing better. There wasn't a group that was not doing as well. But then crooked Joe Biden came in and began waging an all-out economic war on our great middle class. That's what's happened, by the way. That's what's happened. Let's compare the smoldering records of Bidenomics. How about that name, Bidenomics? With the incredible success we had just 3 years ago under President Trump on Maganomics. You ever hear that term? I just heard it. And I like it. I said, let's use it every once in a while. Let's use it in South Carolina. Under Biden, we've had a 3-year inflation rate of over 30%, and inflation was higher than expected. Yet again, you see, they just announced the numbers 2 days ago. It's back. 60% of Americans are now struggling to pay for their groceries. We didn't have that. And as Crooked Joe himself foolishly pointed out on Sunday, it's not just that prices are getting higher, it's that packages are getting smaller. Thank you for telling that, Crooked Joe. Worst president in the history of our country, by far. In fact, Jimmy Carter is a very happy man because his administration is brilliant by comparison. Under my leadership, you had virtually no inflation, and there was no such thing as Joe Biden's shrinkflation. You ever hear that one? Shrink. That's his new name he comes up with. Under Crooked Joe, energy prices have reached the highest in history, and gas prices have reached $5, $6, and even $7 a gallon. And now it seems like they're going up again. They're doing everything they can. They'll use anybody, send it around. They want to do anything they can. But after the election, they can't. We can't let them win. We're not going to have a country. But after the election, if a tragedy happened, like happened 3 years ago, that was a tragedy, what happened. That was a tragedy. Look what's happened to our country. Our country's gone to hell. But if a tragedy happened, you'd see prices, energy prices go up double and triple. 3 years ago, under my leadership, we had energy independence and soon would have had energy dominance. We're going to be dominant all over the world. We were behind Saudi Arabia, Russia. Within the first year, we were way beyond them in terms, we have more liquid gold under our feet, just think of it, than any other nation. And we don't want to use it. They want to go all electric cars. Isn't that a great idea? They don't go far. They don't go far. I had gas, think of the gasoline, gas prices, and we had some times where it was below this number, $1.87 per gallon. Think of that. Doesn't that sound good? You could buy those big, beautiful trucks. Now you say, let's get a little one. Thanks to Bidenomics, the 30-year mortgage rate has hit a 22-year high, the highest in over 22 years. Average mortgage payments now a brutal $3,322 a month. When I was president, the average monthly mortgage payment was $1,700 a month, nearly 50% less than what you're doing right now. You had a savings with me of $19,000 a year. That's a lot. And this is an affordability crisis. Remember, under crooked Joe Biden, credit card debt is the highest in history. Never been higher. That's a tragic number. Over $1 trillion for the first time ever. It's never been even close to that. 62% of Americans now report living paycheck to paycheck. Under President Trump, Americans liberated themselves from debt by paying off roughly $150 billion from their credit cards, the only major decline in decades, the first time in decades that it was happening. And while Crooked Joe likes to brag about the stock market, the truth is his record is horrendous when you correct for inflation, which is an amazing number after adjusting for all that has taken place over the last couple of years. But think of it, with all of the inflation and everything else, the stock market is up just 8% total for the entire period. By contrast, under my leadership, the stock market was up by an astounding 62%, with inflation almost at zero, 62%. In short, Crooked Joe Biden did our economy exactly what he did to our border. He's done it to our economy and our border. Have you ever seen anything? Look, forget about speeches. Have you ever seen anything where millions of people are allowed to pour in? Millions and millions? He inherited an amazing success from me. He wrecked it almost immediately, turned it into something resembling much worse, actually, not resembling, much worse than a third world nation, a banana republic. There's never been a border in the history of the world that's looked anything like this tragedy. It's a tragedy. And he can shut it down. All he has to do is say, close the border. We got to get our country straightened out. And he doesn't. He wants to have some phony legislation passed, which actually makes it worse. But with your vote, we're going to save our economy and we're going to bring our country back from hell. That's where it's been. That's where it's been. The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024, right? Upon taking office, I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy, cancel his ban on exporting American natural gas, beautiful, clean natural gas, and we will drill, baby, drill. Bring it way down. I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status, and we will impose stiff penalties on China and other trade abusers. They're abusers. Don't forget, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president's ever done anything like it. Under my policies, no company will ever want to even think about firing their U.S. workers and outsourcing your jobs to foreign countries, like is happening now at record levels, and we stopped it. Because if they do, those countries are going to pay a very steep price, and that's why they didn't do it. They didn't play games with us. We will once again live by the maxim of the Trump administration: buy American, hire American, buy and hire American. To protect South Carolina workers, I will also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what reciprocal trade is? When they screw us, we screw them. It's very simple. If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 2%, think of this, it happens all the time. We did a lot. We did very nicely with China. They aren't doing well right now because of the tariffs and taxes I put on. If China or any country puts on a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. If they charge us, we charge them. And as tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families will come down very dramatically. We'll take in a fortune. You know, it's an amazing thing that hasn't been done. We were doing it at levels never seen. We were taking in hundreds of billions. We were taking in billions and billions of dollars. And it was easy. It was really easy, amazing. And we kept a lot of businesses going. We saved the steel industry, but now they're blowing it. Did you see where U.S. Steel was just bought by Japan? How about that? Okay, can you imagine? I wouldn't let that happen. It will almost solve our budget deficit in one fell swoop if we do this Reciprocal Act. Think of it, Reciprocal Trade Act. They charge us, we charge them. And then you have senators and some people that say, no, what's wrong with it? It's perfect. That's called Make America Great Again. That's what they do to us.
And other countries will not be allowed to rip us off any longer, which is what they're doing. The only ones who hate it are the globalists, because basically they hate America. In a certain way, they actually hate our country. By contrast, crooked Joe Biden's plan for his next term raises your taxes over $6 trillion. Do you know that? Including a colossal tax hike, this will be the biggest tax hike in history for you, the people in this room and everybody else. Millions of middle-class families, they're going to take away your Trump tax cuts. So I gave you the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, and they want to take them back. That's not going to happen very easily, I will tell you. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. You know, they expire in a year. And we will cut your taxes even more than that. You know, we took in more revenue after the tax cuts than we ever took in before, because the tax cuts inspired investment. But Crooked Joe is not the only massive tax hiker in this race. You also have a person known as Nikki Birdbrain Haley, Birdbrain, who tried to double your gas tax here in South Carolina and also supports a 23% national sales tax. By the way, Henry will never do that. That's for sure. I will never let that happen to you. It's not going to happen. Henry wouldn't let it happen either, frankly. The radical left Democrats want Nikki Haley because they know she's easy to beat. Look at her polls. Her polls are terrible against Biden. She wants to gut Medicare and Social Security and raise the retirement age by 10 years. How about Social Security? You have another year to go, and then you learn it's not a year. It's going to be 11 years to go. I don't know. Somehow some people aren't going to like that too much. That's what she wants to do. She's wanted to do that for a long time. She gave land away to China, but most importantly, I'm beating Biden in almost every poll by a lot, whereas she loses to Biden in virtually every poll. And her numbers, by the way, are tanking. Her numbers are going down. As she gets angrier, crazier, and suffers deeper scars from Trump derangement syndrome. She's got a terminal case, Trump derangement syndrome. Not a nice thing. There are many people afflicted with it. Most of them are gone. On the amnesty bill, Nikki sided with crooked Joe Biden. I sided with the American people. She sided with Biden. Nikki has gone so far left because of her Democrat donors. She's actually got very little money now because they all gave up, because she's given, like, there was one poll that said she has no chance. That's pretty tough, 0. I give her a 1%. I don't really mean it, but I give her a 1%. And that she's not just attacking me, she's actually attacking the entire, she is really going after the Republican Party. And that's very bad. We got to beat Biden. We got to beat Biden. 3 years ago, she said, all of us who worked with Donald Trump witnessed the tremendous amount of love and respect he has for our military. He was determined to protect our military. We had many conversations in the NSC meetings about protecting them. He loved our military so much, is what she said. Now she says, well, I don't know too much about him in the military. And on that, though, she was correct. I love our military. You have a big military here. I love our vets. I've taken care of our vets like no president has ever done. No president has ever given the vets what I gave them. I gave her the job at the United Nations, 90% for one reason, because I wanted to make Henry McMaster the governor of the great state of South Carolina. And he's done a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Peggy, thank you for being here. Thank you, Henry. Nikki is also political best friends with a guy named Mitt Romney. Has anyone ever heard of him? That's not a good thing. Who has run, really, I mean, he's been run out of office, essentially. Remember, he was with the mask running down Pennsylvania Avenue with Antifa. I said, this guy's not good. No, he didn't run because he couldn't have had my support. And in Utah, he couldn't have won the race. He could not have won. So he didn't leave very easily, but he left. He's gone. He's gone. Unless he changes his mind, maybe he will. I hope he does. Then he goes down in defeat. And she seriously thought about supporting a gentleman named as Barack Hussein Obama. Well, it's right on the tape. I don't know if they're going to put up that tape, but it's right on that tape. Barack Hussein Obama, she wanted to support him and she decided to go with Romney instead. That's all we have to know about her. Don't want to waste a lot of time on her because we have much more important subjects, so we'll get to it. But it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so and they are desperate. They are desperate. Do you see this guy on television today? I mean, he's like a crazed lunatic. Round eyes. The eyes are all round as hell. But I know he didn't have any plastic surgery. I know. The eyes are round. Foreign leaders look at him and they say, you got to be kidding. They only know that we are the only, and they know this, that we are the only ones who are going to stop the Democrats. They're going to destroy our country. That's why they're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference. That's what they've done. It's all election interference. They love to talk about disinformation and democracy. It's all disinformation. They're great at cheating on elections, and they're great at misinformation, disinformation. Similar, not the same thing, but both. Because they're the ones who are weaponizing the DOJ and the FBI, our election systems, and attacking free speech. And they're also going into the states, and they're getting the district attorneys, and they're getting these people are really bad for our democracy. He is a threat to our democracy for numerous reasons. Number one is he's grossly incompetent. That's number one. Number two, they're weaponizing law enforcement against their political opponent. In the case of me, it's me who's the political opponent. And because we're leading him by so much, it doesn't make it any easier, probably for him or for us, but we're leading by so much, partially because the people of our country get it. Congress ought to impeach crooked Joe Biden for attacking his political opponent by weaponizing the DOJ, the FBI, and even the local DAs and attorney generals against his political opponent. They ought to impeach him because that is the most undemocratic thing that you can do. This happens in certain countries, but never happened in our country. All of this persecution is only going on because I'm running for president and leading big in the polls, beating Nikki by 36 points in the latest South Carolina poll, and beating Biden by 15 points in the latest morning consult poll. Remember, I always used to talk about polls, right? Always, because to me it's very important. Only I would talk about them if they were good. If they're bad, I didn't bother with them. But they're good. These are the best polls we've ever had. I actually think their weaponization of DOJ, FBI, I actually think that's driven our numbers way up because people don't like it. They're not going to stand for it. In the latest morning consult poll, we're at 80% in the Republican primary. We're dominating everybody. And then when you go over to the Democrats, Crooked Joe in the general election, we're leading by landslide margins, and they're very worried about it. I don't know. Personally, I don't think he makes it to the starting gate. I hate when they compare him to me. He's old, he's broken, he's incompetent. But let's also talk about Trump. You know, I stand up here, I make these speeches all the time. All the time. We have the biggest crowds in history. In history. If I didn't have it, you'd know before anybody. Front row Joes would know. Our great people from North Carolina. Over here, we have like 35 women. They follow me, North Carolina. They follow me all over the country. They're beautiful. They're great. I don't know what the hell their husbands are saying. This is, I think, their 117th stop. But front row Joes, you may even top it, right? These are serious. How many stops? Yeah, in the 90s, right? They beat you. The women from North Carolina won. That's all right. But there's never been anything like this. Look, we do these rallies. They're incredible. This isn't really a rally. This was a stop, and we have thousands of people outside that can't even get in. It's amazing. And, you know, yesterday she had a rally. 9 people showed up. 9 people. She's finished. In fact, our lead against Biden is now 6 points, 7 points, 9 points, 11 points, and even one at 15 points. And the betting markets all over the world, the betting markets have us beating Biden by 21 points. We have to do that. And by the way, she's getting clobbered. She's getting clobbered by the Democrats, even though she probably is one. I think she probably is. They're putting up her money. They have the biggest Democrat supporters giving her money because Republicans aren't. They think it's a hopeless case. But don't let that fool you. They cheat like hell. So everyone has to go and keep your eyes wide open for the cheaters and vote, vote, vote. You got to do that. And the primary just coming up. I know you think we're going to win by a lot, and I think we are by probably a record. We've broken every record so far. We've broken Iowa, New Hampshire. We broke every one of them. Every record, every place we've run. Nevada, we broke. The Virgin Islands, we got 100% of the vote. We've broken every record, and I think we're going to break the record here. But it doesn't matter. You have to go vote because we have to show in November the kind of a movement that we have. There's never been a movement like this in the history of our country. This is MAGA. This is MAGA country. This is MAGA country. And you know, when Biden gets up and he barely can read, he can barely stand. Remember he used to say, I'd like to take him to the back of the barn. And everyone thought it was so cute. When I said I'd love to go back there with that guy, it'd take about 2 seconds. I'd go like this. He'd go down so fast, but when I said it, they said the fake news, but look at all that fake news. When I said it, they said, he's a fascist, he's a fascist. When he said, oh, isn't that nice? When I said it, they said he's a fascist. No, I'm not a fascist. They also said years ago, remember Hillary Clinton? I don't call her crooked anymore. I use that term for Joe. We don't need to. We don't care about her so much. To me, she's beautiful, Hillary. She's a very beautiful woman. But when I was talking and speaking and all the things that we do so beautifully, so not, you know, it's very interesting. I've never had an empty seat, right? This place is packed, they're all packed. I never get credit for being a great speaker. I don't know if I'm a great speaker or not. Who the hell knows? I never get credit. Right? I never get credit. I don't know. Henry thinks I'm a very good speaker. But you know, no, every rally, like this one, turns out they're all rallies because if we have 1,000 people, 10,000 people show up, they're all rallies. But they come by the thousands. We never have empty seats. We never have anything empty. We usually have to put screens like this outside so people can see. We did it in Nevada. We did it in New Hampshire. We were going to do it in Iowa, but it was 40 degrees below zero in Iowa. And by the way, the electric cars were not working too well. They don't work well in cold weather, and that was seriously cold. I had to walk from here to like the stairway that Joe Biden can't find. See the stairway over there? Can never find. Where's the stair? He always moves. And they're going to show it. Every time I show it, I get in trouble. You know why? Because these fake news people who are among the most corrupt people in the world. It's true. They say, look, Donald Trump could not find his way off the podium. So I imitate Biden, and in one case there was a wall, like that. A lot of times we have people back there. Do it. And these are the front row Joes they've seen. But here's the risk. Whenever I do it on the newscast, Donald Trump had a hard time finding his way off a platform. There were 5 different stairways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's real easy. He's the only guy in history that cannot find it. But when I do it, they show it at night. They show me mimicking him, and they say, Donald Trump could not find his way off the platform. These are very dishonest people. When I say, Barack Hussein Obama is the president of the United States, meaning there's a lot of control there, because the one guy can't put 2 sentences together. So I say, Barack Hussein Obama. Remember Rush used to go, Barack Hussein Obama. You go, Barack Hussein Obama. But he'd do that. Rush. Do we miss Rush? Yes. But when I say that Obama is the president of our country, blah, 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 they go, he doesn't know that's Biden. He doesn't know. So it's very hard to be sarcastic. When I interpose, because I'm not a Nikki fan and I'm not a Pelosi fan, and when I purposely interpose names, they said he didn't know Pelosi from Nikki, from Tricky Nikki. He didn't know. I interpose, and they make a big deal out of it. I said, no, I think they both stink. They have something in common. They both stink. And remember this, when I make a statement like that about Nikki, that means she will never be running for vice president. She will never be running for vice president. Remember that. There are things you can say about people. Do you ever see where, you're really hitting one person, they're hitting you, but it goes to a level. But we're at the level now, I am in particular, bird brain and lots of other things. There are things that when you say that you're never going to have her, so I hope nobody wants her because I think she's absolutely terrible. She's terrible. So you're never going to have her, and I don't think anybody's very devastated. We do have a lot of great people, by the way. We do have a lot. He's screaming, Tim Scott. By the way, I tell Tim's here someplace. I tell Tim, because I watch his campaign, and you know the truth, it was a beautiful thing in a way. He's a modest person. And I called him up because he was defending me on Deface the Nation. Did you ever watch? Ladies and gentlemen, CBS, ladies and gentlemen, it's Tim Scott on Deface the Nation. Because they do. Or Meet the Fake News. Remember, most of it, ABC, this is ABC fake news. They're all fake. They're horrible. If they ever turned conservative to a conservative way, or let's say it differently, if they ever turned to common sense, you know what? Their ratings would triple. I tell the top people, I said, if you ever went common sense, your ratings would triple. But I told Tim, so he was, look, he did well, but he wasn't as forceful as he is. Because he feels, he doesn't want to talk about himself. It's sort of interesting. And then I see him on Deface the Nation and Meet the Press and all the stuff, and he's just killing everybody. And I called him. I said, you're a much better candidate for me than you were for yourself. I mean it. This guy is the best. He was like a different person. He was like a different person. And I say that with admiration. Because I'm the opposite. I'm much better for me than I would be for somebody else. I would be terrible. I'd be terrible. If I was in that position, I'd get up, all right, I did a great job. You should have voted for me. You made him, but this guy's okay. All right, I'm going home. No, I would be terrible. I'd be the opposite of Tim, but that shows great character with Tim. It really does. Where is Tim, by the way? Where is he? I mean that so strongly. He's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. No, he's amazing. He has been, Henry, you know what I mean. I watched him the other day on the Sunday shows. He is just destroying people for me. But he didn't act that way for himself. And he said to me, I find it harder to talk about myself than to something I believe in, something other than myself that I believe in. I thought it was beautiful, and I want to thank him very much. Great guy. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a really great badge of honor. Thank you very much. It's a lot of fun. I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I won't let them take it. That's where they are. That's what they want. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but I'm happy we're doing it. I'm delighted to be doing it. And I'm also delighted to be joined today by one of the greatest governors in the history of our country, in my opinion. I'm so proud of him because I did fight for him and First Lady Peggy to get in that position because I knew how good. when I was running, I have a lot of friends in South Carolina, but when I was running, I dealt with Nikki for years. I gave her many contributions to the governor's, thing, and she's one of the governor's association deals, just a lot of money. And I said, I'm sure she's going to be for me. When I called her, I announced, and then I called her. I got no response. Then I called her again and again and again and again. And I said, she's not calling back. And I said, who's the lieutenant governor? Because I heard good things about him. It was a man named Henry McMaster. I said, I called him. Call me back. He said, you know what? I love what you stand for. I love everything about you, and I would be honored to support you. And she supported somebody else. I don't want to say who, because frankly, he's a friend of mine. So, when I become friends after wars, I get along very well with people. So I'm not going to say who, but she supported somebody else. And I had Henry and Peggy going around from 6 o'clock in the morning till 12:30 in the evening, virtually every day for like a month. And we ended up winning like nobody has ever won before, right? Nobody's ever won this state like we won. We had a record. But we're more popular today, Henry, than we were then. But Henry, 7 years ago, Henry and Peggy were unbelievable. And I didn't know him too well. I said, boy, that guy's doing a job. I was saying, who are the hardest workers? Well, probably the lieutenant governor. Anyway, in the end, we crushed her. She was like nothing. We crushed her. And I said, this is the most incredible thing. This man, I was telling this at the victory speech. I said, I would much rather have the lieutenant governor on my side than the governor because he's far more effective. And that's what happened. You have one of the greatest governors in the history of the state, one of the greatest governors in our country. Henry McMaster and Peggy, our First Lady. We love you, Peggy. Thank you very much, hon. Thank you very much. We're very proud of you. Very proud of you. And then we just talked about him, Senator Tim Scott. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Congresswoman Nancy Mace. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. Thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate it. Treasurer Curtis Loftus. Curtis, he's here. I just saw him. Thank you. And a young gentleman who's got a big future, who's got a great father. Oh, I loved when he spoke up in Congress. I'm sure you all forget. Oh, that was a beautiful thing. It made him very popular. Nobody knew it at the time, but it was something very special, actually. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. Say hello to Joe. Alan, say hello to Joe. Thank you very much. Thank you. South Carolina Secretary of State, a really good guy, a supporter for a long time, Mark Hammond. Thank you, Mark. Great job. A man who's been incredible as a friend, but incredible as an ambassador, Ed McMullen. You did a great job, Ed. And you have a lot of representatives, a lot of people from Congress from different states, but I just have to say State Representative Stuart Jones has been terrific. And thank you very much. Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate it. And a man who I met a long time ago, he was protecting me. He had more bicycles than any human being on earth. He formed a thing called Bikers for Trump. And I would go around, I'd see like sometimes 1,000, I've never seen anything like it, and I felt so safe. I'd go make speeches. They wouldn't even go into the speech. They were circling the arena, wherever I was. They said, we don't want to go in. We know what you're saying, but we want to make sure you're safe. He's unbelievable. His name is Chris Cox, and he's the head of Bikers for Trump. Where's Chris? Incredible. Thank you, Chris. Look at those arms. I want to expose my arms like that. It might be the end of my political career. If I walked up like that, I think that might be the end, but who knows? Hey, Chris, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Great guy. Great guy. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, and he's the most crooked president we've ever had. He's the most incompetent president we've ever had. And he's the worst president we've ever had. Other than that, he's actually doing quite a good job. He's a disaster. And you know, I never spoke about him this way. You know that. But when I got indicted the first time, it's all of these cases and all of these indictments are all him. It's him and his corrupt Department of Justice. But all of these indictments, when I got indicted, I said, I can't believe it. Nobody thought it was going to happen. The fake news always said, well, they'll never do that to an ex-president who was very popular. We got more votes than any sitting president in history. I mean, we were very popular. But when they did that, I said, well, I'm going to tell the truth. He is the most incompetent president we've ever had, the most corrupt, and he's the worst president we've ever had. What he's done just on the border, what he's done in Afghanistan, I was getting out, but we were going to get out with dignity and strength, and it would have been faster. But had the election been not rigged, it would have been faster, much faster. But we got out, we looked like cowards, it looked like a surrender. It was the worst moment, I believe the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and it gave Putin the idea of going in because there was no chance that he would ever go into Ukraine. There was zero chance. And he looked at that, and he looked at the stupidity where they take the soldiers out first. They left $85 billion worth of military equipment behind. They left American people behind. And 13 soldiers were killed, and 38 were literally obliterated with the arms, the legs, the face. What happened to those 38? And nobody talks about them. I talk about them all the time, all because of grossly incompetent people. When we win, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast. In our first term, we appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. Did a great job. A record. And for our great veterans, we passed VA accountability and VA choice, and nobody thought it was possible. And we had to get that through Congress. We had accountability, we had choice. You know, we had thousands of people, Henry, thousands and thousands of people in the VA who were sadists and who were thieves and who were bullies, and they were horrible to our vets who weren't in prime time for themselves. If they were, they wouldn't have been harassed like they were harassed. But we had 9,000 people, over 9,000 people. They couldn't get rid because of civil service statutes and requirements. And I got that knocked out in Congress, and they fired about 9,000 savage, horrible people. And then we got choice where, think of it, you had people waiting in line in the VA for days and weeks and months, sometimes with a very simple problem, simple ailment. And I said, I have an idea, a great idea. I told a group of experts, they were all sitting, about 20 guys, 20 people, and they're sitting in front of me. I said, I have a great idea. Why don't we do this? If they can't get good service from the doctors in the VA, and by the way, they're great doctors. What they do is unbelievable. When you see them take a soldier who got just blown to pieces and frankly put them back together brilliantly, it's amazing. Couldn't have been done 5 years ago. But when you see the work they do, but you can't get to the doctors because of the administration and what they're doing. I said, you go out, you get a doctor, get a great doctor, get yourself fixed up, and we pay the bill. And nobody believed I got that through Congress. I got it through Congress, and we're saving thousands and thousands of people. Those 2 things, choice and accountability, were fantastic achievements. And, you know, we got a 92% approval rating in the VA. Nobody else has ever got more than 50%. People don't know that. So the vets definitely like me, and I like them, too. We fully rebuilt the U.S. military and created Space Force, first time in 78 years. And that Space Force is a big deal, by the way. No, there's some. Are you from Space Force by any chance? I think. Boy, they were very happy back there. Oh, I see. Good. That's great. Thank you very much. That's very nice. And we got our allies to pay their fair share in bringing in over $400 billion to NATO. They weren't paying their bills. You've been reading about it. I've been saying, look, if they're not going to pay, we're not going to protect, okay? And Biden said, oh, this is so bad, this is so terrible that he would say that. No. If they're not paying their bills, and most of them weren't when I got there, and when they asked me a question, they said, does this mean one of the heads of one of the countries, at that time we had 28 countries, of which 7 were paying their fair share, which was still low, but 7. The United States was paying for almost all of it. It was terrible. And I said, what's going on? They said Bush will come in, make a speech, and leave. Obama would come in, make a speech, and leave. Nobody would say anything about it. When I came in, I didn't make a speech. I looked at the numbers. I said, these numbers are terrible. Nobody's paying their bills. And I told them that. And then I came back 6 months later. I said, now you have had time. But one of the heads of the country stood up and said, does that mean that if we don't pay the bills, that you're not going to protect us? I said, that's exactly what it means, exactly. I'm not going to protect you. We don't want to be a stupid country any longer. And the next day, the money came pouring in. If I said like all the Obama said it would have nothing to do, and Obama, they probably liked him much better than me. He said, no, that would have no effect. Don't pay your bills, we'll protect you. No, if I say that, they're never going to pay the bills. Hundreds of billions of dollars came pouring into NATO, and I said it just the other day because they've been very lax. We spent 150, maybe 200, because now they want to give them $60 billion more. 60 billion with a B. They want to give them 60 billion more. And I said, wait a minute, do it this way. Loan them the money. If they can make it, they pay us back. If they can't make it, they don't have to pay us back. Loan them the money. Put it as a form of a loan. Why should you just hand it over to them? Do it as a form of a loan. I do that with athletes. They can't quite, like a professional golfer who I think is very good. They don't have any money, but they have a lot of talent. I'll say, here's the deal. I did it with a number of people. Here's the deal, what I want to do. Professional golfer, I play golf. I play very nice. Did you see the picture of me, the horrible picture with the stomach out to here? So what I do is I'm putting up today a picture of me what I actually look like hitting a ball, smashing the frickin' ball. And you'll see I wouldn't say slim, but not bad. But the ball does go far. I would say it goes about 9 times further than Biden can hit it, 9 times. He said he's a 6 handicap. That may be his biggest lie. Do you ever notice? Pilots come in and he said he flew planes. Truckers came in, he says he flew. Military come in, he says I was in the military. They're all lies. His biggest lie is that he's a 6.2 handicap. I've seen him swing. He's like this. That's not. I know a lot about golf. That's not a 6.2. And it wasn't a 6.2 30 years ago. That's a bigger lie than the fact that he flies and he drives trucks. That guy is something, I'll tell you. Think of it. Think of what happened. They just came out with a report. They said he's not competent enough to defend himself in court, but he's competent enough to be president of the United States. How does that work? How does that work? But me, I got to go through a trial, and I had a thing called the Presidential Records Act. I did absolutely nothing wrong. But I don't know. I wouldn't have liked that verdict. You can not defend yourself in court because you're grossly incompetent. You don't memorize. You don't have any memory. You're a disaster. But you can be president of the United States. I don't want a president that's not allowed to go in and at least talk and defend himself. So they're protecting him. They're actually protecting him, but they're not protecting our country. Our country's in big trouble. But we still have a lot to do. We're going to do things that you can't even believe. We're going to do it fast, too. Under Biden, 19 out of 30 other NATO members do not even pay the bare minimum of 2%. Think of that, of GDP. You're supposed to pay 2% of GDP, which is a very low number. I thought it should go up to 4%. Meanwhile, we're sending colossal amounts of our own weaponry and ammunition to Ukraine and money, including over 760 tanks, fighting vehicles, and armored personnel carriers, 35,000 grenade launchers and small arms, and over 100,000 anti-armor missile systems. Do you remember a year ago when Biden made the statements that we have no ammunition? This stupid guy. He's saying, even if it's true, you don't say it. You don't say it. He said, remember, he was at a news conference. I thought it was one of the classics. We have no ammunition because we've sent it all to different countries, in particular Ukraine. How do you say that? When I rebuilt the military, every warehouse was stocked. We had so much ammunition, we didn't have enough warehouses. We had the opposite problem. But he said, we have no ammunition. And I said, even if it was true, you just don't say that. Don't bring it up. That's a subject you don't want to, and you go get the ammunition fast. But what's happened to our military with the wokeness and everything else is a disgrace. It's only woke at the top, by the way. Our military, don't forget, I took out ISIS, and I took them out fast. And then we didn't go into wars. First time in 72 years, I took out ISIS, got rid of the worst savages in history. I got them out. I knocked them out. We knocked them out fast, too. They said it was going to take 4 years. It took me 3 months, less than 3 months. Our military is great. General Raisin Kane, our military is great. And our military is being dangerously drained and depleted while our own border remains wide open. So we're all over the place, everywhere but where we should be. We have to be on our border. And I built, in fact, it was today, they finally put it up. I built 571 miles of wall. That's a lot. That's much more than I said I was going to build. I then bought another 200 miles that would have taken approximately 3 weeks. It was all set to install. And we had the rigged election, and the other side took over, and they sold that 200 miles of stuff for like 5 cents on the, think of it, 5 cents on the dollar. They sold it. They sold this unbelievable, that was exactly what Border Patrol, I didn't want that particular wall. I wanted to use concrete plank going 40 feet up in the air, would have been fine, but they said no good. Concrete's not strong. They needed a hardened steel, then they needed concrete inside, they needed rebar. It's very complicated stuff, but they needed the panel. It's called an anti-climb panel. I said, I don't like the way it looks. They say, the difference is they can climb over it without it. With it, you can't climb. We had Mount Everest climbers, and we had a lot of drug dealers, frankly. We said, give us your best climbers. And they couldn't get over the panel. We built I think it was 571 miles of wall. We had another 200 miles to go. Would have been up in 3 weeks. And these guys said, we don't want to do that. We want to have open borders. And I never believed they did, because who the hell wants open borders? Who would want it? Who would want it? And they come in by the millions, and they're coming from jails and prisons. There's a slight difference, if you know that. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. There was a man in the paper not so long ago, I guess a psychiatrist who worked in one of the mental institutions in South America, and he was sitting reading a newspaper. They were interviewing him. He said, I've never had time to read a newspaper. It's a luxury because I work 29 hours a day. He was saying more than, I better check that because, when I say 29, meaning they worked more than 24. But if I say 29 without a perfect, meaning more than 24 to you fake news people. They work 29 hours a day. They'll say, he thought that a day has 29 hours in it. Oh, they are so bad. They're a big part of the problem of our country, by the way, I got to say. A big part. The fake news. But he said, I work 29 hours a day. I work all the time. That's all I ever did. But now I don't have to work very much because almost everybody in this a mental institution, almost everybody in our institution, you could see he loved it, actually. Loved what he did. But he said, I have nothing to do because they've all been brought to America. They've all been brought to the United States. These are mental patients. These are some very sick people, too. Very, very sick, dangerous people. And he was complaining. He was not complaining. I mean, I think he understood it. But he said they won't be given the care that we gave him. He was a little, torn, to be honest. But he said they're very dangerous people. But they've all been brought to America. And if I were one of the guys in South America, or all over the world, by the way, this is not just South America. They're coming in from the Congo. They're coming in from Africa, Asia, South America. They're coming from the Middle East. Many, many people are coming in. They're coming in from Yemen. We're bombing Yemen. Here we go with the bombs all over the place again. That will never happen. You know that Israel being attacked would never have happened. You know that Ukraine would never, ever have happened. Would never have happened. You know inflation would never have happened. But before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will win the presidency. I will be doing things that will be amazing. Like I will get the war between Russia and Ukraine settled forthwith. It'll be settled very quickly. President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually. He's just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, that's a good thing. And, of course, he would say that. Look, I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, probably the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world. But immediately, Biden, think of it, Biden immediately, I stopped it. It was dead. It was a dead deal. It was going all over Europe, to Germany in particular, going to be the biggest deal they ever made. That was the biggest deal they ever made. I stopped it. It was stopped dead. He got into office, and he immediately approved it. I said, I can't believe it. I'm sitting back there. I say, I couldn't believe it. But he did stop immediately the Keystone Pipeline in our country. So he approved the pipeline for Russia in Europe, where they're sucking all of the money out of Europe. Think of it. We're defending Germany and all these countries. They're not paying their bills. Germany's paying just a minor fraction of what they're spending. And yet they're buying oil and gas in mass, in billions and billions of dollars a month. They're buying oil and gas from Russia. So they're paying Russia a lot of money. We're there defending them. And the whole thing is screwed up. But I stopped Nord Stream 2, and he approved it right after I left. So Putin is not a fan of mine, actually. You remember when they used to say, oh, Trump, you know, they had a body language person on CNN Fake News, and they had me and Putin together, and they said to the expert, well, who's the dominant force? And the expert said, as you know, I've analyzed it, I've spent a lot of time doing it, and I don't think you're going to like the answer, but President Trump is the dominant force. Said that. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. Remember, we both walked on and... But I got along good with him. But he doesn't want to have me. He wants to have Biden because he's going to be given everything he wants, including Ukraine. That's a gift. He's got a gift. He's going to have his dream of getting Ukraine because of Biden. The whole thing is just crazy. Biden has given him the only president in the last 5 that hasn't given Russia anything is a president known as Donald J. Trump. You know that. I don't have to go over the list. But Biden is going to give him Ukraine. The way it's looking to me, it's terrible. So Putin came out and he said, I'd much rather have Biden be president. I said, well, that's insulting. And then I said, wait a minute, that's actually a very good thing. I think I'll mention it tonight at the speech in front of the people of South Carolina. The war, that's a war, and it's, you know, I think everyone agrees. A lot of Democrats agree. They say, well, I agree that that would never happen, but that's a war that never would have happened if I was president. Under the Trump administration, we will return to peace through strength. Remember when Hillary Clinton, during the debate, remember those debates? Oh, they were great debates. Only Rosie O'Donnell, remember that is? That brought the House down. They were great debates. But you remember she said, he'll start a war. He's a very militaristic person. He's going to start a war. Look at him. He's going to... I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of war. That's what happened. Our personality kept us out. Again, the first, and I think they said 72 years it didn't start a war, other than we got rid of ISIS. We knocked the hell out of them. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release. We built 571 miles of border wall. We got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers to our border free of charge. You think that was easy? I said to Mexico, we need 28,000 soldiers. They laughed at me. I said, don't laugh. You're going to give them to me. Because you couldn't get the money for the wall, so I had to do something, right? I have to keep my pledge. You're not allowed to do... There's no legal mechanism where they pay for a wall that we have on our territory. So I said, that's okay. We'll think of something else. We want 28,000 soldiers. So they laughed. No, we will not do that. I said, yes, you 100%. No, no, no. Then, and the president, who I like a lot, actually, I like him. He's a socialist, but I like him, nevertheless. And he said, no, we can't do this. I said, send your representative. I don't want to really negotiate with you. It's disrespectful. Send your representative. So they sent this very handsome guy, comes into Washington. I was with a woman from the State Department. I asked Tom Homan and Brandon Judd, they're great. I said, give us a top 10 list of things that you want. I'll get every one of them. They said, you'll never get them. We've been trying to get them for years. I said, just give me a list. I'll get every one of them. I guarantee you that. So this guy comes in, very handsome guy, beautiful suit. In fact, I was going to ask him, who's your tailor? I like it very much. And I said to him, we need 28,000 soldiers. We need remain in Mexico. We need catch and release in Mexico, not in the United States. We call it catch and release Mexico version, not catch and release U.S. version, where they drop them. A criminal, what have you done? Murder. Okay, you'll come back in 7 years. We're going to give you a case. And nobody ever shows back, unless they're very stupid. The stupid ones come. You don't want them either. Nobody comes back. You know, we catch and release. We release them, and then we say, come back in 4 years, 5 years. They never come back, as obviously nobody would. Who would? We were the stupidest people on earth. But I asked for 10 things, but remain in Mexico is a big one. You couldn't come in here. You had to remain in Mexico until we decide whether or not you could come in, of which 95%, maybe more than that, couldn't come in. That was me. And Biden ended it. So I said to this handsome guy, I said, no, we need 28,000 soldiers immediately. I'm building the wall. The wall will take care of itself, but we need them especially during the wall. No, 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 we will not do that. Yes, you will. No, you won't. We won't do it, sir. He said, no way. I said, way. You're going to do it? I said, I guarantee you you're going to do it. I guarantee you. He's looking at me like, is this guy crazy? I told him no. And I said, I guarantee you you're going to do it. Because I have before me a document, and the document says, this was a Friday evening, it says on Monday morning at 7 o'clock, a tariff will be imposed on all of the cars and all of the other billions and billions of dollars worth of stuff that you send into our country. You know, they stole 32% of our automobile manufacturing business. And by the way, with the head of the auto workers, they're going to do it again with his all-electric car mandate, because those cars are all going to be built in China. Okay? What they've done to the auto workers, United Auto Workers, they're all going to vote for me, because I'm going to bring all that business back. I'm going to bring it all back, because we're going to impose tariffs on cars coming in from foreign countries, and they're going to have to build those cars in our country. So, and they're going to hire United Auto Workers and a lot of other auto workers that you have right here in your great state. But they want to take all that business away. So I said to him, you're going to do this. And he said, no. I said, here's the story. Monday morning, 7 o'clock. He said, sir, you don't mean that. I said, no, I totally mean it. I'm ready to sign it right now. I actually had the document done. Do you want me to sign it or not? He said, may I take 5 minutes and call my president? I said, absolutely. Comes back in about 2 minutes. Sir, we would be absolutely in love with giving you 28,000 soldiers, sir. We think it's a wonderful idea. We will give you remain in Mexico. We will give you all sorts of titles for the bad. You know, we have a lot of sick people, and we want to take care of people, but we don't want them infecting our people. Does that make sense to you? They have a lot of very sick people coming in. Now we have everything coming in. They gave up everything. They gave up remain in Mexico. And the other day I saw where Mexico wants $10 billion just to talk to the United States. They wouldn't be saying that to me, I can tell you right now. We have stupid people running our country. We've had for years. And we broke it up, and then we had a crooked election, but we're going to come back stronger, bigger, better. We're going to do a better job than anyone's ever seen before. Under Biden, we now have the worst border in the history of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a lively group. This is a lively group, Henry. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. I think Nikki's in big trouble, big trouble. Who wants her? Who the hell wants her? No, we had the worst border in world history. There's never been a border. I say it all the time. You take a third world country, you take a banana republic, there's no way a thing like this ever happened. They would fight with sticks and stones. They wouldn't allow that to happen to their country. There's never been anything worse than our border. And you know, the biggest victims, I just started saying this because I realized these are the biggest victims. It's millions and millions of people. They're pouring into our country. The biggest victims are African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, people that want a job, people that really feel they want a job. They're getting decimated in their hourly wages. It's happening already. And you know, another big victim group, it's not so much down here. You don't have too many of them, frankly. But the unions are going to be destroyed. The auto workers are going to be destroyed. The Teamsters are going to be destroyed because they get big hourly wages. And let's say that that's fine. But they're not going to be able to compete when these people are coming in, and they're coming in at levels never seen before. Unions are going to be totally decimated, a lot of the workers in our country. But the worst devastation is going to be the African American and Hispanic American people. They're going to be decimated. So I have an extra thing, you know, because the crowd is so crazy tonight and so large. It is crazy. You got to see what's going on outside. If you want, you know, we do a thing called the snake. Does anybody want to hear it, or should we just get on with it? Yes? Yes? We'll do it? All right. What the heck? It's a couple of more minutes. We got plenty of time, right? So are you ready? That's right. He said he's been here. He's been waiting all day. He'd like to hear it. They happen. This front row, I'll tell you, front row Joes, they become very famous people, actually. So you know what this is. This is a song that was written many years ago, and I changed it around a little bit and made it toward really immigration, because we're taking in so many dangerous people, and bad things happen when you do that. You take in dangerous people, it's going to end up biting you. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she cried, "I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried, "but if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." That's what's happening to our country. That's what's happening to our country. That's exactly what it is. It couldn't be more accurate. It's sad. In a way, I hate doing it even, but people like hearing it. They've heard it 500 times. I only do it probably once every 10 times, but I gave you the option. But you know, it's very accurate, actually. That's exactly, we're waiting, we're sitting ducks. Terrorists are pouring into our country. Nobody's checking anything. Drug dealers pouring in. And you're never going to solve the drug problem unless you have a death penalty for drug dealers, because you're just kidding yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to launch a blue ribbon community. Beautiful blue ribbon committee of socialites from New York, California, and all over the country to tell you about drugs and the drug problem. They can't do it. They're not going to be able to do it. The only thing that works is the death penalty. Don't forget, a drug dealer kills anywhere from 500 maybe to 1,000, but 500, a minimum of 500 people during his or her lifetime. 500 people. And, you know, when I was in China, I used to get along great with President Xi, and I'd say, do you have a drug problem? No, we don't. Like it was a stupid question I'm asking. I said, you don't have a drug problem. Why? He said, quick trial. I said, what's a quick trial? We catch the drug dealer, we gave him a quick trial, and we execute him. And we no longer have any problems because all those people have come to the USA. They have no drug problem. They have no 1.4 billion people. They have no drug problem. We have a drug problem with them because they send fentanyl in and they weren't going to do it anymore. We had a deal worked out. They weren't going to do it. They were going to give the maximum penalty for anybody making fentanyl, sending it into the United States. But when I got out and Biden, who can't put two sentences together, came back in, when he came in, it all died. We were all set to make that deal. And he had to make that deal or we were going to stop trading with him. We're going to stop trading because he's killing hundreds of thousands of our people, worse than a war. Hundreds of thousands of our people are dying each year with fentanyl, mostly made in China and coming through the southern border. Now it's pouring in at 15 times the pace that it was just 3 years ago. It's pouring into our country. It's cheaper to buy fentanyl than it is to, and other drugs, than it is to buy candy. Candy is more expensive. On day one, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history because we have no choice. We will restore law and order to our country, and I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ, which is right now corrupt, to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And I am also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. We have to let them immediately start working on crime. You saw today another group of wonderful people were killed in Washington, D.C. We're going to fix Washington, D.C. We're going to make it crime-free. We're going to take it over by the federal government. We're going to run it properly instead of these third-rate politicians that are destroying it. We're going to move the homeless out. We're going to make it beautiful again. We're going to get rid of the graffiti. We're going to redo the roads that are falling apart. We're going to get rid of the garbage on all the roads. It's a horrible place right now. It's a death trap for anybody that walks into Washington, D.C. You would go down to Washington, D.C. You were so proud of it. It's a death trap. We're going to take it over. We're also going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope and safety and beauty, better than they have ever been. We'll work with Democrat mayors. They're all run by the Democrats, unlike Nikki Haley, who doesn't have what it takes and never did, actually. I will always defend Medicare and Social Security for our seniors. She won't. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I cannot believe I have to say this. It's embarrassing to even say it. 5 years, 10 years ago, I can't even imagine this, but I will keep men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And fully uphold our great Second Amendment. Nobody took care of our Second Amendment. During that 4-year period, nothing happened with our Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. There's never been anything like this happen. It's not even the same country that we knew. And believe me, they are a threat to democracy. They are a serious threat. They are the threat. They like to talk, talk, talk. You know, let's see, how do we beat Trump? Because they have nothing to run on. So they're going to run on Trump. That's okay with me because I think we have the greatest movement in the history of our country. MAGA, MAGA, make America great again. So if you want to save our country, if you want to save America, then you have to go and vote. Remember, the primary is Saturday, February 24th, and in-person early voting is underway right now. If you need details, it's sc.donaldjtrump.com. Don't wait. Go cast your ballot right away. So, we're coming to the end of a beautiful evening in a beautiful place. In conclusion, together we're taking, somebody said, keep going. No, no, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, please. Don't stop, sir. Please keep going. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it shows you you're desperate to hear from somebody because this other guy never gets up and talks. If he talks for like a minute, he goes, It's like, it's crazy. You know, a friend of mine said, I saw a poll, you're up 9. He's not a politician. He's not into politics at all. I said, how come you're only up 9? And 9 is a lot for a Republican because they have a built-in vote. The lowest they can go is 39%. He's at 32. It's almost impossible. In other words, the lowest they can go is 39, and he's at 32. But he was saying, how come you're only up? I said, because they have different, we're not going to talk about it because I think a lot of those people are going to vote for us, actually, so I'm not going to talk about it. But they have a built-in constituency like you wouldn't believe. We don't. We have to run the entire East Coast. We have to run the Midwest. We have to get Texas. We love Texas. You know, we're leading bird brain in Texas by a number that's never been seen before. We're at 89-7 with a few undecided. 89-7. We love Texas. But together we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. It's your God-given right. From Columbia to Clemson, from Greenville to Garden City, from Lexington to Charleston, we stand on the shoulders of South Carolina heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now, we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and elsewhere on our land. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars despite the fact that they don't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with material only available in China when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but it's not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these fools? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a stupid thing? Who would ever be so self-destructive as this? Can we be energy independent and even dominant? Yes, oh yes, quickly, says President Donald J. Trump. We will be energy independent again very quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world behind, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was sitting in the Oval Office. Would never, ever have been thought of. Iran was broke under the Trump administration, totally broke. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that they fund. But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration. And now Iran is a rich country again, with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq. All compliments of the incompetent Joe Biden administration. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. and nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things, there is absolutely no punishment. But when people who love our country protest the January 6th in Washington, D.C., they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We are a third world nation now that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald J. Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that wasn't supposed to be won. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world, and perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke, and we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation that sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. And we are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with arms of goods, but there'll be no retribution at all. Where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their beautiful lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of more than 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? My child, my child, my child." We are a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave. They have no idea when it will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers anymore, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports, but if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through our southern border totally unchecked. Dangerous as hell, but totally unchecked. Let them be free, let them be free, claims Joe Biden. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our countries. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, we will never, ever, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on Election Day 2024. Crooked Joe Biden will be gone. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We are the greatest movement in the history of our country. We are MAGA, Make America Great Again. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, South Carolina. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all.
wrapping up a speech to a very fired up South Carolina crowd here as they make their way into the primary coming up on the 24th of the month. Good evening, everybody. Brian Glenn. Want to say happy Valentine's Day to all of our viewers just now tuning in to us. If you missed any of the broadcast, I encourage you to go back and review it. We walked around outside, talked to hundreds of people over the last course of an hour or so I encourage you to go back and do that. The president touching on the economy, national security, talking about foreign policy, immigration, school choice, parents' choice, and yes, even keeping men out of women's sports, touching upon all these topics. And in South Carolina has the latest poll has come out this morning, has a 45-plus lead on Nikki Haley as we go into the primary on the 24th. Just as a reminder, everybody, please visit and check out our sponsors. I'm proud to have Birch Gold Group, a great sponsor for today's broadcast. They're the experts in gold, silver, and precious metals. And if you want to get more information on how to convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA, our specialists over the Birch Gold Group can help do that. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. President Trump talking about the economy a lot tonight. Also, the Trumpinator. It's one of the greatest things that we promote here on this broadcast. It's a great collectible. You put one in your home, put them in your office, a Trumpinator, a solid construction. It's a great way to show your support for President Trump. Go check it out. The information's on your screen as well. And don't forget to put that promo code on that as well. Plus the free Trump book. They've talked about the compliments of President Trump. The media won't talk about it. Your school won't talk about it. But guess what? This book talks about it. It's absolutely free. FreeTrumpBook.com. That's FreeTrumpBook.com. Go get it. You got to pay a small shipping and handling fee on it, but it is worth it for your kids to know exactly all the accomplishments of President Trump. Plus the Wellness Contagion Kit. It could quite possibly save your life. Go check it out. Dr. Peter McAuliffe has put this together. It's got all the ingredients that you need to fight any type of pandemic or virus that might come out. Ivermectin, it got a Z-Pack on there. It is perfect. Once again, have that for your home and your office. It makes a great gift to make sure we go safe into this year. Plus, you always check out our friend Mike Lindell over at MyPillow.com. He's a great patriot. He always needs our support. Go check it out. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Don't forget to go on our website. Go on our website and you can donate as well. RSBNetwork.com/donate. RSBNetwork.com/donate. Because of your donations, we're able to do the things that we're doing here tonight along with our partners as well. Don't forget to follow me on social media at Brian Glenn TV on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on at Truth Social at Brian. Programming note, we're going to make our way up to Michigan on Saturday, the 17th. We'll have a special broadcast up there. Plus, I've heard there might be an additional broadcast on the 17th. We'll keep you in tune for that. Then we're going to make it back here. We're going to make it back here to South Carolina mid next week as we also broadcast live from CPAC there in Washington, D.C. So we'll be live. Vanessa Broussard, Grace Saldana, and myself will be live there in Washington, D.C., but we'll also be bringing to you all the Trump campaign stops here in South Carolina as they get ready for election night. And yes, we'll be in South Carolina for election night as well. Well, from the great Palmetto State and the great city of Charleston, South Carolina, Brian Glenn saying so long, everybody. We'll see you back here next time. Have a great evening and happy Valentine's Day to you. Family.
Current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.